I love One Piece. One Piece is my second favorite anime of all time. I grew up with the show from the laughably bad 4Kids version as a kid, and then eventually the Funimation dub that aired on Toonami.
One Piece is about a boy named Monkey D. Luffy, who wants to be king of the pirates by obtaining the One Piece, a legendary treasure left behind by Gold Roger, who before he died said that anyone can have his treasure, but first they must find it, causing many pirates to scatter around the world in search of Gold Roger's legendary treasure.
So today, I'd like to take you on this very, very long journey as we go through and talk about each arc in One Piece, starting from humble beginnings with Romance Dawn.
Written and illustrated by Ichiro Oda, One Piece is Japan's most popular manga series, with many awards and having many movies, games, and even an upcoming live-action series. Please God, no. It first came out in Weekly Shonen Jump back in 1997. Then, in October of 1999, got an anime adaptation by Toei Animation that airs weekly even to this day. From a very young age, Oda always dreamed of creating a series about pirates after watching 1974's Vicky the Viking. Also, he was inspired by Akira Toriyama, the creator of Dragon Ball, and even got to collaborate with him a few times. Romance Dawn originally was the title of the series, and Oda even made a few prototype chapters of it, which eventually got 2 OVAs dedicated to them.
So now, let's dive into this series, piece by piece, as we follow Luffy's journey to becoming the king of the pirates. Subbed or dubbed? Oh, the dub version. Yes, I agree, the subbed version is better overall, but I grew up with the show from watching the dub, so that's the one that I prefer to watch up until the New World. Plus, I think the English voice actors do a very good job for the most part.
Boo! You stink!
Romance Dawn is 7 chapters and 3 episodes. The story begins on a cruise ship as all the passengers are having a great time and the crewmen play around with a barrel. Huh, pretty tame beginnings for a first episode. You'd figure in a world of pirates, a pirate ship would show up and attack or something. And with that, we meet our first villain of the series, Miss Iron Club Alvida. Oh god, what the fuck is that? We also meet one of her crew members, Kobe, a shy kid who accidentally became a crew member for Alvida for 2 years because he got onto one of their ships when he went to go fishing.
Captain, we've got pirates! What?
What? Pirates are real? I thought Gold Roger was just fucking around.
As the pirates raid the enemy ship, a strange girl who doesn't talk for 2 whole episodes goes off onto Alvida's ship to grab her treasure. Meanwhile, Kobe finds the barrel that the crew members found earlier in the episode. Some of Alvida's pirates see him and want to open it thinking it's liquor, and oh boy, if this ain't the world's most dangerous jack-in-the-box.
Colin, you're a solid voice actor and a good overall fit for the voice of Luffy, but literally what the fuck?
And out comes the man of the hour, Monkey D. Luffy, who was sleeping in the barrel and got caught up in a whirlpool while he was sailing on his own. After taking down the pirates, Luffy and Kobe talk a bit about themselves. Kobe explains how he unfortunately wound up with Alvida. And, of course, after hearing such a sad tale, our main protagonist of justice, Luffy, gives Kobe the best advice a friend could give.
You're a moron and a coward! I hate people like you!
On the verge of having a mental breakdown and needing words of encouragement? Luffy's got your back.
Kobe tells Luffy that his dream is to become a Marine so he can catch bad guys like Miss Honey Boo Boo One Too Many Go-Go Juices over here, and with the worst timing, she hears this and attacks Luffy and Kobe.
Kobe! Who is the most beautiful of all on these seas?
Easy, my mom. Next question.
During the fight, Luffy reveals he's actually made of rubber after eating a devil fruit known as the Gum Gum fruit. Or Gummu Gummo if you're a fucking weeb. Luffy beats Alvida and heads out before the Marines show up, and they set sail. Kobe tells Luffy about a pirate hunter who recently got captured. Intrigued by this, Luffy goes to see this man with the intentions to make him his first crew member. In episode 2, Luffy and Kobe enter Shell's Town, a small town with a marine base controlled by Marine Captain Axe Hand Morgan. They find an execution ground, and at the center of it is my favorite character in One Piece. May I introduce the pirate hunter, Roronoa Zoro. Fun fact, in the 4Kids version, they changed Zoro to Zolo because 4Kids didn't want to get sued by the makers of the Zoro movies.
Are we sure this isn't the main villain of the show?
I'm gonna kill him while he's tied up.
Here.
Listen, kid, I'm not hungry. Now stop irritating me and get out of here.
But
Do not make me kick your ass, little girl.
What can I say? Zoro's the best.
We then come across an alternate universe version of another character named Helmeppo. He's a spoiled brat who got Zoro tied up as a bet for causing a ruckus. If he can go 1 month tied up to this plank without food, then he's free to go. And he's got 10 days left.
I said throw her over the wall, soldier.
After helping the kid with her broken legs, they head back to the village. Helmeppo shows up saying he'll actually execute Zoro tomorrow instead of keeping the agreement. Luffy goes to Zoro and tells him that he's actually going to be executed tomorrow, and he uses this as an opportunity to tell him that if he doesn't want to die, then he should join his crew.
Jesus, for a main protagonist, Luffy's kind of a dick. Join my crew against your will, and you don't get shot.
Zoro begrudgingly agrees, and Luffy goes to find Zoro's normal amount of swords. Meanwhile, we meet Marine Captain Axe Hand Morgan, a self-absorbed douchebag who hates anyone that disobeys him.
You there. Go into town, find this girl and kill her.
Man, they, really do not like children in this show.
Luffy causes a ruckus with the Marines and is now on the run looking for Zoro's swords. He comes across Helmeppo and forces him to help him look for Zoro's swords.
Bingo! Hold on, there are 3 here.
Huh, 3 swords. That's weird. 1 sword makes sense. 2 swords, yeah, because you can use 1 in each hand. But why 3 swords? Where would you even put it? Oh, I know, it must be a backup in case 1 gets destroyed. Of course that's the reason. Marine Captain Axe Hand Morgan and some cronies show up to execute Zoro and Kobe right on the spot. But just before they could pull the trigger, Luffy arrives in the nick of time. Luffy gives Zoro back his swords, and as the Marines charge, Zoro takes action.
Now, Mr. Roronoa, for the 1015th time, I would highly advise against putting 3 pounds of cold steel in your mouth. Hope you got good dental insurance.
While Zoro holds off the Marines, he tells Luffy that he will join his crew to spread his name across the world and achieve his dream of becoming the world's greatest swordsman.
This is a direct order. Every Marine that just spouted weakness, pull your gun out and shoot yourself.
The few, the proud, the Marines.
Then Luffy and Marine Captain Axe Hand Morgan duke it out for a bit, but Helmeppo interrupts by making Kobe a hostage. Unfazed, Luffy and Zoro take them down, and the Marines celebrate that they are now free from these douchebags. Once again, this strange woman shows up snooping around the base looking for a treasure map of the Grand Line. Instead, she finds a note left behind by the ultimate tyrant, Destroyer of Worlds, the next King of Pirates, Buggy the Clown, who I guarantee you we'll talk about in the next video. Luffy, Zoro, and Kobe eat up at the village. Luffy exclaims his eagerness to head for the Grand Line ASAP. While violently shitting his pants, Kobe explains a bit about the world. The world is comprised of 2 giant oceans, the first half being the Grand Line. In between those oceans is a giant red landmass that goes around the world known as the Red Line. Anyways, the Marines show up and thank Luffy and Zoro for what they did, but tell them to leave town immediately since they are pirates. As the great guy that Luffy is, he beats the shit out of Kobe real quick and heads out. Kobe asks to join the Marines and gets accepted. Then, we watch as the newly formed Straw Hat Pirates set sail into the unknown. To be continued. Orange Town is 5 episodes and 14 chapters, making it twice as long as the previous arc. It starts off with 3 random pirates sailing around and they come across another ship and oh look! It's that orange-haired girl from the previous episode. She offers her treasure for their help.
Hold up. Here we go.
Meanwhile, our boys Luffy and Zoro are sailing around, and Luffy tells the story of where he got his straw hat from. It cuts to a flashback of Luffy as a kid in his home village called Fuchsia Village. A bunch of pirates are having a great time at the local bar, and Luffy is chilling next to his idol Shanks, who's wearing the straw hat. A few mountain bandits show up and start making a mess of the place.
I'm wanted. There's an 8 million berry bounty on my head.
8 million? That's insane! Guys, I think that's probably one of the highest bounties we'll ever see in this show.
Speaking of bounties, this is how they work in the One Piece world. Bounties are wanted posters issued by the world government for people to capture dead or alive. The price represents how much of a threat they are to the world government, not necessarily how strong a character is like a lot of people assume. After the alpha male bandits leave the beta male Shanks alone, Luffy grabs this random fruit from a treasure chest and eats it. It turns out that fruit that he ate was the Gum Gum Devil Fruit that turns your body into rubber like we saw earlier. Also, when you consume any devil fruit, you are then hated by the sea and your swimming license is revoked, meaning you can't swim and just sink to the bottom of the ocean. A while later, the mountain bandits attack Luffy for yelling at them because they made fun of Shanks. Then Makino goes to get help from the strongest man in all of One Piece.
Mayor, help me!
All hail Whoop Slap. I am but a humble servant asking for your mighty wisdom and godlike powers.
Fun fact, in the most recent Top 100 global poll, Whoop Slap was ranked 37. Before Child Protective Services can do anything, Shanks and his crew show up to stop the bandits.
Listen up, bandits. Whether I'm sprayed with alcohol or doused with food, hell, even if I'm spit on, most of the time I'll just laugh it off and forget about it.
Shanks is kinda freaky, isn't he?
After taking them down, the head bandit runs off with Luffy. The head bandit throws Luffy into the ocean, and since he ate a devil fruit, he sinks to the bottom. But then, a creature known as a Sea King emerges. It kills the bandit and then charges at Luffy. Luckily, Shanks shows up just in time to save Luffy and scares the Sea King away. Even though Luffy is saved, Shanks lost his arm in the process, and somehow not screaming in pain. A while later, Shanks and his crew are about to leave the village. Luffy promises that someday he'll become a pirate better than Shanks and become the king of the pirates. Impressed with Luffy's determination, Shanks gives him his precious straw hat and tells Luffy to give it back to him someday in good condition once he becomes a great pirate. Luffy's flashback in episode 4 is actually the very first chapter of One Piece with 56 pages. One of the biggest differences is that it starts with Luffy stabbing himself to prove he's tough enough to be a pirate, which explains the scar that we see under his eye. And now we flash forward to present day. Luffy and Zoro are still floating about and hungry. They find a bird and Luffy tries to catch it. Turns out the bird, was a lot bigger than they thought. Eventually, Luffy falls down and lands in Orange Town, next to the strange orange-haired girl who's on the run from pirates. During the commotion, the mysterious orange-haired girl pretends that she's Luffy's underling so she can escape from the pirates.
I wonder if they've killed that poor guy yet.
Wow, okay, what an actual bitch.
After Luffy beats the pirates, the strange orange-haired girl introduces herself as Nami, the thief/navigator who hates pirates and steals their treasure, and Luffy wants her to join his crew.
My goal is to earn 100 million berries, no matter how hard it is or how long it takes.
Even though in the anime we meet Nami in the very first episode, she actually doesn't show up until chapter 8 of the manga.
I guess I might consider joining you, but only if you'll agree to certain conditions. Really? I'll do anything.
Meanwhile, we get introduced to the main villain of this arc. May I introduce to you the Tyrant himself, the strongest character in all of One Piece, who makes even Goku, Saitama, and Shaggy quake in their boots. This is Buggy the Clown. And yes, that is his real nose. Nami brings Luffy to Buggy all tied up as a prisoner and asks to join his crew so she can steal their treasure for later. Buggy accepts, and they have a party. They then show off the destructive power of one of their special cannonballs, known as a Buggy Ball.
That's just a little nuke.
To prove Nami's loyalty, Buggy wants her to use a Buggy Ball to kill Luffy.
Let's get back to the welcoming party and just have more fun.
This is my idea of having more fun.
It ain't a party unless someone dies.
Nami refuses, and just before she's attacked, Mr. Three-Sword Style himself shows up. Buggy wants to fight Zoro to bolster his reputation.
Oh, he died. Well, alright. See you guys next video.
Buggy survives and stabs Zoro in the back. We learn that Buggy also ate a devil fruit known as the Chop fruit. He can split his body in half and is immune to being cut. As a last-ditch effort, Zoro points the cannon at Buggy and his crew. Nami fires a Buggy ball, killing them all. Okay, he's dead. See you guys next video. Zoro uses this opportunity to escape with Luffy.
Who is this guy?
Are you gonna help? Buggy wants revenge, so he sends one of his subordinates, Beast Tamer Moji, after them. The gang find refuge in the middle of a town and come across a pet shop. Next to that pet shop is the strongest character in all of One Piece. May I introduce to you, Shushu the dog. I guess Luffy is more of a cat kind of guy. Meanwhile, the mayor of Orangetown shows up and explains a bit about Shushu and the town. 40 years ago, everyone came to the island with nothing and worked to slowly build this town from the ground up. The town and its villagers is the mayor's treasure. Shushu lived with his owner at the local pet shop. They both worked hard and enjoyed each other's company. He was a frail old man who gradually got weaker and more ill. One day, he tells Shushu that he's gonna go away for a while and wants Shushu to hold down the fort until he comes back. And like your dad going to get some milk from the store, he never came back. To Shushu, this pet shop and the memories of his owner are his treasure. Beast Tamer Moji and his trusted lion Richie show up. They yeet Luffy and start attacking the pet shop so Richie can get some food. Shushu fights back to the best of his abilities, but it's a lion 3 times its normal size, so it doesn't go too well. The shop is burned to the ground. Luffy sees this and goes to look for Moji and Richie. He one-shots Richie and cements his hate for furries by beating Moji. Frustrated by his weakness, the mayor goes to fight Buggy. Luffy and Co. go to help him. Luffy shows his determination to save the old man from getting hurt by kicking his ass. Buggy's other subordinate, Kabaji, shows up looking to fight. Zoro decides to fight him. Also, keep this in mind. Whenever the Straw Hats come across an enemy with a sword, 9 times out of 10, Zoro will fight him. Kabaji fights dirty using a bunch of weird tricks and kicking Zoro in his wound he got from Buggy. With his massive balls of titanium, Zoro purposely takes a hit from Kabaji to show his determination. In the manga, Zoro actually cuts himself rather than letting Kabaji stab him. Zoro finishes Kabaji off with his rice ball attack. Nami decides it's fucking stupid to watch a bunch of sweaty weebs fight each other and goes off to steal Buggy's treasure. Next up, Luffy and Buggy duke it out. Luffy's got the upper hand, but Buggy plays dirty and attacks Luffy's hat. Of course, this pisses off Luffy, and he goes sicko mode on Buggy. Buggy reveals that he knew a man with a hat like that. We learned that Buggy actually knew Shanks and they used to be in the same pirate crew when they were younger. This right here is a small example of what I love about this show. So many pieces are connected. Many characters that we meet early on in this series who don't seem that important become much more relevant to the plot in some way. In the final episode of this arc, Buggy tells the story of when he and Shanks were on the same pirate crew. During a fight with an enemy ship, Buggy comes across a treasure map that points to loot at the bottom of the ocean.
Treasure map! I've never seen one before.
You must not be a very good pirate if you've never seen a treasure map before.
The crew also found a devil fruit, and Buggy learns that devil fruits can sell up to 100 million berries. Damn, a fruit is worth more than that mountain bandit from earlier.
But if we ever meet on the ocean, then we'd have to have a fight to the death.
Why? That sounds like a really shitty reunion. Hey, Frank, long time no see. How have you been? Ah, shit.
Buggy steals the fruits with plans to sell it and take the treasure for himself. Shanks notices Buggy and goes to see what he's up to. In a panic, Buggy puts a whole ass pineapple in his mouth and accidentally swallows it, giving him the powers that we've seen. Buggy drops the treasure map and goes to grab it, but doesn't realize that he loses the ability to swim. and Shanks goes to save him in the most dramatic way possible. And now Buggy hates Shanks for causing him to lose the ability to swim. So now Buggy swears that if he can't get any treasure underwater, then he will do everything he can to grab all treasure on land. For Buggy, his definition of treasure is in the literal sense of money, fame, and power. This also applies to Nami to a certain extent.
Honestly, what did your parents teach you?
Buggy fails to reassemble his entire body because Nami grabs some of the parts. Then Luffy deals the finishing blow to Buggy. For thanks, Nami gives Luffy the map of the Grand Line, and she decides to join the crew. The townspeople show up and notice all the damage and that the mayor is knocked out.
He's out cold.
The pirates definitely did this. How horrible.
No, I'm the one who kicked that old man's ass.
One of the many flaws of Luffy is that he's way too honest. Like, this guy cannot lie to save his life.
The Straw Hats run away while the villagers chase them. Luckily, good old Shushu blocks their path so they can escape. The mayor eventually wakes up and goes to say his goodbyes to the Straw Hats and thanks them for saving his village, and the Straw Hats sail off. Then, before the episode ends, we get a teaser of what's to come next. The true, strongest character in all of One Piece and the meaning of life. Next time, we'll talk about God himself. To be continued. Syrup Village is 10 episodes and 20 chapters, making it twice as long as Orange Town. I really hope every arc isn't just going to be twice as long as the previous one. We start off in this small, quiet village. Nothing's really going on, but all of a sudden this strange man starts running into the village and yelling that pirates are coming. Turns out, it was all a lie, and he just likes to fuck with the villagers when he's bored. Meanwhile, the Straw Hats are sailing around, and Nami uses her nagging abilities to tell the gang that if they want to enter the Grand Line, then they need an actual ship, more crew members, and some food.
We'll need a cook and maybe a musician to keep us entertained.
A musician?
Back at the village, we learn that this guy's name is Usopp, the town liar and sniper who's godlike with a slingshot. He has his own little pirate crew called the Usopp Pirates with 3 kids from the village named Carrot, Pepper, and Onion. You know for a fact their parents hated them. Onion comes in running frantically and screaming like he just saw his mom and dad wrestling each other. He tells everyone that some pirates actually landed into the village and they go to investigate. The Straw Hats show up and Usopp comes to confront them with his army of 8,000 men. Unfortunately, Nami and Luffy call his bullshit and the rest of the kids run away. Luffy tells Usopp that he knows his dad Yasopp, who's a member of Shanks' crew, and they instantly become best friends and eat at a restaurant to talk about his dad.
Quick Japanese lesson. Meshi means food, so that restaurant is literally just called food. I love it. You don't need fancy names like Costco or Applebee's. Just tell me what you're selling and I'm good to go.
Usopp doesn't know too much about his father because at a young age, Yasopp left the village to pursue a life of piracy. Nami asks Usopp if they know anyone in the village who could give them a ship. Usopp says he doesn't know, but Zoro mentions the mansion far off into the village. Usopp tells him not to go there and runs off. Speaking of the mansion, we meet Kaya, a girl who became sick after her parents died, and her butler Kaya asks Klahadore, nailed it, if she can see Usopp, but Klahadore tells her that she mustn't as he's a troublemaker. I mean, can you blame him? Look at that nose. Usopp goes to visit Kaya and tells her stories of his great adventures as Captain Usopp, like how he landed on an island that was actually poop from a giant goldfish. Obviously, these stories aren't real, but Kaya knows that. He tells these crazy fake stories to cheer her up since she's sick and can't leave the mansion. The Usopp pirates confront the Straw Hats and ask them where Usopp is at. Once everything is cleared up, they tell the Straw Hats about how Usopp goes to the mansion to see his main hoe. Luffy thinks it's a good idea to go see Kaya and ask her for a ship directly. They head to the mansion, but before Luffy can ask, Klahadore shows up and tells them to leave. Meanwhile, the man with the most drip of any anime character enters the scene. May I introduce Django the Hypnotist. Back at the mansion, Klahadore starts talking shit about Usopp's dad. He gets pissed and punches Klahadore. Then Usopp and everyone leaves the mansion. A bit later, Klahadore goes to Kaya with some food and they talk about what happened.
Thank you. I don't want it.
The cook would be most upset to hear you say that.
Mamma mia! Why won't you eat the big Tony spicy macaroni? I spent 5 hours making this just for you! Isn't that right, Papa Bagoo?
Yeah,
Anyways, Klahadore reminisces about how he came to the village 3 years ago. He was fired from his previous job and was on the verge of dying from hunger. Kaya's dad lets him into the mansion and gives him a job as a butler. Now that Kaya's parents are dead, Klahadore wants to do everything he can to make sure Kaya is safe. Meanwhile, Django runs into everyone and shows off his hypnotism. A strange adult hypnotizing 3 little boys? The police ain't gonna like that one, Chief. Usopp is having a sad boy hours, but Luffy goes to see him to cheer him up. As they talk, Luffy points out Klahadore at the shore having a conversation with Django. Turns out, Klahadore is actually the infamous Captain Kudo, the second smartest man in all of East Blue, who supposedly died 3 years ago. Captain Kudo faked his death because he got tired of living a life of piracy and just wants to live a normal, quiet, but rich life. He plans to have his crew, the Black Cat Pirates, raid the village and make Kaya sign her will, leaving all of her fortune to him, and then kill her by making it seem like an accident. Luffy and Usopp hear all of this, and like the righteous, brain-dead guy he is, Luffy immediately confronts Django and Captain Kudo. Django hypnotizes Luffy and he falls off the cliff. Usopp runs to tell the village that pirates are coming, but Captain Kudo isn't worried at all because nobody would believe him since he always lies. This story is pretty much The Boy Who Cried Wolf, but with pirates. Usopp heads to the village and tells everyone that pirates are coming, but they all just assume he's lying and up to his old tricks as usual. All the villagers exclaim how they wish he was more honest like good old, totally not at all evil Klahadore. Back at the mansion, Kaya talks to the other butler, Mary, about Klahadore's 3rd year anniversary since he started working at the mansion. They plan to give him some new glasses as a gift.
Wow, he worked his ass off for 3 years for some sick rich girl, and all he gets are some glasses? You know what? Now on Captain Kudo's side. Fuck this village.
The Straw Hats and Usopp pirates go to look for Luffy. They notice him at the bottom of the shore, but realize he's just sleeping and wake him up. Luffy tells them about Captain Kudo and his plan to kill Kaya for her fortune. Usopp tries to warn Kaya and get her away from the village, but Kaya doesn't believe him and calls him pathetic for making up such harsh lies.
Kinda makes you wonder what would happen if everyone did believe Usopp. Honestly, it'd probably be worse.
At night, the Straw Hats and Usopp talk about how the Black Cat Pirates are going to attack the village tomorrow morning. Usopp wants to fight them before they can enter the village, so all the villagers can just assume he's lying like usual and don't have to worry about anything. The Straw Hats commend his bravery and decide to help him. Captain Kudo heads back into the mansion and sees Mary. He finds the glasses and Mary tells him it's a gift from Kaya. Captain Kudo shows his true colors by breaking the shitty gift and attacking Mary with his cat claws. Also, this might just be me, but I really like the colors and imagery in this arc, especially this section. Once Captain Kudo attacks Mary, everything goes dark with these blue and green colors. There's no music, and Kudo just slowly walks up to Kaya's room with his bloody claws, ready to kill her, but he decides to hold back until tomorrow, and then he walks away in this Dutch angle into the darkness. It's pretty neat, and we don't really get a lot of stuff like this in the anime. Usopp and the Straw Hats get ready to fight the Black Cat Pirates at the shore.
But victory depends on our strength. What is it you guys can do?
I cut.
I stretch. I steal.
I make it the spiciest macaroni in all of Palma.
Dawn breaks and everyone is ready to fight, but strangely enough, nobody has shown up to the shore yet. With her supersonic hearing, Nami hears battle cries from afar. Usopp realizes that they're at the wrong shore and try to catch up before it's too late. Nami accidentally falls into the oil and pulls Zoro with her, but uses him as a ledge so she can get through. Usopp is the only one to make it, and rightfully so, starts to shit himself at the thought of fighting a bunch of bloodthirsty pirates. I mean, can you blame him? He's just some dorky 17-year-old kid who's never fought in his life before. Speaking of ages, it's not really important, but in this point of the story, Luffy and Usopp are 17, Nami is 18, and Zoro is 19. Usopp tries to bargain with them that they can take the treasure on the Straw Hat ship if they leave the village. Of course, Nami shows up and immediately beats the shit out of Usopp for speaking such blasphemy. And now the two most normal characters in this show fight off a bunch of pirates, and they do pretty well for the most part, but it doesn't last too long. The Black Cat Pirates power through Usopp and Nami and head into the village. They kill everyone and take Kaya's fortune. The end. Nah, I'm just fucking with you. Luffy and Zoro show up and kick their asses. Captain Kudo is wondering why the Black Cats haven't arrived yet and heads off to see what's taking so long. The Black Cat Pirates are no match for Luffy and Zoro, so Django hypnotizes everyone to make them extremely jacked.
See, you don't need to work out to get swole. Just find a hypnotist at your local gym and you're good to go.
The hypnotism also worked on Luffy, and he goes full angry Xbox Kid mode and rips the mask off the Black Cat ship ready to attack. But Django puts him to sleep before he can do anything. Meanwhile, Onion tells the others he saw Captain Kudo walking alone towards the shore, and so they go to check on Kaya. Speaking of Kaya, she wakes up looking for Klahadore, but finds Mary on the floor covered in blood. Mary tells Kaya that Klahadore is actually a pirate who attacked him and wants her fortune for himself.
No, you're lying!
Why would he lie? Yeah, your most trusted butler who's covered in blood, barely conscious and crying with broken glass all over the floor is totally lying to you. Does being sick make you stupid too?
Back at the shore, Django is struggling to get his men up the slope, so he summons the Meowbun brothers to fight Zoro.
This is why people don't watch One Piece.
The Meowbun brothers pretend to be scaredy cats and steal Zoro's swords. Nami tries to bring Zoro back his swords, but Django attacks her. Just as things start to look up for the Black Cats, Captain Kudo shows up and he is pissed. Captain Kudo is disappointed that they're taking so long to get up the shore. The Meowbun brothers think Captain Kudo is a dumb, stinky head and try to kill him, but Captain Kudo puts them in their place.
I'm one of those crazy weapons.
Says the guy who puts a fucking sword in his mouth.
Kudo gives the Black Cat pirates 5 minutes to fix everything, or he'll kill them all. The Meowbun brothers go to kill Zoro, but just before they can attack, Nami brings Zoro back his swords and he finishes them off. Unfortunately, Bucci survives because he's so darn fat, and he asks Django to hypnotize him so he's strong enough to kill Zoro. Nami goes to wake up Luffy, who's been asleep for like a whole episode while his friends are fighting for their lives. What a great main character. Django goes to attack her, but Luffy wakes up in the nick of time and he's ready to fight. Captain Kudo says that time is up and he's ready to kill everyone. Kaya shows up to confront Captain Kudo, but he thinks it's someone trying to attack her from behind. Captain Kudo tries to pretend like everything's fine, but Kaya calls him out on his bullshit and pulls out the 9. Captain Kudo talks to Kaya about the good old days and says how he absolutely hated all those 3 years of being her servant. She tries to plead with him and is willing to give up her fortune if he leaves the village, but he wants to stay on this island and live a nice quiet life away from piracy, but only if Kaya dies, leaving her fortune with him. Usopp tries to shoot Kudo, but he dodges a fucking bullet and gets ready to pay back Usopp for punching him from earlier. Just before Captain Kudo can attack, Luffy punches him square in the face and says my favorite one-liner in this entire arc.
If he hates getting hit that much, he's about to have a really bad day!
Oh, shit! The Usopp pirates show up and attack Kudo.
I bet now he wishes he didn't break those glasses he got from Kaya.
Usopp tells the kids to run and protect Kaya. Then Captain Kudo tells Django to go after them and have Kaya sign her will and kill her. Meanwhile, he'll fight Luffy. Zoro eventually beats Bucci. Anybody remember that going on?
Usopp, you good? Do you need some water? You gotta talk to me, man. I don't know what you want me to do.
Zoro takes Usopp to go find Kaya and take care of Django. During the fight with Luffy and Captain Kudo, we get a flashback of the day when Captain Kudo decided to quit being a pirate 3 years ago. The Black Cat pirates are being attacked by Marines for the 3rd time in a week, and Captain Kudo is sick of it. He goes onto the Marine ship and kills everyone by himself, but purposely leaves one Marine alive. And guess what? This guy is the soon-to-be Marine Captain Axe Hand Morgan from the first arc, and Captain Kudo is responsible for giving Morgan his iron jaw. Django hypnotizes one of their crew members into thinking he's Captain Kudo, and also hypnotizes Morgan into thinking he captured him and take him back to Marine headquarters to be executed. Luffy is pissed at Kudo for half-assing the life of a pirate and uses Rock Smash on him. We then cut to the Usopp pirates and Kaya running into the forest, and Django chases them. Back at the shore, Luffy keeps whacking Captain Kudo, and so he uses his ultimate technique, called the out of the back attack. Yeah, he's not very good at coming up with names. I mean, his fake name is fucking Klahadore. The out of the back attack is a technique that indiscriminately attacks everyone in the area. Captain Kudo moves so fast that he can't really tell what he's hitting, but he doesn't care and has no issues attacking his own crew. Of course, this pisses off Luffy that he'd attack his own men. We go back to the Usopp pirates and they devise a plan to take down Django. They do pretty well actually for a couple of kids, but soon they realize this isn't a Disney movie and Django immediately takes care of them. Kaya begs Django to stop and is willing to sign her will and die as long as he doesn't kill the kids. Eventually, Usopp and Zoro catch up to them and beat Django. At the same time, Luffy decides to forgive Captain Kudo for everything he's done with a kiss, but accidentally headbutts him instead. Then, the Black Cat pirates leave the village for good, and Usopp and the Straw Hats save the day. Kaya and the Usopp pirates tell Usopp that they should inform the village about what happened, but Usopp doesn't want the villagers to know, so things can continue as they were, as if it was all a lie.
And I seriously doubt that any more pirates like Kuro and his gang will show up. There's no reason for pirates to attack our out-of-the-way little village.
That's actually a perfectly good reason why someone would attack your village. Ever heard of Island Saga? They'll fuck your shit up.
Afterwards, the Usopp pirates have a meeting at their base, and they reminisce about the day they met and formed the Usopp pirates 5 years ago, where they were just goofing off, going on small little adventures. Usopp says that after today's battle, he has decided that he'll leave the village and start his life as a pirate. He tells Onion, Carrot, and Pepper to follow their dreams as the Usopp pirates are hereby disbanded. Meanwhile, the Straw Hats are eating over at Meshi, and Kaya tells them that she has a gift for them as thanks for their help, and it's a ship that Mary made called the Going Merry. Usopp meets up with everyone and tells Kaya that he's gonna leave to pursue his dreams, and when he returns, he'll tell her stories of his crazy adventures that sound even more bizarre than his old lies. Usopp says his goodbyes to the Straw Hats and hopes to see them around at sea sometime, but Luffy and Zoro tell him to hop on board since they are friends, and with that, they gain a new member to the crew, Captain Usopp, and they set sail. Before the episode ends, Mary tells Kaya about Usopp's past and the whole reason he started lying. Not long after Yasopp left the village, Usopp's mom was sick, and just before she died, she told Usopp to be a brave and kind man like his father. Now all alone, Usopp constantly goes to the village screaming that pirates are coming in the hopes that one day his father will actually come home to see him. This story inspires Kaya to achieve her own dream of becoming a doctor, and the kids decide to carry on Usopp's legacy of screaming that the pirates are coming. To be continued. Or so you thought! The Straw Hats are chilling on their new ship, and Luffy makes a flag that perfectly represents his IQ. Luckily, Usopp fixes it. Nami tells them that they're about to enter an island called Treasure Island, wow how original, that is said to hold vast amounts of treasure. The Straw Hats land on the island and notice these strange creatures like this snake rabbit, panda bat, and chicken dog. Alright, who let the animals fuck each other? The island god tells them to leave at once or face his divine punishment. Luffy finds the island god and turns out it's this dude stuck in a box, and surprisingly, his name is not Jack, it's Gaimon. Gaimon tells them that many years ago, his pirate crew came to this island looking for treasure. They couldn't find anything and decide to leave, but Gaimon realizes they didn't check up on the cliff. He goes to look and notices a bunch of unopened treasure chests. He falls off the cliff and lands in a treasure box. Gaimon looks for his crew and finds out they already left without him, and so now he's stuck on this island and in this box. His goal is to protect the treasure on the island for himself. The Straw Hats decide to help Gaimon get the treasure for him. When Luffy goes to get the treasure, it turns out the boxes are actually empty. Even though Gaimon feels he's wasted his life on those boxes, a part of him is relieved and can now focus on protecting his other treasure, being these abominations of God. Then the Straw Hats leave the island.
Even though this seems a lot like filler, it's surprisingly not. And honestly, it's kind of nice to have the Straw Hats go on these one-off low-stakes adventures, after all the crazy shit they just went through in Syrup Village. And honestly, I kind of wish they do a lot more of these in between each arc.
Also, this small section of the story actually takes place after Orangetown in the manga, before Usopp joins the crew. A lot of stuff within the East Blue Saga switched around in the anime. I'm honestly not sure why though. Baratier is 12 episodes and 24 chapters. The Straw Hats are sailing in their new ship. Luffy and Usopp decide to do some cannon practice on a nearby rock. Yeah, fuck that rock. All my homies hate that rock. Meanwhile, Zoro is sleeping and we get a flashback of his past. When Zoro was younger, he'd go around challenging dojos to prove he's the strongest, on his quest to become the world's greatest swordsman. He comes across his next victim and challenges the master for his dojo, but the master tells Zoro he'll fight his daughter Kuina instead.
All right, let us begin.
Jesus, Zoro was even more brain dead as a kid.
Kuina wins the fight, and Zoro decides to join the dojo for the sole purpose of beating Kuina.
Duh! With 2,000 total wins and 0 losses!
These kids have way too much free time. Read a book, like One Piece. Shit's good.
At night, Kuina's father tells her that even though she's good with the sword, she can never become the world's greatest because she's a girl. Well, duh. Girls have cooties. Ugh. Zoro finds Kuina and challenges her to their 2001 fight with real swords. Hey, maybe don't let children walk around with real swords? Once again, Zoro loses for the 2001 time, and he's frustrated he can't beat her no matter how hard he tries. Kuina says she's jealous of Zoro for being born a man and tells him that naturally Zoro will become stronger than her and how she can never achieve her dream. This pisses off Zoro. To him, it feels like an insult to all the hard work he's put in to beat her someday. Zoro doesn't care about whether someone's a boy or a girl. To him, what matters is skill.
Look at that. Zoro out here being progressive as fuck.
Zoro and Kuina decide to become rivals to see who will become the world's greatest swordsman someday. A while later, Zoro is training, and some of the students come up to him with the grim news that Kuina is dead. Well, that didn't last long. Zoro asks the dojo master if he can have Kuina's sword and swears that he'll work hard to become the world's greatest swordsman for the both of them. Kuina's dad agrees and gives him the Wado Ichimonji. Fun fact, in the manga, this flashback actually took place during Romance Dawn when Zoro was about to be executed. I actually prefer how it's handled in the anime. In the manga, it was only like a few pages and felt very rushed. We cut back to present day, and the crew decide that before they enter the Grand Line, they'll need a cook. Then a random dude comes barging in wanting to fight the Straw Hats. Turns out, it's Zoro's old bounty hunter buddy, Johnny. Johnny attacked the Straw Hats because him and his partner, Yosaku, were chilling on the mountain that Luffy and Usopp decided to blow up. After everything's cleared up, Johnny takes them to the sea restaurant Baratier to look for a cook. On the way to Baratier, they come across a marine ship led by Lieutenant Iron Fist Fullbody, who tells his men to sink the Going Merry. Luffy blocks the attack and accidentally fires at Baratier, hitting the head chef in his room. The cooks take Luffy to the owner of Baratier, head chef Zeph, who loves to disco.
The longer the hat, the better the cook, and the smaller the cock.
Chef Zeph tells Luffy he's gonna have to work for a whole year to pay off his debt. And so for the rest of this video, Luffy shall only be addressed as Chore Boy. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Fullbody and his date enjoy a relaxing meal. Fullbody tries to show off his culinary knowledge, but the sous chef embarrasses him, causing Fullbody to go full Karen mode, demanding the manager and to shut the place down, saying how he's the victim, nag, nag, nag. The sous chef is pissed that Fullbody would waste food, so he beats the shit out of him.
Man, Chili's is wild nowadays. I knew I should have just gone to Denny's or something.
Chef Patty comes in trying to stop the sous chef from killing Fullbody. Then Chore Boy and Chef Zeph fall from the ceiling. More shenanigans ensue as a Marine comes charging in covered in blood, telling Fullbody that the pirate they captured escaped and killed most of their men.
I'm sorry, Lieutenant.
Scratch that, all of his men. This is Geen, the right-hand man of the Krieg pirates. He's been starving for several days and wants to eat.
Of course, right away, but might I be so bold to inquire how you're paying for your meal? Will a bullet be enough?
Sir, this is a refined establishment, so it's actually going to be 3 bullets through my skull. Please.
Patty beats Geen and kicks him out of the restaurant, but then the sous chef makes some food for Geen. Now let me introduce to you Sanji, the cool-headed,
Arrogant assholes like you who think they're such big shots they can—
healthiest lungs, and the greatest gentleman you'll ever meet. Sanji is a man who will never let anyone go hungry regardless of their background, because he understands what it's like to go hungry at sea. After seeing this, Chore Boy decides he wants Sanji to join his crew. Geen goes back to his ship and tells his captain that he'll take them to Baratier. 4 days passed and the Krieg pirates arrive at Baratier, but their ship is in bad shape and all the men are slowly dying of hunger. Geen brings his captain, Don Krieg, the strongest man and ruler of East Blue, into the restaurant to eat. They beg, but nobody wants to make food for them. Then Sanji comes in and brings food to Don Krieg simply because he's hungry. And as thanks, Don Krieg gives Sanji a haymaker for the meal.
That food was absolutely delicious. Indeed. And how you be paying, sir? Where are my manners?
Don Krieg, the ruler of East Blue, is a ruthless man who had 5,000 men and 50 battleships. He was a prisoner that killed the captain of a marine ship on board and took it for himself. He'd pretend to be a normal marine ship when entering towns, just to attack the villages. For Don Krieg, anything goes if it means victory. Now at full strength, Don Krieg wants Baratier as his new ship, and demands the cooks make food for his remaining 100 men. All the cooks deny, but Sanji decides to make the food.
Order up for actual Hitler?
Of course, all the cooks try to stop Sanji, but then Chef Zeph comes in and gives Don Krieg the food. Don Krieg recognizes Chef Zeph as the former Redfoot Zeph, a powerful pirate and cook who sailed the Grand Line for a year. Don Krieg wants Chef Zeph's logbook detailing his adventures on the Grand Line. The reason Don Krieg's ship is so wrecked and the lack of men is because in 1 week of sailing the Grand Line, they lost all of their ships and most of their men to a single man with eyes like a hawk. Don Krieg feeds his men and tells them the plan for going back to the Grand Line.
Sir, why are we going back there?
Rule number 1 aboard Don Krieg's ship. Never have an opinion or you will be shot.
The Krieg pirates go to attack Baratier, but before they can make it, out of nowhere their ship gets sliced in half and falls apart. The one responsible is the man who messed with them on the Grand Line. May I introduce to you Hawkeye Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman. This is who Zoro has been looking for and needs to beat to achieve his and Kuina's dream. During all the commotion, Johnny and Yosaku tell the Straw Hats that Nami took the ship and the treasure for herself, leaving the Straw Hat crew. When asked why he destroyed all the ships, Hawkeye says it was just all for the lulz. Hilarious, but dick move, Hawkeye. Zoro challenges Mihawk for the title of world's greatest swordsman. Unfortunately, Zoro loses the fight, realizing he's not as strong as he thinks, but he earns the respect of Mihawk. Hawkeye tells Zoro to train hard and seek him out someday for another chance at the title. Zoro then apologizes to Chorboy for being so weak and swears to the future King of Pirates that from this day forward, he'll never lose again, and one day he'll defeat Hawkeye Mihawk. Don Krieg decides that he wants some character development too, and challenges Mihawk to a fight, but Hawkeye leaves because he's bored. The chefs prepare to fight the Krieg pirates, and Chorboy makes a deal with Chef Zeph that if he beats the Krieg pirates, then he doesn't have to work at Baratier anymore.
What if we come across someone like Hawkeye Mihawk again? Then what'll we do?
Never ask logical questions. Rule number 1, guys, come on. This is basic stuff.
The cooks reveal that Baratier is actually a freaking transformer and open up the fins, making it easier to fight. Then, Patty and Carne use the fish head of Baratier as their motherfucking battleship and attack Don Krieg. That fails horribly and Don Krieg throws the ship towards Baratier, but Sanji goes to stop it.
Huh, I wonder what Sanji can do. Because Luffy can stretch, Zoro uses swords, Nami steals, and Usopp shits his pants. A lot. So what's left?
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, Sanji kicks. And he's so flexible. His yoga instructor must be proud. There's a lot of back and forth between the cooks and the Krieg pirates, but the cooks manage to get the upper hand until...
It's only fair I give you a warning. I am Pearl, the invincible shield!
Just like the Meowbon brothers from Syrup Village, this is my least favorite part of this arc.
They eventually take down Pearl.
Thank God.
But Gin has taken Chef Zeph hostage and asks Sanji to stop and let them have Baratier. Pearl wakes up.
Oh, come on.
And attacks Sanji. We then get a flashback 10 years ago when Sanji was 9 years old as an apprentice cook aboard a cruise ship. Lil Sanji talks about his dream of finding the All Blue, an ocean where all the fish in the world gather together. It's known as a cook's paradise. The other cooks tell him it's just an urban legend, as the world is divided into 4 seas: the North, South, East, and West Blue, making it impossible for them to connect because of the Red Line. During a storm, some pirates raid the cruise ship, and it's Redfoot Zeph of all people. Lil Sanji defends himself, but he's fighting a grown-ass man, so that doesn't work out too well. Then the storm pushes little Sanji off into the ocean, and Zeph goes to save him, but his leg gets caught in some debris, and so he uses an anchor to cut off his leg, ending his career as a pirate. I want to come back to this moment later because this isn't actually how Redfoot Zeph lost his leg. Much later, little Sanji wakes up in the middle of nowhere next to Zeph. Zeph says they got to look out for ships on opposite sides of the island. They share an equal portion of food while they wait. Many days pass and there's no ships in sight. Lil Sanji runs out of food in just 20 out of 70 days. This teaches Lil Sanji the importance of not wasting food, as earlier he would throw away leftovers. This is why he hates people who waste food. Hungry and full of anger, Lil Sanji goes to steal Zeph's food with the intent to kill, but when Lil Sanji opens the bag, it's revealed that it's just treasure and Zeph gave Lil Sanji all the food they had.
Wait, they have a bunch of money. Why don't they just buy— oh.
Remember how Redfoot Zeph cut his leg off using the anchor to save Lil Sanji? Well, that's not how it actually happened. In the manga, when Zeph and Lil Sanji were on the island, Zeph actually smashes his own leg with a rock and eats it so he doesn't starve to death, which is way more hardcore than cutting it off with an anchor. Eventually, little Sanji and Zeph are rescued, and Zeph decides as his final purpose in life, he'd open up a restaurant in the middle of the ocean to prevent others from getting into situations like this. Pearl wakes up again and charges at Luffy and Sanji. Oh my god, I wish someone would just one-shot this piece of shit.
You're a wizard.
Gin decides that he wants to kill Sanji himself.
And it will be an absolute pleasure to kill you, my good friend.
I don't think Gin understands how friendship works.
They fight and it's pretty even, but Gin gets the upper hand. Gin can't bring himself to kill Sanji because of what he did for him. Gin apologizes to Don Krieg for not obeying his orders, and asks if they can just leave the ship alone. And Don Krieg ain't too fond of that suggestion. Don Krieg fires a poison gas called the MH5. The Krieg pirates put on their gas masks, and the cooks dive underwater. Choi Boy steals some face masks and gives them to Sanji and Gin. Then another face mask coincidentally shows up next to Chore Boy. The smoke settles and Gin is the only one suffering from the poison gas because he gave his gas masks to Chore Boy. Gin didn't want to take it as his own punishment for disobeying Don Krieg. Don Krieg laughs at Gin and then Chore Boy goes to fight him. Probably the best moment of this entire fight is when Chore Boy gets hit by a bunch of poison darts. He gets ready to hit Don Krieg, but Don Krieg pulls out a metal sheet covered in spikes. Chore Boy doesn't care and punches right through the spikes. Damn! Don Krieg pulls out a bunch of different weapons, like a spear, small explosives, a fucking flamethrower, and a steel net. But that won't stop good old Chore Boy. He grabs Don Krieg and finishes him off. And so now we can finally go back to calling him Luffy. Before they can celebrate, Don Krieg attacks in an unconscious rage, but Gin stops him and they leave Baratier for good.
You don't owe me any favors, but when the kid wakes up, tell him I said I'll see him on the Grand Line.
Later, Luffy wakes up and Sanji tells him the Krieg pirates left. Luffy asks Sanji if he'll join his crew, but Sanji declines, saying he won't leave for the Grand Line until he's repaid his debt to Zeph for saving his life. Then we get my favorite scene in this entire arc. Sanji turns to Luffy with this big smile and asks if he's heard of the All Blue. This is a really wholesome moment because Sanji has this genuine smile that we rarely ever see, and he's just gushing about his passions. Later, everyone digs in, but Luffy and Sanji show up and everyone gives them the cold shoulder and tells them to sit on the floor.
Are we sure this isn't just my middle school?
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine.
All the chefs complain about the soup that Sanji made, saying it's garbage, and even Zeph thinks it's horrible.
Don't flatter yourself.
There's a fine line between tough love and abuse, and I feel like 9 times out of 10 in anime, it's just straight up abuse.
Once Sanji leaves, the cooks admit that the soup is actually really good, but they lied because he's too stubborn to listen to reason. Then Chef Zeph asks Luffy to take Sanji with him to the Grand Line so he can follow his dreams. While Sanji is chilling outside, he gets attacked by Yosaku, casually being eaten by a shark. Tuesdays, am I right? Yosaku tells Luffy that he figured out where Nami is heading with the ship, and before they leave, Sanji tells Luffy that he'll join the Straw Hats. And so now, Sanji has joined the party. Sanji leaves without saying goodbye, but Chef Zeph simply tells Sanji to take care of himself. Then, in a burst of emotion, Sanji tearfully says thank you to Zeph for everything he's done. Then they head off to get Nami back. Speaking of Nami, before the episode ends, we see her heading into an island that has some weird building attached to it. Stay tuned next time as we visit Nami's hometown of Kokoyashi Village. To be continued. Arlong Park is 14 episodes and 27 chapters, making it the longest arc within the East Blue Saga. We start off with Team Luffy sailing to Nami's hometown, and Yosaku tells them about the dangerous Arlong, a powerful fishman with 20 million berries who's much stronger than Don Krieg and is in control of 20 different villages within the East Blue, including Nami's hometown. We also learn about the 7 warlords of the sea, 7 powerful pirates who were selected by the world government to stop other pirates in exchange for not being captured. Hawkeye Mihawk is one of these warlords, so we already know these guys are bad news bears. The boys decide to eat, but they're immediately greeted by this abomination of mankind known as Momu, who wants some of the grub. Meanwhile, at Kokoyashi Village, we visit the infamous Arlong Park. The Marine Captain Nezumi is finishing up a deal with our main antagonist, Arlong, a fishman who hates most humans as he sees them as inferior creatures to the fishman race.
Now, if you think Arlong is racist, just wait till we get to Fishman Island. That entire arc is all about racism. And cute mermaids.
We also meet Hachi, one of Arlong's commanders and the second best fishman in the entire series. Outside of Arlong Park, Nami is slowly heading over, but is stopped by a kid who wants to kill Arlong for killing his father and friends.
Arlong's going to die today!
Why does this show hate kids so much?
Nami goes to Arlong Park, and we learn that she's actually a member of Arlong's crew, and just use the Straw Hats to get their money.
Damn, I guess Nami really likes seafood.
Meanwhile, we check up on Zoro's team. They arrive near Arlong Park and Zoro wants to pull a Leroy Jenkins on him. But Usopp and Johnny don't really feel like dying right now, so they tie him up. They decide to parallel park at Kokoyashi, but come across some fishmen. So Usopp and Johnny decide to be assholes and abandon Zoro, who gets caught by the fishmen. Usopp and Johnny arrive at the neighboring village of Gosa. This town was destroyed due to Arlong and his men, and is where that kid from earlier used to live. One of the fishmen catches up to Usopp and chases him, but Johnny escaped just in time. On the run, Usopp comes across the boy from earlier and a blue-haired Nami. The fishman catches up and Usopp tries to attack, but the blue-haired Nami gives him a good bonk. Afterwards, the fishman who captured Zoro takes him to Arlong Park and he learns the truth about Nami. Nami tells Zoro she doesn't care about the Straw Hats, so Zoro makes the appropriate response of diving into the ocean. Yeesh, what a drama queen. Nami saves Zoro, and after teaching him the values of life, they lock him up. Afterwards, Usopp wakes up at the blue-haired Nami's home. Her name is Nojiko, and she's Nami's stepsister. Nojiko tells Usopp about Nami working for Arlong.
I can't stand this! I have to avenge my father! I don't care if I die! Then die.
Oh my god, give him a break. This kid is literally going through like a villain's backstory right now.
After Arlong leaves, Nami frees Zoro and tells him to go before Arlong comes back. Arlong and his men arrive in Kokoyashi Village to talk to Genzo, the sheriff of Kokoyashi, about his weapon stash, as Arlong sees it as a potential rebellion. Arlong decides to kill Genzo as an example to anyone who tries to rebel. Luckily, the brave Demon King Usopp stops him just in time. Unluckily, Arlong is extremely pissed and chucks a whole fucking house.
Am I dead yet?
He's not dead yet!
Son of a bitch!
Later, Nojiko finds Nami at their stepmother's grave, and we learn the whole reason Nami is gathering 100 million berries is so she can buy back Kokoyashi and stop Arlong from controlling it. And she only needs 7 million more. Back at Arlong Park, Zoro basically tells Nami to fuck herself by killing the fishmen at Arlong Park and waits for Luffy to arrive. Yeesh, what a drama queen. Speaking of Luffy, his team used their new slave to make it to Kokoyashi village. Back to Usopp freaking the fuck out, he eventually escapes from the fishmen, but after some small hijinks, he gets caught by Chu, one of Arlong's commanders. Back at Arlong Park, Zoro comes across Hachi, who has no idea that Zoro killed the fishman. He's kinda stupid, and thinks he's a guest, so he takes him back to Kokoyashi. Arlong comes back and finds a bunch of his men dead, but one of them tells Arlong that Zoro was responsible.
Arlong's one redeeming quality is that he actually cares about his crew, unlike the previous antagonists who couldn't care less and would actively attack them like Don Krieg or Captain Kudo.
Chu comes back with Usopp, and while Arlong is thinking of how to kill him, Kurobi, Arlong's third commander, finds out that Zoro was freed and suspects Nami did it. Nami calls BS on the situation, and during all the commotion, Usopp tries to escape, but Nami runs after and stabs Usopp.
I have several questions.
Usopp stares at all the blood on his hands and falls into the water, bleeding out. Usopp is now dead, and Johnny saw the whole thing.
Holy shit! They just killed an important character in the series. This is insane. How many more episodes do we have left? Oh. Well, never mind then.
Once Zoro arrives at Kokoyashi, the villagers tell him that Usopp was captured, and so he heads back to Arlong Park. But this time, he quite literally runs into Team Luffy. What a reunion. Zoro tells them that Usopp was captured, but before they can do anything, Johnny arrives with the grim news that Nami killed Usopp. But then we immediately cut to Usopp being alive! The truth is, Nami actually stabbed her own hand to make it look like Usopp was the one bleeding. Nami still cares about the Straw Hats, but her 8-year goal of saving Kokoyashi comes first.
Now that is a girl boss.
Speaking of Nami, she runs into the Straw Hats and tells them to leave, or Arlong will kill them all.
I'm the kind of man who always keeps my promises when it comes to money. Always.
I don't know what it is, but something's telling me he doesn't keep his promises.
After Nami leaves, Usopp shows up to stop Zoro and Sanji from creating an extremely toxic fanbase, but he's a bit too late. Usopp tells them the truth about Nami, and blue-haired Nojiko shows up and tells them why Nami joined the Arlong Pirates. It all started 8 years ago with a certain woman named Bellamere. But before the flashback starts, Luffy dips and Zoro falls asleep because they don't care about their friend's 8-year-long depression story.
I honestly feel like Luffy would be the worst therapist in the world.
8 years ago in Kokoyashi Village, we see Mini Nami drawing a map of Konomi Island, and we learn that her true dream is to one day draw a map of the whole world, and her home island is the first step.
Wait, y'all don't have a world map? Sucks to be you. We've had that shit since like the 6th century.
Mini Nami tries to steal some books, but gets caught by Genzo, who takes her back home to Bellamere, an ex-marine who's tough as nails, but has a heart of gold. Mini Nami's family is very poor and can't afford much, but they do their best to get by as a family, and Bellamere constantly encourages Mini Nami to achieve her dream. Also, Nojiko's there too, I guess. One rainy day while the girls are eating, Nojiko and Mini Nami get into a fight. Mini Nami says they aren't actually a family biologically, and then with the might of Zeus himself, Bellamere slaps Mini Nami harder than Luffy has ever hit anyone. Like, goddamn. Bellamere tells Nami something like that doesn't matter, but Mini Nami says Bellamere probably wishes she didn't have kids so she wouldn't be so poor, and then leaves wishing she was adopted by a Richie Rich's family down the street or something. Mini Nami stops by Genzo's office, and Genzo tells Mini Nami the story of how Bellamere adopted her and Nojiko. Flashback within a flashback! Back when Bellamere was a marine, she was a part of a small war. On the brink of death, Bellamere accepts her fate, but before she dies, she hears the cries of a baby in the distance. She comes across a 3-year-old Nojiko carrying some random newborn baby. No clue who that could be. Filled with a new purpose, Bellemare takes the kids back to Kokoyashi Village and decides that she'll raise them both as their mother. Afterwards, Nojiko comes to pick up Mini-Nami and they head back home.
I think it makes everyone in the village happy to see those girls grow up so full of life.
Pirates are coming!
The Arlong pirates arrive, saying that Kokoyashi is now under their control, and all the villagers must pay a monthly fee of 100k berries per adult and 50k berries per child, or die.
Those who cannot pay will die!
The villagers pay and Arlong starts to leave, but then one of the fishmen points out smoke from the middle of the forest coming from Bellemare's house. Nami and Nojiko run back home, and the Arlong pirates head over to collect her money. Arlong shows up at Bellemare's house, but then Bellemare pulls an MLG Pro 360 no-scope, nothing but an Worldstar Baja Blast in the ass attack! God, she's awesome. Unfortunately, that didn't work.
Just another beautiful day in Kokoyashi. I should move. Like, now.
Arlong spares Bellemare and tells her to pay the 100k berries to live. Luckily, they have no idea she has kids, as she can't afford the full 200k. Bellemare pays and the pirates slowly leave, but then Bellemare says that the money isn't for her. It's for her 2 daughters and she can't pay for herself. For Bellemare, she would rather die than say she's not a mother to Mini-Nami and Nojiko. Then Mini-Nami and Nojiko run up crying to Bellemare and embrace her. All the villagers fight back, but the fishmen easily take them down. Arlong prepares to shoot Bellemare for being unable to pay, and before she dies, her final words to Mini-Nami and Nojiko are simply,
Love you.
maybe a bad time to do a comparison right now, but in the manga, she's actually shot in the head rather than in the chest. But if we want to go the safe route, in the American 4Kids version, she's locked in a dungeon, because that's totally better, right? Afterwards, Hachi finds Mini-Nami's map and Arlong gets intrigued, so they bring her along with them. Moments later, the villagers decide to fight Arlong to the death, but Mini-Nami shows up saying she's joined the Arlong pirates because they give her lots of money and let her draw maps, as she doesn't want to die for being poor like Bellemare. Disgusted by her actions, Genzo tells Mini-Nami to never return to the village. At night, Nojiko finds Mini-Nami at Bellemare's grave, and Mini-Nami explains how she made a deal with Arlong that if she can gather 100 million berries, however long it takes, then she can buy back Kokoyashi Village and everyone will be safe. This is why Nami is a thief. For 8 years since she was 10, Nami has been fending for herself as a member of the Arlong pirates, drawing maps for them and stealing money from pirates like Alvida, Buggy, and Captain Kudo, all for the sake of saving her village someday. We come back to present day. Nami is getting ready for her last trip towards 100 million berries, but she finds Genzo with Captain Nezumi walking towards her. Nezumi tells Nami that he knows about her stolen 93 million berries buried within the Tangerine Grove, and wants to confiscate it as property of the government. Nami is confused as to how Nezumi knows the exact amount. Then she realizes that Arlong told him about it, and Nezumi gets to have 30%. Nami, Genzo, and Nojiko try to stop them, but in the confusion, Nezumi shoots Nojiko. They bring Nojiko back to the doctor, and then Nami goes full Usain Bolt, my parents aren't home, come over type speed towards Arlong Park to ask Arlong why he broke the agreement. Arlong says he technically never broke the agreement and she should just try again. Of course, Arlong has no intentions of letting Nami leave him and wants her to make maps for him until he builds his empire. Meanwhile, the villagers decide enough is enough and want to fight Arlong to the death. Again. Nami tells them that everything is fine and she'll just work towards getting the money again, but the villagers ignore her and run off ready for battle. Full of despair, Nami stares at the very tattoo that symbolizes her allegiance with Arlong. In a fit of uncontrollable rage, she stabs herself repeatedly, cursing Arlong's name as she can't do anything to stop him. Luffy stops her and Nami tells him to leave, but Luffy won't budge. With no options left, Nami asks one simple favor.
Luffy, help me.
After saying the secret password, Luffy gives Nami his straw hat and swears Arlong will pay. May I introduce to you the walk to Arlong Park, one of the most iconic moments in the entire series. There's nothing really special about this moment out of context, but the emotion and reasoning behind it is what cemented this as the moment when most people become fans of One Piece. Also, keep in mind, Luffy has absolutely no idea the details of what Nami's going through. To him, he doesn't care about someone's past. Nami is a friend and he'll do anything to help her. All he needs to know is, who hurt you and where are they?
I honestly feel like Luffy would be the greatest therapist in the world.
As Arlong laughs, Luffy kindly knocks on the door and simply asks which one is Arlong.
Surprise, motherfucker!
The battle between the Straw Hats and Fishmen begin. Hachi summons their sea creature, and it turns out it's Momu. Momu sees Luffy and Sanji and gets Vietnam flashbacks, then leaves. But not before Luffy pulls a sick Dead or Alive reference. Unfortunately, this causes Luffy to get stuck, and Arlong uses this as an opportunity to plunge Luffy into the bottom of the ocean. Now this battle is a race to save Luffy. Our matches are set. Zoro versus Hachi, Sanji versus Karubi, and the accidental Usopp versus Chu. During the fights, Genzo and Nojiko go to help free Luffy. Meanwhile, Zoro's match isn't looking too good, as he still badly hurts from his fight with Mihawk.
Now you may tremble in fear at Hachi's way of 6 blades!
Ah, shit, Zoro's down. Well, how's Sanji doing? Oh god. Okay, it's fine. At least we can always count on Usopp. Oh, come on. Thankfully, Zoro gets up, remembering the promise he made to Mihawk. Then he beats Hachi with his new attack, the Tatsumaki. Sanji gets up and decides that he'll save Luffy, so he goes underwater, and Karubi follows since he has the advantage. Meanwhile, Nami heads over to join the battle. Karubi demolishes Sanji and shit-talks his fedora-wearing neckbeard obsession for Nami.
He should be dead from that. Like, he actually should be dead from that.
Eventually, Sanji gets out of the water and he pulls off a 6-7 hit combo on Karubi for his queen, winning the fight. Back to Usopp, he was actually playing dead on a pile of ketchup and just waiting for Chu to leave. While coming up with an excuse for running away, Usopp thinks about everyone who's risking their lives to save Nami, and thinks back on how the whole reason he left his village was to not be a coward anymore. He decides to continue the fight with Chu. Yeah, that's my man. Let's go, Usopp, you got this. Well, that was anticlimactic. But Usopp gets back up and swears that in this moment he's done pretending to be a pirate. And with enough luck and wit, he manages to beat Chu. Usopp's first real victory. And all that's left is the big bad himself. But Arlong easily takes care of Zoro and Sanji. Nami shows up saying she's done with Arlong. But Arlong gives her a choice. No matter what, the Straw Hats die. But either she chooses to stay with him and the villagers live, or she can fight and everyone dies. Nami decides to believe in the Straw Hats and chooses to fight. Then Sanji dives back into the water to free Luffy while Zoro buys some time.
How can he still be alive with a body like this?
He should be dead. That's anime logic for you.
Hachi wakes up and tries to stop Sanji, but his wounds open up and he falls. Then Sanji breaks the stone and Luffy is freed. Luffy switches places with Zoro and the final battle between Luffy and Arlong for the fate of Nami and the East Blue begins. My favorite part of this fight is how Luffy mentions that he's unable to do anything without his crew. He can't use swords, he can't cook or navigate, nor does he shit his pants every 5 minutes. But he can fight for his friends. Things are actually going pretty well for Luffy, but then Arlong gets the crazy eyes and throws Luffy into Arlong Park. They end up in the map room. This is where Nami was forced to draw sea charts for Arlong's ambitions for 8 long years. Trapped like a bird in a cage, unable to see everyone, and wishing Bellemere was still around.
So Nami will forever be my tool. Or no, she'll be my friend.
I don't think I would want to be friends with someone who looked like that.
Luffy sees the bloody pen that Nami used and decides that the only way to save Nami is to destroy her prison, known as Arlong Park. Like 2 birds with 1 stone, Luffy takes down Arlong and destroys Arlong Park in the process. Once the dust settles, Luffy emerges from the rubble and tells Nami that no matter what, she'll always be his friend. And with that, Arlong Park is destroyed. Nami and the villagers of Kokoyashi are saved. But then Nezumi decides to cock-block the fun and demands he get his money. But Zoro and Nami kick his ass and Nezumi leaves, but swears he'll make Luffy pay somehow. With Arlong Park gone, the villagers decide to party non-stop for 3 days and 3 nights.
Why did this happen before my daddy died? Why is life so unfair?
Your dad died. I'm sorry, but Nojiko is actually a bitch sometimes.
Meanwhile, Nami asks the doctor to remove her tattoo for a new one, and we learn that Nojiko got her tattoo so Nami wouldn't feel alone. Alright, Nojiko, you win this round. Later that night, Nami is getting ready to head out and decides to leave the 93 million berries for the village. Then staring at a photo of Bellemare, she reminisces about the good times with her family and lets Bellemare know that she'll be okay, and from now on she'll work hard to achieve her dreams with her new friends. Also, why the fuck is Bellemare there? The next day, the Straw Hats are getting ready, but Nami's not around yet. Then at last minute, Nami tells the Straw Hats to set sail while she runs without saying goodbye to the villagers. She makes it to the ship and reveals her greatest magic trick of stealing everyone's wallets. I never said Nami was a good person. Nami rejoins the crew and they set sail. But before the episode ends, the doctor shows Genzo Nami's new tattoo of a tangerine and a pinwheel to represent her parental figures. Speaking of which, the whole reason Genzo wore a pinwheel is because when Nami was a baby, she was scared of Genzo, so he decided to wear a pinwheel on his head to make her smile. Now that Nami is truly happy again, Genzo simply doesn't need it anymore. To be continued. Logtown is 9 episodes and 5 chapters. Wait, really? That's it? Well, alright. We start off with the Straw Hats sailing around and Nami screams at a bird about how much she hates inflation. Meanwhile, Usopp is burning alive and Sanji remains the champion of all simps. Pretty standard Tuesday for the Straw Hats. Nami is reading a newspaper and out comes a wanted poster for none other than Monkey D. Luffy, the future king of the pirates worth 30 million berries, making him the most wanted man in the entire East Blue. Oh hey, and Usopp's there too. This was all Nezumi's doing. His way of getting back at the Straw Hats for what happened at Arlong Park was to make Luffy a wanted man all across the world. But it backfired because the boys are happy to be wanted by the world government.
You haven't made it in life unless the government hires a bunch of people to kill you and your friends for a large sum of money.
The Marines discuss Luffy's rising threat to the world government.
If there is evil on the seas, then we, the Marines, must drive it away with the utmost prejudice. In the name of absolute peace! Yes, sir!
Hey, does anybody know where I can find like a Walgreens around here? I'm trying to pick up my prescription.
Then we revisit the towns and villages of the Straw Hats. Everyone's living peacefully and excited that their loved ones are out living their dreams. We even see some old villains too.
I love it when One Piece shows us a little bit of what everyone else in the world is up to, and their reactions to what the Straw Hats have accomplished. It's very wholesome and reminds us just how big the One Piece world really is by not solely focusing on the Straw Hats' journey. Sword has been eliminated, ma'am. Nothing to worry about. Go back to your business.
Speaking of people, freaking Hawkeye Mihawk goes to an island to visit an old friend about Luffy's wanted poster. And it's fucking Shanks of all people. What the fuck?
These pants used to be white before I watched this.
The Straw Hats are eating some grub, and Nami asks Luffy what he thinks happened to Buggy. And speak of the devil, we leave the Straw Hats for a bit to follow our short king, Buggy the Clown, on his journey to reclaim his missing parts and crew to exact his revenge on Luffy. Buggy eventually lands at a familiar place. That's right, Buggy landed on Gaimon's island, and Gaimon thinks Buggy wants to poach the animals, so they fight. And what ensues is a battle that makes the likes of Naruto vs Sasuke, Goku vs Jiren, and all of One Punch Man look like MS Paint garbage in the face of these behemoths. Gaimon and Buggy decide not to destroy the planet and become best friends. They talk about the pirate life, and Buggy even asks Gaimon if he'd join his crew.
That makes me so happy. But these animals are my family now. We've been together for 20 years.
He's definitely fucking the animals.
Buggy sets sail but is attacked by a giant crab. Luckily, he's saved by a strange, beautiful woman who looks oddly familiar. The strange woman says she's also looking for Luffy. so they work together to find Buggy's missing parts and crew. Speaking of Buggy's crew, we visit them on a small island having a funeral for their totally dead captain. But then Kabji and Moji decide to have a dick measuring contest to see who will be the new captain of the Buggy Pirates. In Fire Emblem, they have a weapon triangle to determine which weapon works best on which enemy. Swords beat axes, axes beat lances, and lances beat swords. So basically what I'm trying to say is,
how the fuck does a whip break a sword?
The fight continues all throughout the day, but then Richie beats both of them while sleeping and becomes the new captain of the Buggy Pirates. But things turn from bad to worse when the cannibal Bear Claw tribe comes and attacks the Buggy Pirates. Buggy and the woman arrive on the island. They see Kabji and Moji all beaten up, and Buggy asks who kicked their asses. Before they could answer, the woman mentions that it was probably the Bear Claw tribe, so they go to greet them. The Bear Claw tribe are getting ready to eat Buggy's crew along with his missing parts, but then his thighs come to life and start attacking the Bear Claw tribe.
Fighting evil by moonlight, winning love by daylight, never running from a real fight. She is the one named Sailor Moon.
Buggy is now back in action and ready to conquer the world.
Captain, what orders do you have for us?
To find and kill Monkey D. Luffy!
Woo! Yeah, let's kill Luffy! Wait, when I first watched this, I completely thought it was filler for years because it took us away from the main characters. But apparently, Buggy's adventure is actually canon.
In the manga, Oda does these things called cover pages at the beginning of a chapter. They show a random character from the series in some funny or wholesome what-if scenario. But he also does this thing called cover stories, where the beginning of each chapter shows a certain character going on a small little adventure. These are actually canon to the story because a lot of these characters make a return, and the cover stories are supposed to show us how they got to that point, which is really cool and once again expands the world by giving us a small glimpse into the lives of all these characters besides our main cast. Anyways, Luffy and the crew find Logtown, and Nami tells Luffy that Logtown is the city where Gold Roger was both born and executed, making it known as the city of the beginning and the end, for pirates moving from the peaceful East Blue to the dangerous Grand Line. The Straw Hats land and go on their separate adventures. Nami goes shopping, Sanji is simping, and Usopp's looking for supplies.
Well, I'm gonna find out where they kill people.
The Marines get word that Luffy is on the island and they contact Captain Smoker, and judging by his name, has a severe smoking problem.
Hey, I got ice cream!
You better slow down or you're gonna drop it, okay?
Oh god, please not another child. This anime has beaten way too many children.
I'm sorry, my silly pants have eaten all your ice cream. Here, go buy yourself 5 scoops.
Introducing Captain Smoker. He's a tough Marine who overall hates pirates and plays by his own rules, but has a soft spot reminding us that not all Marines are bad guys, and that technically the pirates are really the bad guys in this anime. At first, Smoker confuses a random pirate for Luffy, but in a case of dramatic irony, he finds Luffy who's looking for the execution platform, and Smoker shows him the way. Luffy comes across an old bar named Gold Roger and heads inside to talk to the owner. The owner says he's closing down the bar for good because all pirates have become little crybaby bitches now, but then they geek about the good old days of Gold Roger. Luffy says he'll be the next king of the pirates, and when the owner looks at Luffy, he is reminded of Gold Roger. The two then have a toast to the future king of the pirates. Smoker visits the bar and reminisces about the day Gold Roger was executed 22 years ago after becoming the king of the pirates. Gold Roger is seen walking towards the execution platform accepting his death like it was a victory parade. But before they commence the execution, the bravest man in the entire world who's basically responsible for starting the whole series asks Gold Roger where the One Piece is. Gold Roger gives a hearty laugh and simply says,
You want my treasure? Just shut your mouth. You can have it. I left everything I gathered in one place. Now you just have to find it.
And with those final words, Gold Roger, the king of the pirates, dies with a smile on his face, and everyone celebrates.
Wait, I'm confused. Are we celebrating because he's dead or because the One Piece is real? I'm kind of getting mixed signals here.
Back to the present, Smoker realizes that the kid with the straw hat was Monkey D. Luffy, so he heads over to the execution platform. Meanwhile, Zoro is out looking for new swords and realizes deep inside how cringy this is. He hears some commotion and spots two pirates yelling at some girl. They attack, but she easily takes them down, but pulls a Velma and drops her glasses. Zoro picks up the glasses, but when he sees the girl, she looks exactly like Kuina. Naturally, he breaks the glasses cause nerds need to learn their place. She gets mad and takes Zoro back to Marine headquarters to pay off his debt with no knowledge of who he actually is. That's right, her name is Tashigi and she's the Master Chief Petty Officer of the Marines. I don't know what that means either. Speaking of rankings, the Marines have a total of 19 different ranks. At the bottom is Choi Boy for people who just enlisted like Kobe. Tashigi is ranked 12th in the Marines and Smoker is ranked 6th with the title of Captain. Back to Luffy, he found the execution platform and decides to climb on it because he's brain dead, but the local bully, Captain Smoker, tells him that if he wants to enter the Grand Line, he has to beat Smoker, who ironically wants all the smoke. Smoker easily takes down Luffy, who then pulls a Team Rocket blasting off somewhere into Logtown. While Zoro cleans with 3 mops, he gets ambushed by a few Marines and then leaves. He goes back to the sword shop and asks the swordsmith if he could buy 2 swords for about 10 bucks. Before the swordsmith kicks Zoro out, he notices his Wado Ichimonji and starts moaning like a horny monkey because he's so excited about holding a legendary sword. The swordsmith tries to buy the sword off Zoro, but Tashigi comes to the shop and talks about the sword's true value. In One Piece, swords have ranks, cause why the fuck not? At the bottom are grade swords with an unknown number of them. There's 50 skillful grade swords, 21 great grade swords, and 12 supreme grade swords, the highest rank. Hawkeye's Black Blade is a supreme grade, and Zoro's Wado Ichimonji is a great grade that could be sold for 10 million berries.
Cool. Who fucking cares?
The shop owner tells Zoro that he can buy 2 swords from a pile in a barrel, and he comes across the Sandai Kitetsu 3, a cursed grade sword. All who have used it have died tragic deaths. Of course, Zoro gets off to that edgy shit and decides to test his luck with the sword. The shop owner fangirls over Zoro, just like me, and gives him the best sword he owns, the Yubashiri, one of the 50 grade swords. So now, Zoro is ready for the Grand Line. Meanwhile, Smoker is chillin' back at base waiting for Luffy to make a move, but then comes a man named Daddy the Father, an ex-marine turned bounty hunter who captures low-level crooks to earn enough money for him and his daughter.
How you doing, Smoker?
Well, if it isn't Daddy.
Back to the lovable Usopp, he's out shopping and finds some neat goggles that could help him get more kills in COD, but he can't find his wallet, and then a girl comes in and immediately buys the goggles. Usopp starts screaming at the young girl, saying how he's a dangerous pirate worth 30 million berries. Unfortunately for him, she's the daughter of Daddy the Father, who tells him about Usopp's supposed bounty. Daddy, wow, I'm actually gonna say that in this video, sees Usopp in Luffy's wanted poster and says it technically counts, so they have a good old Englishman's duel at the cemetery. Usopp chickens out like a normal person, but Daddy tells Usopp that he knows his father Yasopp, and we get a flashback of their duel back when Daddy was a Marine. Yasopp wins and Daddy tells Yasopp to finish him, but before he can, Yasopp takes Daddy's necklace and sees a picture of his daughter, and decides to spare him because he knows it's important to live for your family despite him leaving his to pursue a life of piracy. After hearing this story, Usopp gets a wave of courage and wants to challenge Daddy again to prove he's a man like his father was. Daddy accepts but changes the rules. He tells Usopp to hit the weather vane and he'll win. If he misses, then Usopp is gonna get a whole lot uglier. Usopp manages to hit the weather vane. Daddy the Father congratulates him and his daughter gives Usopp the goggles. Now Usopp is ready for the Grand Line. Back to Mr. 50% of OnlyFans income, Sanji is walking and comes across a lady who says she's been searching for Sanji for 10 years, and what the actual gates of demonic hellfire is this? She wants to challenge Sanji to a cook-off to prove she's the best cook in the East Blue, and hold up!
I recognize this smell anywhere. This is filler!
That's right, a good chunk of Logtown in the anime is actually filler. We've all been lied to. Most people's reactions to Luffy's bounty? Filler. Luffy at the bar? Filler. Daddy the father? Filler. Not a real character. Sanji in a dumb cooking competition? Thank God that's filler. Hell, even Gold Roger's execution flashback is filler. It's a real event that started the series, but didn't happen in the chapters that these episodes adapted. What actually happens is Sanji just comes across a dude's fishing shop and buys the bluefin tuna instead of taking part in an episode-long cooking competition to get it. Luffy comes back to the execution platform and stands on it. The lady who's been with Buggy shows up and reveals to Luffy that she's Alvida from way back in episode 1.
It was Alvida all along? Gosh, what a shocker. Honestly though, Alvida, you gotta tell me your skincare and workout routine, because this is the glow up of the century.
Alvida says she ate a devil fruit known as the smooth fruit. Her entire body is so smooth that nothing can hurt her, and all her fat just came off, making her Barbie doll skinny like most females in One Piece. Buggy then makes his flashy entrance and swears that Monkey D. Luffy will die today. Kabaji pins down Luffy and a storm starts to hit. All the Marines are in hiding, ready for action, but Smoker tells them to wait until Luffy dies. The Straw Hats learn that Luffy is about to be executed, so Zoro and Sanji head over while Nami and Usopp run back to the ship. Before Buggy kills Luffy, Luffy declares that he'll become the king of the pirates someday. Zoro and Sanji show up and run towards the platform, but Luffy simply apologizes to his crewmates and accepts his death with a smile, just like Gold Roger did. But with the power of bullshit main character plot armor, Buggy gets shocked before he can strike Luffy and the platform falls. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji escape, and the Marines show up and start fighting the Buggy pirates. Smoker swears that he will not let Luffy off this island. Meanwhile, a strange man is walking in the rain. Buggy and Alvida use this opportunity to apply for the next Mario Kart game and chase after Luffy, but they get caught by Smoker, who reveals his devil fruit known as the Plume fruit, which turns his body into smoke. So all those cigars make 2% more sense. The boys come across Tashigi, who wants to fight Zoro and take his Wado Ichimonji from him, as she believes no criminals should have the legendary swords. Zoro beats Tashigi because boys rule and girls drool. Tashigi thinks Zoro went easy on her because she's a girl, and he starts to think back on his conversation with Kuina. Luffy and Sanji run into Smoker, and Luffy wants to settle the score. Luffy ultimately gets decimated in this fight, as he can't do anything to hurt Smoker. Smoker goes in for the finishing blow, but the strange cloaked man named Dragon stops Smoker, and a random green gust of wind blows everything away. Luffy uses this opportunity to launch the boys onto the Going Merry, and they set sail. But Smoker says that he'll follow Luffy into the Grand Line, and Tashigi goes along so she can settle the score with Zoro. Speaking of setting sail and wanting revenge, Buggy and his crew also make it out and decide to follow Luffy into the Grand Line to get his revenge. The Straw Hats find the lighthouse that symbolizes the end of the East Blue. As celebration, they all announce their dreams for the Grand Line. Sanji will find the All Blue. Zoro will become the world's greatest swordsman. Luffy will become the king of the pirates. Nami will make a detailed map of the world, and Usopp will become a brave warrior of the sea. With their dreams said loud and proud, they head off into the Grand Line, marking the end of the beginning. To be continued. Whiskey Peak is 4 episodes and 9 chapters. Wow, that's twice as long as the one with the whale abuse. The Straw Hats are sailing towards Whiskey Peak, and it's snowing? Huh. Kinda wish I talked about this one during Christmas. In the Grand Line, the weather constantly changes, from winter to thunderstorms to sunny skies within the hour. So our navigator Nami's gotta put on her big girl boots for this one. As the Straw Hats get closer to Whiskey Peak, Mr. 9 and Miss Wednesday decide to leave the ship and head towards their hometown. Oh shit, it's Jaws! They arrive at the island and are immediately greeted by the townsfolk. Whiskey Peak is the island where pirates are welcomed and praised for making it to the Grand Line.
I guess some folks consider pirates to be heroes. Who knew?
That's just literally the entire One Piece fan base.
Igaram, the town mayor, tells them about the island and wants to throw a celebration for the Straw Hats. The party goes on. Zoro and Nami are drinking booze, Usopp is telling fairy tales, ew, gross, no! Luffy is on the verge of having a heart attack, and Sanji is hardcore simping with a secret admirer. Meanwhile, Mr. 9 and Miss Wednesday write a letter to their secret organization known as Baroque Works. Hard to keep a secret when you have a fucking mailbox with the name of the organization on it. Eventually, the Straw Hats fall asleep, and it turns out that everyone in the entire village is actually a bounty hunter working for Baroque Works, and Igadam is Mr. 8. They plan to collect Luffy's bounty.
Sorry to interrupt.
This is exactly why you're my favorite character in the entire franchise.
Zoro was awake the whole time and overheard Mr. 8's plan. Nami was also awake. Now that Zoro is aware of their true identity, Mr. 8 and the rest of the bounty hunters plan to kill him and place another tombstone within Whiskey Peak.
God damn, that's a lot of dead bodies. Can I just get a raise?
Who do you think you are?
Whoa, Granny, calm down. We can work this out. There was absolutely no way we could work that out.
Fire!
I feel like this episode shouldn't be called Zoro versus Baroque Works. It should be more something like Zoro versus absolute stupidity.
But you're also a bit of a troublemaker, aren't you? A good sword only cuts when its master directs it to.
Oh god, Zoro's gone crazy.
Oh, you guys understand me, don't you? You are my true friends. You cut bread and butter so nicely.
Now enjoy my perfume. Dance.
What you gonna do now, tough guy?
Kick your ass.
Near the end, Miss Wednesday takes Luffy hostage, not realizing she's actually the hostage in that situation. Zoro takes down Mr. 8, and later 2 new Baroque Works agents named Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine show up, saying there's some spies amongst the organization.
You came here just to laugh at us?
No, that's a bonus.
Mr. 5 reveals that royals from the kingdom of Alabasta have infiltrated Baroque Works and learned the boss's true identity, and they've been sent to take them out. Mr. 8 is actually Igadam, the captain of the Alabasta Royal Guard, and Miss Wednesday is really Princess Vivi Nefertari of Alabasta. Fun fact, Miss Wednesday and Princess Vivi were originally supposed to be separate characters.
Okay. How the hell does a secret organization miss the fact that a princess of a kingdom is one of their top spies, and you have a picture of her? I understand secrecy is top priority, but how do you fuck that up?
Mr. 5 takes out Igadam with his explosive boogers. For such a cool looking character, he has a shitty power. Mr. 5 ate the bomb fruit, which allows him to turn any part of his body, including his boogers apparently, into a bomb. Miss Valentine also ate a devil fruit known as the Kilo fruit. She can change her weight by the kilo. So, for us in America, it's a little confusing. Igadam begs Zoro to protect Princess Vivi, and he promises they'll be rewarded. Unfortunately, Nami overhears this and demands 1 billion berries for saving the princess's life, which Igadam reluctantly agrees to. Oh yeah, meanwhile, Sanji and Usopp are still asleep, and Luffy goes to rip a fat one, but finds all the townspeople injured and unaware of the situation. One of the bounty hunters tells Luffy that Zoro attacked them all. While Zoro is trying to fend off Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine, Luffy emerges saying he'll kill Zoro for hurting all the nice townspeople.
Everyone who lives here in Whiskey Peak is really a bounty hunter, which makes all of them our enemies.
You're just lying! Enemies wouldn't give us tasty food, would they?
He's got a point. I mean, if a murderer just barged into my room carrying a bag of Wendy's, I'd feel conflicted.
On the one hand, I'm enjoying a delicious $5 biggie bag, but on the other, I'm being viciously stabbed. On its own, this is a pretty cool fight, but it makes no sense why Luffy and Zoro are fighting. This is very out of character, even for an idiot like Luffy. It just feels like forced fan service. So, Luffy versus Zoro, 2 juggernauts of the One Piece world. Who could possibly come out on top? It's Nami! Once things have been squared away, Vivi explains the motives and inner workings of Baroque Works. Baroque Works is a secret organization where everyone's identity is hidden and nobody knows what the boss, Mr. Zero, looks like. Everyone has a code name: guys, numbers, and girls, holidays, or weekdays. Why? Fuck if I know. The lower the number, the higher the rank. The people ranked 5 and lower, including their assistants, all have devil fruits. Vivi says that Baroque Works' true objective is to conquer her kingdom of Alabasta, and the boss's identity is Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, like Mihawk. You know, the dude that clapped Zoro's cheeks back in Baratier? Unluckily, the unluckies hear Vivi explain all of this and go to inform the boss with pictures of most of the crew. Igadam uses his cross-dressing skills to disguise himself as Vivi and act as a decoy, while the Straw Hats escape. Man, Igadam is such a great, noble guy. I can't wait to see more of him soon.
Tactical nuke incoming! Or not.
Well, shit, Igadam's dead, and so the Straw Hats skedaddle, grabbing Sanji and Usopp, and leave Whiskey Peak. They exit the island and try to figure out the next course of action.
The ship is nice. I just happened to run into your dear Mr. Needle a ways back. You didn't look so great.
Oh. So Miss All Sunday, who snuck onto their ship, is the assistant to Mr. Zero and is the only one who knows what he looks like. Miss All Sunday tells them they are heading towards an island called Little Garden, and she recommends they head over to a safer island if they don't want to be attacked by Baroque Works. Of course, Luffy declines and Miss All Sunday leaves.
I hope that we'll meet again.
No!
And so, the Straw Hats set sail into the unknown towards Little Garden. And we even get a not-so-little teaser of what's to come next. To be continued. Little Garden is 8 episodes and 15 chapters. The Straw Hats are dicking around, business as usual, and then Vivi starts talking mad trash about Luffy, saying she has a hard time believing he's worth 30 million berries. Our hype girl Nami recounts all the previous bad guys they've beaten on their journey.
Oh yeah, Axe Hand Morgan.
The Axe Hand Morgan? I've heard of him before.
Bullshit! Out of all the people Luffy has fought, you're surprised by Axe Hand Morgan? X to doubt, my guy.
Luffy then reminisces about Kobe, and we actually check in on the pink lad. Kobe and Helmeppo are now cabin boys in the Marines, the lowest rank. Kobe's having a great time, but Helmeppo longs for the days when he was living in luxury. After Kobe and Helmeppo commit their daily dose of terrorism, the Marine base is told that they will be transporting ex-Marine Captain Axe Hand Morgan over to Marine HQ to be court-martialed. Despite the fact that Axe Hand Morgan was a giant sack of shit, Helmeppo still cares about his dad. Aww. They meet up with Vice Admiral Garp, a totally not important character, who will take Axe Hand Morgan the rest of the way to HQ.
Oh, I've been trying to set a record for the most donuts eaten in a single sitting.
Challenge accepted.
Axe Hand Morgan very easily takes down Garp. Wow, this guy sucks. Probably a filler character. And makes Helmeppo his hostage so he can escape.
Oh, hey, Dad. I wanted to give you this gift because I love you.
What do I need with a son? I don't care about his life. I'll cut him into 1,000 pieces if I have to.
Yeah, it's a stupid gift. I'm sorry. You're probably busy. I'm just gonna go play Pokemon and jerk off.
Axe Hand Morgan escapes with Helmeppo, but Kobe goes to save him.
Why isn't he using his axe? He's literally called Axe Hand Morgan.
Eventually, Morgan gets rid of Kobe and Helmeppo, then gets away. Kobe and Helmeppo's captain says that they'll be kicked out of the Marines, but Garp, oh shit, he's alive? Says that he'll take them to Marine HQ for a third chance. Kobe and Helmeppo arrive at HQ and see all the sweaty Marine hunks training hard, but they're still stuck on cleaning duty. Really living the dream there, guys. At first, Helmeppo says he wants to quit, but then decides that he'll rise up through the ranks so he can go back to his old life of luxury.
Not the most noble of goals, but he's got the spirit.
Kobe and Helmeppo then train during the night every day.
Get
Garp catches wind of this and decides to train the boys himself, or murder them, whichever comes first. The end. Just like with Buggy's adventure, this was a cover story in the manga that took place in between Arlong Park and Whiskey Peak.
Alright, well, cool. That was all for this video. I'll see you guys next time. Bye! Oh shit, we haven't even started Little Garden yet.
After the Straw Hats finish playing the new Echo the Dolphin game, they arrive at Little Garden.
What's little about it?
A jungle island with gigantic birds and tigers. Nami and Usopp are freaking out, but Luffy and Vivi are excited to go explore. Sanji and Zoro have an unnecessary dick measuring contest to see who can find the biggest game to compensate for their no-no squares. While exploring the island, Luffy and Vivi come across several things like dinosaurs?
Guys, this is insane! Dinosaurs are alive! We gotta tell the world about this! Son of a bitch!
Meanwhile, not too far from the island, we meet the next Baroque Works agent, Mr. 3, and his assistant, Miss Goldenweek, who are chilling at some beach resort. Mr. 3 is informed about Mr. 5's defeat and heads to Little Garden to start his plans. While Nami and Usopp are at the ship, they're greeted by a strange, shadowy figure. The shadowy figure is the friendly giant warrior Broggy from the island of Elbaf. Psst, hey, did you know that Elbaf spelled backwards is fable? Shit blew my mind like Ekans and Muck. Broggy asks them if they have any booze, but Nami and Usopp can't hear over the sound of their dead heartbeats. Wait a minute, I feel like I've heard that sound before. Broggy takes Usopp and Nami to his camp, but they try to escape as they think he's gonna eat them.
Yummy, yummy.
After some mishaps, Nami, Usopp, and Broggy clear the air and eat some grub. On the other side of the island, Luffy and Vivi come across another giant warrior named Dory. Dory tells them that he can't go back to Elbaf until he's settled his century-long dispute with Broggy, as that's the Elbafian code, to fight it out 1v1 with honor so one may receive the goddess's blessing. The giants in One Piece are loosely tied to Greek mythology. A volcano then erupts, which Dory and Broggy use to signal the start of their duel.
What could have happened to make you this mad?
Dory said that NFTs were a good investment.
For 100 years, these two giants have fought each other, eventually forgetting the whole reason for their dispute in the first place. All that matters to them is the honor of battle, which infatuates Luffy and Usopp so much that Usopp decides that he wants to be a brave warrior of the sea, just like the giants. The giants land in a draw. 73,466 duels and 73,466 draws. Damn, those are some shitty stats. Definitely not putting them on my fantasy football team. Sometime later, Mr. 3 and Miss Goldenweek make it to Little Garden and meet up with Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine. Mr. 3 tells them that he has a plan to take down the two giants and collect their combined bounty of 200 million berries. After the bout, the giants and respective fan club return to base. Dory drinks some booze that Broggy got from the Straw Hats. Unbeknownst to everyone, the liquor explodes in Dory's stomach, causing him extreme pain. Everyone is confused, but Dory thinks it's the Straw Hats, as they're the only other people he's seen on the island, and he goes to attack Luffy. Going by boxing rules, I think Luffy might be a bit outmatched. Luffy knocks down Dory and wants to know who was responsible for tampering with the drinks. Of course, it was Mr. 3! What a fucking surprise. Mr. 3 planned to injure one of the giants, so that when they battle again, one of them will go down, so they can subdue the other more easily. Also, Mr. 3 is aware that the Straw Hats are on the island and has a plan for them too. The volcano erupts again, and Broggy is ready to fight. Chip, chip, cheerio, as always. Meanwhile, Dory is looking like he's had the worst hangover of his life, but goes to fight anyways as part of his honor. Luffy tries to stop Dory, but then Dory uses Rock Tomb on Luffy to keep him from interfering by lowering his speed stat.
I've been playing a lot of Pokemon lately.
Meanwhile, in the forest, Zoro encounters Nami, who's looking very stiff lately. Probably just the animators being lazy again. Speaking of Nami, she encounters Luffy? Wait, wasn't he trapped under a rock?
Maybe some crack before One Piece wasn't the best idea.
Usopp goes Mach speed around the island looking for Nami and runs into Luffy and Vivi. Vivi tells Usopp about what happened to Dory. Speaking of Dory, him and Broggy continue to fight. Then an unknown wax causes Dory to slip, and Broggy finishes him off. This was caused by Mr. 3, who ate the wax fruit. He can create wax and make a bunch of shapes, like when Nami and Zoro encountered their friends in the forest. After 100 years, 73,467 duels, 73,466 draws, the winner is finally Broggy. Completely unaware of the situation, he feels both relief and sadness that he finally won. Before Broggy can revel in the glory, Mr. 3 immediately shows up and traps Broggy in a wax prison and tells him the truth about his battle with Dory. Also, Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine show up in front of the Straw Hats after taking care of Kadu, realizing they can't make fried chicken with a duck. Vivi and Usopp try to fight them, but it's Vivi and Usopp, so you should know what to expect.
10,000 kilograms? Press!
Now, for those unaware, 20,000 kilograms is 44,000 pounds. I want to be stepped on too, but not that hard.
After knocking out Luffy and Usopp, Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine take Vivi over to Mr. 3, who's auditioning for the new cake boss with his candle service set. They put Zoro, Vivi, and Nami on the giant candle, unable to move or break it, and it starts to spin. The spinning releases a bunch of wax residue into the air that gets into their lungs and changes them into wax statues from the inside and out, effectively killing them. Thankfully, Mr. 3 forgot that Broggy put all his stat boosts into strength and breaks free, but Mr. 3 just puts Broggy back into another candle prison, this time adding a little zing to it.
Now that's the sound of art and creativity.
After some time passes and Zoro's meds wear off, he comes up with a crazy idea to cut off his legs so he can fight. Ah yes, the crippled swordsman. Before Zoro inevitably dies for nothing, Luffy, Usopp, and Kadu bolt into action, ready to free everyone and defeat Mr. 3. Luffy and Mr. 3 begin to fight. Mr. 3 traps Luffy's legs, but Luffy uses the shackles to break the wax pillar, stopping it from spinning. The situation is now actually worse. The top continues to spin, and now that it's closer to Nami, Zoro, and Vivi, they will become wax figures much sooner. Or in anime terms, 5 episodes instead of 10 episodes. Mr. 3 and Luffy go another round, but this time, Luffy beats Mr. 3. He then goes to save everybody.
Not now. I just don't feel like saving you.
Holy shit, guys. Luffy, the main character, is actually the main villain. Oda, you fucking genius. M. Night Shyamalan wishes he was this good.
You guys remember Miss Golden Week? Well, she has the power to change people's emotions based on the color of paint she uses. In this case, Betrayal Black, which makes you want to betray your friends.
TLDR, stay away from anybody wearing all black.
Fear not, for Nami uses reverse psychology to make Luffy step away from the spot and return him to normal. Luffy tries to save them again, but Miss Golden Week keeps using her colors trap. Laughter Yellow, which just makes you laugh non-stop. Bullfight Red, which forces you to attack the red spot. To finish the job, she mixes Laughter Yellow with Sadness Blue to make what, kids? That's right, Tranquil Green, which forces Luffy to be peaceful and not want to do anything. Usopp gets away from Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine, and he finds Luffy just vibing while his friends slowly die.
Why are you just drinking tea?
I'm sorry, Usopp. I mean, I was just a little thirsty. I don't like tea that much either, but I didn't realize it was that big of a deal.
Usopp burns off Luffy's shirt, which gets rid of the Tranquil Green effect. Mr. 3 comes back, encased in wax armor. Oh no, if only there was a weak spot Luffy could exploit. Now they'll never win. While Luffy and Mr. 3 are fighting for the third goddamn time, Usopp is living my dream, and Kadu wraps a rope around the giant candle. Luffy uses Mr. 3's flaming head to light the rope and burn down the candle to free everyone. Miss Valentine goes to kill Usopp, but Nami and Vivi take her down in the nick of time. Then, Zoro takes down Mr. 5. Luffy chases Mr. 3, who just got done watching a bunch of Naruto, and places a bunch of wax clones to trick Luffy into guessing which is the real one. Luffy takes down Mr. 3, all thanks to the ultimate strategy.
Instinct.
That's literally the dumbest shit I've ever heard. Also, I just realized, where the hell is Sanji?
Here he is! While Sanji's out looking for everyone, he comes across Mr. 3's hideout and heads inside. The greatest invention of mankind called a transponder snail rings, and when Sanji picks up the phone, it's none other than Mr. Zero, the boss of Baroque Works. Sanji pretends to be Mr. 3, saying he's killed the Straw Hats. Mr. Zero seems a bit suspicious, but tells him to head over to Alabasta immediately to hear the next step of their plan to conquer the kingdom. After the conversation, the unlucky spot Sanji and try to kill him, but Sanji takes them out quickly. Back over to the rest of the gang, Broggy mourns the death of his rival Dory, who wakes up perfectly fine. Dory said that he lived thanks to their weapons being extremely dull after 100 years of fighting. The Straw Hats celebrate their victory, and Nami gets a totally normal, not plot relevant at all bug bite. Sanji shows up and tells everyone that he spoke with Mr. Zero and got an eternal pose to Alabasta. In One Piece, log poses just take you to the next island nearby, but an eternal pose has the coordinates to a specific island, in this case, Alabasta. While the Straw Hats get ready to set sail, Dory and Broggy prepare to defeat a giant creature that's waiting for our pirates at sea. Dory and Broggy meet them at the exit of the island and tell them that no matter what happens, keep going straight. The gang keeps going straight and encounters a giant goldfish known as an island eater. They keep going straight inside the belly of the beast, and then Dory and Broggy kill it with an attack that destroys their weapons, and with the Straw Hats free, they wish them luck on their adventures. Before the arc ends, we learn a bit more about Dory and Broggy's past as the giant warrior pirates. One day, the giants celebrate the fact Dory and Broggy caught 2 giant sea kings and marvel on how strong their captains are. But then this bitch ruins it by asking which one is bigger. Dory and Broggy get into an argument over it and proceed to duke it out to settle their debate. This was the reason for their century-long duel. Even though they still don't remember the reason, once the volcano erupts, they continue their duel like always as proud warriors of Elbaf. To be continued. And that's Island is 14 episodes and 25 chapters, making it the longest arc we've covered so far.
That won't last long.
The Straw Hats are sailing towards Alabasta, but then all of a sudden Miss Tangerine's over here falls ill.
Oh great, Nami's sick. What, are we about to spend like 14 episodes trying to find her a doctor?
Yes.
The entire crew is confused on what to do next.
Is there anyone aboard this ship with even the slightest amount of medical experience?
I put 100 times more care into preparing her meals than I do for you losers.
Ah, so that would explain my cold burger and half-empty Sprite.
The crew decide to look for a doctor to cure Nami before heading to Alabasta. God, I hate side quests. All of a sudden, it starts to snow again, and Zoro points out a strange person in the middle of the ocean. His name is Chess, and beneath his feet comes a giant ship owned by the Blighting Pirates. What does that even mean? The Straw Hats get raided by the crew, and the captain asks if they have an eternal pose to Drum Island.
Now I know what that mouth do.
The Straw Hats easily take down the Blighting Pirates, and Luffy sends Team Rocket blasting off again and continue their journey. Back on the ship, the Straw Hats check on Nami.
Come on, Nami, cheer up! Look, check this out, you're gonna love it!
That's pretty funny. That's not funny.
The crew eventually arrive at an island covered in snow. Now, going by context clues, I'm gonna assume this is Drum Island. A bunch of angry townsfolk see the Straw Hats and prepare to shoot them.
I'll only say this once. Your kind is not welcome here.
I'm gonna need you to elaborate on what you mean by that.
The townsfolk tell them to leave or they will shoot, as pirates aren't welcome. Vivi gets shot, but thanks to plot armor, the bullet only grazed her. Vivi begs the townsfolk to help get Nami a doctor. Luffy begs too, and Dalton, that's his name by the way, decides to take them to his village. Meanwhile, Zoro does some training. For the rest of the arc, the Straw Hats arrive in Bighorn and ask Dalton if a doctor can help them. Dalton mentions that the island only has one doctor, known as a crazy witch, who lives in a castle atop the mountains known as the Drum Rockies. The witch is named Dr. Kureha, who's 140 years young, and comes down to treat people whenever she feels like it.
Could you imagine having a doctor that only treats people whenever they feel like it? Doctor, please help. I have a severe bladder infection, my wife has a tumor, specifically the size of a lemon, and worst of all, my son is really into Valorant. Oh, sorry, Elden Ring just dropped, so I've been kind of busy with that lately. I can give you a call maybe,
Luffy realizes that if they want to see this doctor soon, they're gonna have to bring Nami to her by climbing the mountain. Sanji joins Luffy's party and they head out into the snowy fields to get Nami treated.
Fuck, another escort mission.
While Vivi and Usopp wait, Dalton realizes that they still have 8 minutes left into the episode, so he drops some lore by telling them about what's recently happened to Drum Island and its kingdom. Drum Kingdom used to be ruled by a terrible king named Wapol, who was the guy the Straw Hats dealt with earlier. He was a very selfish and stupid king who only cared for his own well-being. He kept 20 doctors for himself, known as the 20 MDs, and exiled the rest from the island. One day, shit went from bad to worse when Drum Kingdom was attacked by the main antagonist of the series, the Blackbeard Pirates. Wapol and his men immediately left the kingdom to avoid danger and pretended to be pirates for months until they could return. Speaking of coming back, Wapol and his men find Drum Island. Luffy and Sanji are going through the snow, but then they are attacked by a group of gorilla bunnies called Lopins. Meanwhile, Dalton is informed that Dr. Kureha went to Kokiri Village, so they head over to inform her about the situation. When Dr. Kureha arrives, like how any normal doctor would, there's a kid over at a restaurant who's screaming and in pain because, excuse me, I'm talking. Anyways, Dr. Kureha helps the kid, takes everyone's belongings as payment, then leaves to the next village. Team Dalton shows up, but is informed that Dr. Kureha already left and is going to Gyasta, which is on the other side of the island. An injured man comes into the restaurant and tells everyone that Wapol has arrived in Drum Island and they killed a bunch of the guards. Enraged, Dalton bolts out the restaurant and heads back to Bighorn to stop Wapol. And whoa, what the hell is going on with Dalton? Dalton ate a devil fruit known as the ox fruit model bison. He can turn into a bison with 3 different forms: his human form, the animal form, and a hybrid form. This type of devil fruit is known as the furry class, zone class. In One Piece, there are 3 types of devil fruits. Zone type devil fruits, which can turn a person into a type of animal like Dalton. Logia devil fruits, which allows the user to control and become an element, like Smoker. Finally, Paramecia, which is literally just everything else that's hard to explain, like Luffy and Buggy. Back to the plot, Luffy and Sanji are still running from the Lopins. Then the Lopins create an avalanche that's heading towards Bighorn. Sanji helps Luffy escape, but he gets caught into the avalanche, so Luffy goes to find Sanji. Over at Bighorn, Wapol is causing a ruckus.
They took a sick woman up the mountain to see her doctor.
What? Really? That was a dumb idea!
Finally, somebody said it!
Thankfully, Dalton arrives to put a stop to Wapol's tyranny. Dalton gets his ass kicked, but during their fight, the avalanche takes them down. Wapol manages to get out and believes the Straw Hats must have done this, so they head up the mountain to kill them. Luffy finds Sanji, but he's knocked out. On the way, they come across a baby Lopin, whose mother is buried in the snow. Even though they did attack them, Luffy decides to help them out. Nah, he saves the mother and continues on his quest. Wapol catches up and gets ready to fight Luffy. Luffy runs away since he doesn't want either Nami or Sanji to get hurt. Thanks to Luffy's good deed for the arc, the Lopins come to help.
I know you.
Why are you having a flashback? This literally happened like 3 minutes ago. Anyways, Luffy finally arrives at the mountain, puts on his black Air Forces, and starts to climb while carrying an unconscious Sanji and a sick Nami.
They don't have, like, an elevator? I feel like we could probably cut 3 to 4 episodes from this arc if they had an elevator.
This right here is probably the 2nd or 3rd most iconic moment in this arc. It shows Luffy's determination to risk his life for his friends, willing to give up his dreams if it means his crew will live, because he knows they do the same for him. This is what makes Luffy so special, and why he deserves to be captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. Luffy makes it to the top and finds the witch's snow castle, but the snow starts to crumble. Before he falls, a strange creature saves him and takes them inside. A while later, Nami wakes up to the cutest motherfucker in all of shonen anime. Chopper, the blue-nosed reindeer.
Nobody likes you anymore.
Chopper is a blue-nosed talking reindeer who works with Dr. Kureha as her assistant. Speaking of which, Dr. Kureha comes in and tells Nami that she was bitten by a bug called the Kestia that gives you a disease known as the 5-day disease. Nami's had it for 3 days, and if she had it any longer, she would have died, causing another failed escort mission.
Can you tell me about this talking deer?
Figured you'd ask about him.
Why, yes. I feel any normal person would probably ask about the bipedal talking reindeer who's just handing them medicinal pills.
Chopper ate the human zone devil fruit, which gives him the abilities of a human.
That would literally be the worst devil fruit for any person to eat. We just lose the ability to swim. It would be like if Chopper ate the reindeer model depression fruit.
Chopper, the blue-nosed reindeer, had a very shiny nose. You would even say it glows. All of the other reindeer used to laugh and call him names. They never let poor Chopper join in any reindeer games. Then one foggy Christmas Eve, Santa came to say, wait. Anyways, things only got worse once Chopper ate the human fruit. All the reindeer physically abused him and exiled Chopper from the group. Chopper attempted to befriend the humans in his human form, but they just saw him as another monster and tried to kill him.
Hey, Johnny, get a load of this. It's one of those transforming talking reindeers. That's pretty cool. Wait a minute, he's got a blue nose! Get him!
Ever since then, Chopper's been labeled a monster by the entire island, all alone with nobody to call family or friend.
Now that you've heard his story, do you think you can heal the scar on his heart?
I'm gonna need a bigger band-aid.
Despite all that, Luffy wants Chopper to join his crew.
I just think they're neat.
Only person who truly cared for Chopper at the time was a quack doctor named Dr. Heerlook, who was Chopper's first friend and everlasting inspiration. The flashback starts with Heerlook running from Wapple's men, as this was when Wapple was trying to exile all the island's doctors. Heerlook barges into a family's home and tries to help the father, but instead is responsible for creating the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Despite how terrible of a doctor Heerlook is, he still wants to help people and dreams of saving the entire island. One day, Heerlook comes across Chopper after being attacked by the townsfolk. Chopper attacks because he thinks he's trying to kill him, but Heerlook proves that he has no intentions to harm him.
Fighting 101. If your opponent is physically superior to you, go full commando to distract them.
Chopper falls down and wakes up in Heerlook's cave. He notices some food that Heerlook left for him, and when he takes a bite, Chopper breaks down as this is the first time anyone has shown him true kindness. And now begins Chopper's horrible internship program with Dr. Heerlook. After another unsuccessful day, Heerlook gives Chopper the iconic pink hat and tells him to bring it back someday once he's become a great pirate. Wait a minute! Heerlook tells Chopper the story of a thief who was slowly dying from an incurable disease. One day, the thief saw a mountain of cherry blossoms, and when he went to the doctor, he said that his illness was completely cured. And so, Heerlook wants to do the same for the people of Drum Island, to make cherry blossoms bloom in the snowy mountains for all to see. Even though he's failed horribly for 30 years, he's determined to fight for his belief that no disease is uncurable. He'll work hard just like the pirates do out at sea, and the pirate flag is a symbol of that belief.
This idiot's been doing this for 30 years. Just go get some seeds. They have a bunch over at Home Depot.
A few days later, Chopper is finally healed from his injuries, and out of left field, Heerlook tells Chopper to leave him alone and never come back. Chopper tries to persuade him, but Heerlook uses force to make Chopper leave. Heerlook goes to Dr. Kureha coughing up blood. We learn that he was that sick thief the story was about, and he now only has 10 days left to live. He didn't want Chopper to know about it.
Telling him would literally be better than trying to shoot him.
Despite all of this, Heerlook is going to continue to accomplish his dreams before he dies, to show Chopper that nothing is impossible as long as you try. Chopper overheard the conversation between Heerlook and Kureha. He goes into Heerlook's cave to see if there's something that could cure his illness. Chopper reads about a special mushroom that is said to help the quack, so he goes in search of it. Meanwhile, Heerlook works on his invention. During his quest, Chopper meets his old reindeer pack, and the leader attacks Chopper like he's late on rent or got a D in science class.
AP chemistry is really hard, Mom.
Chopper eventually comes back to visit Heerlook with the mushroom, bloodied and broken but with a smile as he knows that the doctor will now be saved. Then Heerlook embraces him with open arms and apologizes. After Heerlook drinks the medicine, he notices that his invention has finally started to work. So he goes to tell Dr. Kreha the news and leaves Chopper at home while his wounds heal. Heerlook tells Dr. Kreha about what he's done and asks her to finish it for him and look after Chopper as her student. Angry and confused by the random request, Dr. Kreha kicks Heerlook out. Word gets out that Wapple's 20 MDs have all gone sick, and Heerlook goes to the castle to save them. Dr. Kreha visits Heerlook's cave to ask where he went. Chopper tells Kreha about how he healed him with the special mushroom.
Teach me
KO! Apparently, Chopper accidentally gave Heerlook a poisonous mushroom called the Amyudake. If you eat it, you'll die in less than a day.
That's right. There was a skull next to the picture of the Amyudake mushroom. And Doctor said he got better. There's no way he'll die.
Heerlook arrives at the castle and asks to see the 20 MDs so he can save them. Unfortunately, this was a trap by Wapple to lure out him and Dr. Kreha. All the doctors are completely fine and Wapple's guards prepare to shoot him.
What?
Instead of being sad or angry, Heerlook is relieved that nobody was actually sick and is glad that it was just a trap. As Heerlook slowly dies, we get the most iconic monologue in the entire arc, if not the whole saga.
When do you think a person dies? When a bullet from a pistol pierces his heart?
Yeah, a gun will kill you.
When he's attacked by an incurable disease?
Well, if it's an uncurable disease, you can't really do anything about it, so yeah.
When he eats a soup of deadly poisonous mushrooms?
Okay, that last one was oddly specific, but yeah.
As Heerlook starts to bleed out, he decides to drink a liquefied bomb, so that way Chopper isn't responsible for his death. He gives one final toast goodbye and dies. Farewell, you old quack. Chopper comes by at the last second, and as Wapple laughs at Heerlook's demise, Chopper puts on some 3 days grace and goes to attack Wapple, but Dalton stops him. Dalton tells Chopper how he was moved by Heerlook's speech and is sorry they laughed at him. He tells Chopper not to waste his life for this country, and so Chopper leaves. Chopper then waves Heerlook's flag and begs Dr. Kreha to teach him how to become a doctor that can cure any illness. What was once Heerlook's dream is now Chopper's dream.
If you cried, you're a bitch.
Back in the present, Chopper warns Dr. Kreha that Wapple has arrived at the castle.
Who are you?
Dr. Kreha tells Wapple to leave, as he's not the king anymore. But Wapple refuses, of course. Luffy comes barging in and starts throwing hands. Sadly, that doesn't work, and the fight continues. Wapple unveils the powers of the Munch Munch fruit. He can eat anything and then transform his body into what he's eaten within the last 24 hours. My strange addictions? Hire this man. Wapple goes full cannibal and eats his two subordinates to create a low-budget DBZ fusion of the two, known as Chess Marimo. Wapple notices Heerlook's pirate flag and tries to shoot it down, but Luffy blocks it just in time. Even though Luffy has no idea about Chopper's past, he understands the sentimental value of a pirate flag and promises that he won't let anyone destroy it. Chopper and Chess Marimo's battle commences. Chopper eats a yellow candy known as a Rumble Ball, which enhances his Zone Devil Fruit powers. Normally, a Zone type user only has 3 forms. With the Rumble Ball, Chopper has access to 7 forms: Brain Point, Walk Point, Heavy Point, Jump Point, Guard Point, which is adorable as fuck, and Arm Point, his strongest form. His last form, the Horn Point, won't be shown until Alabasta. Chopper eventually beats Chess Marimo, and everyone notices that Wapple went inside the castle while nobody was looking. Nami leaves her room and runs into Wapple, who tries to attack her.
I must have gained weight recently. Well, I can fix that. Munch Factory!
Fuck weight loss programs, screw eating healthy, working out is for nerds. If you want to get in shape, you gotta eat yourself. Duh.
Luffy comes back and attacks Wapol. Then Wapol decides to use his dangerous weapon in his weapons vault, but loses the key and runs away instead. Luffy follows him up and sees Wapol getting ready to use his ultimate weapon, the Tin Titan World Crown 7 barrel cannon. But it's going through some maintenance at the moment. Luffy doesn't waste this opportunity. He launches Wapol up into the roof of the castle and then sends him flying. Wapol's tyranny is finally over.
You mean that person I saw flying through the air was actually Wapol? You beat him?
Dude, it's Wapol. Vivi could probably beat him. Vivi! Now here's the thing about Wapol. He's not supposed to be a threat. While he does do some terrible stuff, he's more of a joke villain that's meant to relieve some of the tension from all the drama within this arc.
Alabasta is 39 episodes and 63 chapters. Excuse me, how many?
39 episodes? This is literally the longest arc we've talked about. Like, Reverse Mountain was only 2 episodes. I hope this is as long as it gets.
Business as usual, the Straw Hats are sailing towards Alabasta, and they fill Chopper in on what's been going on by watching all of my videos. They fish for some food, and what do they find? Well, naturally, it's the drag queen Bon Clay. They instantly become besties, and Bon Clay decides to show his devil fruit powers. Bon Clay ate the clone fruit. He can transform into anyone he touches with his right hand, and then go back with his left hand. During the festivities, Bon Clay transforms into someone Vivi knows very well. Once Bon Clay leaves, Vivi tells them that one of the faces he showed was her father Cobra, the king of Alabasta. Bon Clay is actually Mr. 2 of Baroque Works. Thanks to Zoro's 100 hours of Among Us, he devises a plan to find the imposter. They'll mark themselves with an X and wrap a band-aid over it. If someone starts acting sus over an electrical, they'll show the mark to prove they were just doing tasks.
The Alabasta arc has a ton of big brain plays like this. Just wait till we get to Crocodile.
They arrive in the port town of Nanohana, known for its perfumes. Luffy is very hungry, but accidentally goes too far. He finds a house with bags and bags of green beans. Luffy hates green beans, so he throws all the bags into the fire. All of a sudden, the green beans cause rain to fall, but only near the house. A guy comes out and tries to kill Luffy for messing with this stuff. Once they come to an understanding, the guy says that those weren't green beans. They're an illegal substance known as dance powder, which can create artificial rain. This one thing is the main cause of Alabasta's civil war. Dance powder causes clouds to mature rapidly and produce rain. But when this happens, neighboring towns suffer long periods of droughts. Alabasta has gone without rain for over 3 years now. Yet Alubarna, the capital of Alabasta, would usually get rain. Many people believed that the king is keeping dance powder to himself and won't share it. The king denies this and wants to wait for natural rain to occur. Because of this, many citizens have started a rebellion towards the kingdom. While the Straw Hats wait for Luffy, Zoro notices Tashigi and Smoker have arrived looking for them. Meanwhile, over at a restaurant, everyone gathers because supposedly this man died in the middle of eating.
Oh, he's dead. Well, I guess we don't need this anymore.
In quirky anime fashion, the man is actually alive and just fell asleep. Smoker comes into the restaurant knowing full well who the man is. His name is Portgas D. Ace, a division commander for the Whitebeard Pirates and Luffy's big brother. Speaking of Luffy, he barges into the restaurant and unintentionally uses a technique we won't see for 500 episodes to take down Smoker along with Ace. Once Luffy realizes he fucked up, he runs from the Marines. Eventually, he finds the Straw Hats and they all run together. Smoker catches up and prepares to take them down, but then a wall of flame stops him. This is Ace's Devil Fruit, the Flame Fruit. Literally the coolest power we've seen so far. Fucking Chop Fruit? Really, Oda? The Straw Hats run to the ship while Ace holds them off. Of course, Luffy gets lost but finds Ace. They have a brotherly reunion recounting the good old days. On the way to the ship, Luffy starts to talk about his crew, but then they get ambushed by Baroque Works agents. And hold up.
This is feeling a lot like filler. Let me check real fast. Yep, it's filler.
Ace and Luffy make it to the Going Merry, but then they are followed by Baroque Works ships. Ace decides to show how he could literally end this entire arc if he wanted to by destroying all the Baroque Works ships. Afterwards, Ace explains that he's been traveling for revenge. Blackbeard used to be a part of the Whitebeard pirates. One day, he killed one of the crew members and left. Since then, Ace has been on the hunt for Blackbeard. Vivi explains to everyone the plan to head over to the Rebel Army's base in Yuba to stop them from starting the Civil War. First, they need to head to Ermalu, the Green City. Ermalu was abandoned thanks to all the droughts. Vivi explains though that Baroque Works was the cause of all of this. One day, Baroque Works agents pretending to be traveling merchants drop a huge bag of green beans. Oh, right, that's dance powder. They pretend like it was an accident and that they were trying to deliver this to the king. Because of that, everyone believed that the king was hoarding dance powder for himself and letting the citizens struggle. The Straw Hats keep on walking through the desert while dealing with the dangers of Alabasta.
I'm sorry. I should have mentioned it earlier. I'm so sorry. I should have mentioned this earlier. And there are still so many desert dangers I haven't had a chance to warn him about yet.
Vivi, you've been here for 15, 16 years. How do you just keep forgetting this stuff?
Luffy gets into some good old shenanigans and runs from a creature known as a Sandora dragon, along with a camel. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji beat the creature.
Another one? I'm sorry, I guess I must have forgotten to mention it.
Honestly, at this point, I feel like they'd just be better off without Vivi.
Thanks to Chopper's years of Duolingo, he tells them that the camel is willing to help them out, but will only let the ladies on his humps. The Straw Hats then continue their journey to Yuba. In the next episode, the Straw Hats come across a band of sea pirates who are looking for
filler.
Okay. In the next episode, a couple of rogues pretend to be Royal Army soldiers taking advantage of the citizens in a small town. So Vivi wants to
also filler.
Scorpion guy who wants to take down Ace for his sons? And don't even get me started on the episode of Zoro and Chopper just talking for 20 minutes and nothing happens. What is this, Zoe? This shit gets so bad that Ace decides to leave. Before he does, he gives Luffy a present.
Wow, Ace, I haven't seen you in what, over 3 years, and you just give me a piece of paper then dip? Man, I really wish I had another brother.
Luffy, when next we meet, we'll both be top pirates.
Who's gonna tell him?
Also, fun fact, in the manga, Ace leaves after he destroys the ships back in Nanohana. So these past 7 episodes have been mostly filler with sprinkles of canon material. Thanks, Toei. The Straw Hats arrive in Yuba, but the place is completely deserted and covered in sand. Naturally. Yet one man is alone digging for water. This is Toto. Him and his son Koza, Vivi's childhood friend, were tasked by the king to create a safe haven for people traveling across the country. While Koza left to lead the rebellion, Toto still has complete faith in the king and truly believes it will rain in Alabasta someday. Luffy helps out Toto for a bit. Then once the Straw Hats leave, Toto gives Luffy the small bit of water he found while digging, and tells him that someday soon, there will be plenty more.
Right, then I'll drink it with care.
Meanwhile, the top agents of Baroque Works gather at a place called Spider's Cafe. The tall, slow-talking Mr. 4 and the short but hyper Miss Mary. What the fuck?
If she's supposed to represent Christmas, then Mr. Scrooge was right.
Mr. 2 also arrives with Mr. 1 not too far off. The owner of the restaurant is Mr. 1's assistant, Miss Doublefinger, who I guess just doesn't have organs. They are told that they'll be meeting the boss for the first time, so they head to Rainbase. Unbeknownst to them, a certain wax-headed man is lurking behind. They arrive in a secret location at Rainbase, greeted by Miss All Sunday, who presents to them the boss of this whole ordeal. Mr. Zero is Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, owner of the casino in Rainbase, and leader of Baroque Works. This would have been a much crazier reveal if Vivi didn't say who it was back in Whiskey Peak. Crocodile has been pretending to be Alabasta's hero for years, gaining the citizens' trust. He was responsible for setting up the dance pattern that started the rebellion, as well as causing sandstorms in Aramalu and Yuba. Crocodile tells his agents that their final mission is Operation Utopia, the plan to conquer Alabasta Kingdom for themselves. The party pooper, Mr. 3, shows up to have a slice of the cake. Crocodile, however, is extremely pissed for his fuck up at Little Garden and has him eaten by a banana gator. Back with the Straw Hats, Luffy decides he does not want to do this shit for another 900 episodes. In actuality, Luffy is annoyed by Vivi's idealistic view of not wanting anyone to get hurt in a war. You dummy!
Whoa, Luffy, calm down! You can just casually destroy buildings and you just decked a normal 16-year-old girl. God, I love One Piece.
Vivi is confused on what she should risk besides her own life. Luffy tells her to put the Straw Hats' lives on the line too, since they are friends. The Straw Hats reach Rainbase with the goal of taking down Crocodile. Their luck, however, turns into a wet fart as Smoker and Tashigi find them. Smoker chases Luffy, Zoro, Nami, and Usopp into the casino. Crocodile pulls a Scooby-Doo with his booby-trapped floor, placing all of them in a steel cage. This isn't any ordinary steel cage, however, as it's made with sea prism stone, a special item which has the properties of the ocean, meaning all Devil Fruit users can't fight. Crocodile once again does the evil spinning chair reveal towards the Straw Hats. Outside, Vivi is dealing with Baroque Works agents when a falcon carrying 2 machine guns comes to save her.
Only in One Piece would I ever say that.
This is Pell, one of Alabasta's guardians. He ate the bird fruit model falcon. The fun ends there, however, as Miss All Sunday arrives to take Vivi to Crocodile. She ate the flower devil fruit. She has the ability to make any part of her body sprout like flowers on people or objects. Miss All Sunday takes down Pell and brings Vivi to Crocodile. Now in Vivi's head, this is how Alabasta would end. But it's Vivi, so her plan completely fails. Now that everyone has been gathered, Crocodile explains Operation Utopia. Back at the capital, one of the guards tells Chaka that the king is at Nanohana, telling citizens that he's responsible for this kingdom's drought, but says that he must destroy this town to get rid of the evidence. Koza arrives to stop the king, but one of the royal guards shoots him. While everyone is still trying to process what's going on, Mr. 1 and Miss Doublefinger arrive on a giant ship, destroying the town. The king runs off, and it turns out it was actually Mr. 2 in disguise. Meanwhile, we learn that Mr. 4 and Miss Merry Christmas were tasked with capturing the king. The rebels and citizens realized that the crashed ship was carrying loads of weapons. They grab them and prepare for battle. The Civil War has begun.
Oh man, there's a lot going on right now, guys. I need a second. Let's just cut to a commercial break real fast.
As Crocodile and Miss All Sunday head to Alubarna, Floor slowly floods with water, along with a bunch of banana gators. It's all up to Vivi. they're screwed. Miss All Sunday gets a call from the Crap Cafe. Enter Mr. Prince. Who could it be?
Dear Sanji fans, since Reverse Mountain, y'all have been starving for some blackleg content. Well, your time has arrived.
Crocodile goes outside to find Mr. Prince, but doesn't realize that it's actually Chopper he's chasing. As the water continues to rise along with Vivi's incompetence, Mr. Prince, aka Sanji, takes care of a banana gator, who releases a strange ball. Inside that egg, Mr. 3 is born. Fuck! Before Mr. 3 can pull any shenanigans, Sanji literally kicks his ass and has him make a key so the Straw Hats can escape. Then they leave the casino. Smoker decides to let the Straw Hats go since they saved his life, but next time he won't let them and their dumb dog get away with it. The Straw Hats meet up with Chopper riding on one of Eyelash's friends known as a moving crab. Before they can get far, Crocodile yoinks Vivi away from them, but Luffy takes her place so he can fight Crocodile. Meanwhile, the Straw Hats continue onward.
Round 1. Fight!
Just like with Smoker, nothing Luffy does harms Crocodile, as all his attacks just go through him. Crocodile tells Luffy he's gonna send another Darude sandstorm over to Yuba. Luffy tells him to stop, but then Crocodile kills Luffy.
What? That's impossible! If Luffy's dead, what are they gonna do? Who's gonna stop the rebellion? What about Baroque Works and Crocodile? Oh. Never mind.
Later that night, Miss All Sunday saves a barely conscious Luffy. Pell shows up wanting to take her down, but she tells him to take care of the boy instead. The Straw Hats make it to the outskirts of Alabasta. They've got a long way to go, but luckily the Supersonic Duck Squad is here to show them the way. As they speed towards Alabasta, the rebels and Royal Army prepare for battle at dawn. The agents are at Alabasta, fully aware that Vivi is heading towards the kingdom. When they meet, they all disperse across the kingdom. The Straw Hats reveal themselves, and the agents realize that Vivi wasn't with the group at all. She's outside waiting for the rebel army to arrive so she can talk to Koza. The rebels run by, and Vivi tries to yell for Koza, but he can't hear her and passes by. Vivi remembers what happens in The Lion King and almost gets stomped to death if it wasn't for Karu taking the fall. Usopp comes back to save Vivi, but starts to act a bit sus. Vivi asks him to show his bandage and reveal the X mark. Unable to do so, Vivi realizes that Usopp is actually Mr. 2. Karu gets up and they manage to run from Mr. 2, but not for long as Karu is too injured. It's okay though, cause our sharply dressed simp comes to the rescue. So now it's Sanji versus Mr. 2. Fun fact, both of them are chefs. Sanji and Mr. 2 are both evenly matched. However, Mr. 2 realizes Sanji's obsession for literally any female with a pulse and transforms into Nami. Sanji gets whooped but realizes Mr. 2 can't fight when he's transformed. They both play a round of Dance Dance Revolution. Mr. 2 is shocked at his low score and gets slammed into a building. Sanji wins. Back at the entrance of Alabasta, our next match is Usopp and Chopper versus Mr. 4 and Miss Merry Christmas. Mr. 4 is a pro baseball player with a 4-ton bat. Somehow his pitching machine ate a devil fruit known as the Dog Fruit Model Dachshund.
What the fuck is this show?
Speaking of devil fruits, Miss Merry Christmas ate the Mole fruit, allowing her to dig all around the sand. These two agents are a bit too much for Usopp and Chopper to handle. But Usopp remembers that he's the greatest character in all of anime. He uses one of Miss Merry Christmas's holes to sneak up on Mr. 4 and slam him with a 5-ton hammer. Sadly, it's revealed that it's actually just 2 pans and some rubber.
You think I can really lift 5 tons? I stopped trying after just 10 pounds!
I have never related more to a fictional character before in my entire life.
Miss Merry Christmas grabs Usopp and tells him that Luffy is dead. Before Usopp can say anything, she leads him to Mr. 4, who slams Usopp directly in the face with a 4-ton bat. No matter what, a real man must stay and fight when someone laughs at their friend's dreams. Usopp has complete faith in Luffy, and he won't let anybody laugh at his dream. With the use of Chopper's last form, the Horn Point, they work together to take down Miss Merry Christmas and Mr. Four. Usopp and Chopper have won. Back over in Alabasta, Nami is running from Miss Doublefinger, who ate the spike fruit. She can make any part of her body a sharp spike. Nami unveils her new weapon that Usopp made for her, the Climatact Mark I, which is very good for parties. Nami finally learns how to use the Climatact. It's a weapon that can control the weather. Usopp, how the hell did you make this, but still use a regular ass slingshot?
Here's some advice, sweetie.
Despite the struggle, Miss Doublefinger gets trapped in the Hurricane Tempo attack and goes through many different buildings. Nami wins and is finally useful. Alright, let's check in on Zoro. Ah, shit. Our last battle is Zoro versus Mr. One. And surprise, surprise, Mr. One also ate a devil fruit. This one is the dice fruit. Not only does it make Mr. One's body as hard as steel, but he can turn any part of his body into sharp blades. The only way Zoro can win this is if he can learn how to cut steel. No matter what he does, nothing can harm Mr. One. Zoro gets beaten near death many times while Mr. One is just getting some exercise. Zoro then remembers what his teacher taught him many years ago. Swordsmen who can cut nothing are also able to cut everything. Zoro decides to put everything into this final attack. Mr. One charges at Zoro and then everything goes quiet. Zoro sheathes his sword and Mr. One bleeds out. Zoro can now cut steel, putting him one step closer to becoming the world's greatest swordsman.
Okay, as cool as this fight is, it's kinda dumb that Zoro hits Mr. One once and that was it. Whereas Zoro basically lost like 5 Gatorade bottles worth of blood.
Vivi arrives at the palace and asks Choppa to destroy the castle in hopes of stopping the rebellion. Before they light him up, a crazy sandstorm stops the flames. Crocodile has arrived at the kingdom, carrying King Cobra. Crocodile hangs up King Cobra and asks Cobra about the location of Pluton, an ancient weapon that's said to be in Alabasta. It has the power to destroy an island with a single shot. This is Crocodile's true objective. Crocodile also mentions that he's hidden a bomb at the capital of Alabasta that's scheduled to blow up at 4:30. Too bad they couldn't do it 10 minutes sooner, am I right? Then, 4 strong warriors known as the Kicking Claw Force arrive to take down Crocodile.
Okay, this has to be filler, right? The Kicking Claw Force. Oh, apparently it's canon. Alright.
Well, they immediately get taken out, and then Chaka fights as well. Chaka ate the dog fruit model jackal. Doesn't do shit as he gets his ass kicked too. Crocodile grabs Vivi and then drops her Long Live the King style. As she falls, a human-sized falcon swings by, and on top is our rubber lad Monkey D. Luffy. Ready for round 2.
Round 2. Fight.
This time, however, Luffy is aware of Crocodile's weakness. Just like with sand, if you spray it with water, it starts to harden, meaning that Luffy can punch the croc. But Crocodile is still the superior fighter. He grabs Luffy and sucks up the moisture in his body. Luffy has lost once again. Meanwhile, Vivi meets up with the Straw Hats and she tells everyone about the bomb that's scheduled to blow up soon, so they all go looking for it. Elsewhere, Miss All Sunday takes Cobra to see the poneglyph about Pluton. They arrive underground and find the poneglyph, one of many giant stone tablets that's said to contain the lost history of the world. Miss All Sunday is one of the few people able to read the language, thanks to Duolingo. She says that it contains nothing about the ancient weapon and just history about Alabasta's previous kings. Crocodile arrives and she tells him the news, which he's not too happy about. Crocodile stabs Miss All Sunday, saying how he was planning to kill her regardless of whether Pluton existed or not, as he never trusted her. Back at the castle ruins, a giant drop of water from Luffy's barrel lands on him. He survives and rushes to the temple to face Crocodile one more time. Over at the ward, the Straw Hats are still trying to find the bomb. Man, this thing is really hard to find. Good thing we can at least see how much time we have left. Wait a minute. Vivi figures out that the bomb is inside the clock tower, controlled by Mr. 7 and Miss Father's Day, who reveal themselves with only 30 seconds left to fire the explosive. The Straw Hats climb up as fast as they can, and Vivi manages to take them out. She destroys the rope, but starts to hear a strange ticking noise. Crocodile put a timer on the bomb in case Mr. 7 and Miss Father's Day are unable to set it off themselves.
Oh my god! Crocodile is one of the smartest villains in One Piece. Dude's just got a backup plan for his backup plan.
Vivi feels that all hope is lost for this country, but then Pell arrives. He thinks back to all the fun memories he's had serving his country and thanks Vivi for everything. He grabs the bomb and flies sky high. Declaring his role as the guardian of Alabasta, the bomb goes off. Pell is dead.
Action? Oh man, that was intense. I'm gonna miss Pell. It sure would ruin this entire moment if we learned he was actually alive. Right, Oda?
Despite the strong explosion, everyone gets up and lets out a mighty roar. The battle continues. All Vivi can do is stand high up in the clock tower, barely holding back her tears, and beg everyone to stop fighting. Nobody can hear her. Back at the crumbling temple, the final battle between Luffy and Crocodile begins.
This is the last round!
Even though Luffy doesn't have any water, he's able to use the blood on his body to punch Crocodile. Crocodile goes for the kill, but Luffy manages to dodge. Sending Crocodile high up into the ceiling, they both let off their final attacks. Luffy's attack reaches first and sends Crocodile flying high up into the sky. Luffy, the rubber nobody back in the small East Blue, has beaten one of the 7 warlords of the sea and saved an entire kingdom. Things only continue to improve as when Crocodile starts to fall to the ground for the first time in 3 years, it rains in Alabasta. Everyone stops what they're doing, baffled by the situation, with Crocodile laying in the middle of the battlefield, and finally, Vivi's voice is heard. Vivi tries to explain the situation, but nobody believes her. Then Igaram arrives to back her up, along with a boy who saw Mr. 2 transform into the king.
Wait, hold up. Igaram is alive? One of my least favorite things about One Piece are the fake out deaths. Good thing this is the only time this happens.
The Straw Hats find Cobra carrying an unconscious Luffy. He sets them down and they all sleep soundly in the rain. 3 days later, in the palace, Luffy finally wakes up. Once he does, everyone in the kingdom has a grand feast and celebrates like there's no tomorrow. Later that night, Igaram and Chaka stare at 2 new wanted posters. Zoro is now wanted for 60 million berries, while Luffy has risen to 100 million berries. Earlier that night, the Straw Hats gave Vivi an ultimatum. If she wants to join the crew, they must meet up in 12 hours. Vivi is torn. She enjoyed the adventures she's had and would like to go on more, yet she understands that she's needed in Alabasta to restore the country. The Straw Hats arrive at the Going Merry, but find our favorite ballerina, Bon Clay, at the ship. Bon Clay says he doesn't consider them enemies anymore since Baroque Works is finished. Bon Clay wants to help the Straw Hats escape since the Marines, led by Captain Hina, are looking for them. Vivi arrives at the ceremony and begins talking across the country about her journey at sea. After a while, everyone notices that the princess is actually Igodam in disguise, but somehow she can still be hurt. As the Straw Hats fight off Marine ships, Bon Clay decides to sacrifice himself so the Straw Hats can escape. Even if I stray from my code as a man or a woman, I can never betray my basic humanity. Bon Clay is one of the most loyal side characters in all of One Piece. The Swan will be missed. Later, Luffy notices Vivi and Karu at the promised meeting place to pick her up. Unfortunately, Vivi says she can't go with them. Her duty to her kingdom is just a bit more important, but she'll always treasure the loyal friends and adventures she's had up until now. And so, the Straw Hats give the proper send-off. They undo the bandages on their arms and raise them high in the sky for Vivi to see as proof of their bonds.
This thing on all our arms is a sign of our friendship.
The Straw Hats finally leave Alabasta, but everyone is sad that Vivi is gone. But then, a strange voice is heard on the ship. Miss All Sunday appears on the Going Merry with one request: to join the Straw Hat Pirates. Luffy agrees cause fuck it, why not? Miss All Sunday's real name is Nico Robin, a 28-year-old archaeologist. When she was only 8 years old, she was wanted by the world government for 79 million berries and has been on the run for 2 decades working for different criminal organizations. At first, everyone is a bit skeptical about Robin joining, but they all come to terms with it. And so, Robin joins the crew, and the Straw Hats set sail towards their next adventure. To be continued.
And that was the end of the Alabasta Saga. What a journey it's been, and it's only gonna get crazier from here. A lot of people say that Arlong Park is when people start to like One Piece. If that's true, then Alabasta is when people love One Piece.
After 13 episodes of boring filler, Jaya is 9 episodes and 19 chapters. This time, we start off with Hawkeye Mihawk, who's looking at Luffy and Zoro's new bounty, being surprised with the rapid growth of these new rookies he met back in Baratie. Meanwhile, at the Holy Land of Mary Joas, a couple of crinkly baboons known as the 5 Elder Stars talk about the vacant seat of the 7 warlords. They hold a meeting to decide how to handle this situation. We're introduced to 2 new warlords, the Heavenly Yaksha, with a frozen bounty of 340 million berries, Don Quixote do Flamingo. I really don't want to cover your arc. And the 296 million bounty, Bartholomew Kuma, the Iron Giant. Get it? Cause he's a—
Stop! You violated the law!
They all gather and we meet the world's most important figure in the Marines, along with Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Hawkeye joins in to talk about the Straw Hats. The meeting gets interrupted by an unusual individual. This is Lafitte, a member of the Blackbeard Pirates. He recommends his captain as the new member for the 7 Warlords of the Sea. During this, Rockstar, a member of Shanks' crew, was ordered to deliver a message about Blackbeard to the strongest man in the world. This is Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors of the sea. But we aren't gonna worry about those guys for another like 200 episodes, so we can just ignore them for now. Also, this man is gonna get an insane glow up. Back to our regularly scheduled program, the Straw Hats are sailing about when all of a sudden, they notice strange rubble falling from the sky. Out of nowhere, a giant ship crashes from the sky. After the Straw Hats skedaddle on out of there, Nami notices that the log post is pointing super north all the way to the sky. After snorting a bunch of glue, Robin mentions the rumors of an ocean above the sky, known as Sky Island.
You're into some pretty weird stuff, Robin.
Yeah, you can call me stuff, Robin, cause I'm pretty weird. I have a problem. During their investigation, Luffy comes across a map of Sky Island, known as Skypiea. The monster trio go underwater to check out the ship. During this, they hear strange noises coming closer. These are the Mashira Pirates, a gang of salvagers who've all returned to Monk, led by Captain Mashira himself, who's seen Tarzan way too many times. They work on bringing up the ship. After failing to score with Nami, Mashira decides to end it all, but lands on the ship instead, meeting up with the monster trio. Don't worry, guys. The boys make it out of the turtle along with the monk.
Tell me what happened! Are you dead? Where are the others?
You see, there's a reason why Nami is the navigator and not the doctor of the crew. The sky goes dark, and when everyone turns around, a crazy phenomenon that can only best be explained in a PS1 cutscene unfolds.
Guys, I wasn't sure if you wanted me to bring the whiskey or the vodka, so I just bought both. Oh shit, is that One Piece? I fucking love that show, dude!
These giant figures tower over everyone, leaving them speechless. The Straw Hats evacuate the area so fast, they literally make a wooden ship go light speed to safety. After a quick chill pill, Robin tells Nami that she grabbed an eternal pose from Mashira. This compass points to Jaya. The Straw Hats decide to go to Jaya in hopes of learning more about Sky Island.
I wonder what this Jaya place is like. I hope it's relaxing.
Yeah. I hope so too, Chopper.
The crew make it to Jaya. Luffy, Zoro, and Nami explore Mocktown while everyone else stays at the ship.
I say we trash this and buy a new ship instead.
During their exploration, they meet up with a bunch of strange individuals, like this wrestler dude, a guy who clearly loves Duck Hunt, and this man who looks like he's got one of every disease.
Hey, look! Apples!
Luffy!
The gang end up in a bar. Luffy and some totally not important, definitely a one-off filler character that has no importance to the story whatsoever, have an argument about the food. Once the man leaves, a much more dangerous one shows up.
How come everyone I meet in this town is so tall?
That is exactly One Piece in a nutshell. This is Bellamy the Hyena, a crazy, coked-up rookie pirate worth 55 million berries. Once he heard about Luffy's 30 million berries, Bellamy came to size him up. Bellamy proves he's not such a bad guy after all. He buys Luffy a drink, and they make a toast. Never take a drink from a stranger. Not because it might be tampered, but because they will literally slam your face through a wooden table. Zoro is armed to the teeth, ready to cut Bellamy's head off. Before we enter the WWE Sweaty Weeb SmackDown 5, Nami asks the bartender about Sky Island. To Nami's displeasure, not only does he know nothing of the island, but everyone in the bar laughs at her.
This idiot believes in Sky Island. Ooh, look at me. I'm Nami and I want to be a navigator, but a shark killed my adoptive mommy and forced me to be a slave for 10 plus years. Oh wait, that's actually extremely tragic.
Bellamy mocks the Straw Hats for believing in such crazy fairy tales, telling them that far-off dreams like Sky Island, the Emerald City, or the One Piece are just dumb stories for kids. Power and money is the reality of the world. The bar goes from noisy rambles to irrational violence very fast.
Yeah, fuck you, Luffy. The One Piece isn't real. Who takes 1,000 plus episodes just to find some treasure?
Zoro, no matter what happens, don't fight back.
I understand you're trying to take the moral high ground like Shanks did by not fighting pointless battles, but I feel like this is literally the perfect time to fight back. Nami pulls Luffy and Zoro out of the bar, upset that they wouldn't fight back against those creeps. Then they meet up with the strange man from earlier. This is Marshall D. Teach, a simple man who loves the high seas as much as he loves cherry pie.
Your two friends won that fight without even throwing a punch.
Did we watch the same fight? Teach delivers one of the greatest speeches in One Piece. The dreams of pirates will never end. Teach is a man full of passion just like Luffy, who doesn't let a few nobodies stop them from believing in his dreams. The Straw Hats make it back onto the ship. Robin shows up and tells them that she found some info about Sky Island. A man who was banished from the town is living alone on the other side of the island. The gang go over to ask him about Sky Island. On the way to meet the man, the crew encounter another group of pirates who've returned to Monk. These are the Shoujo Pirates, led by the Sonar King, Shoujo himself. Before Shoujo can play his shitty mixtape, the Straw Hats run away and continue onward. Meanwhile, back at the bar, Bellamy overhears some dudes talking about the man the Straw Hats are going to see. Apparently, he's holding loads of treasure, so naturally, our good-natured and well-mannered boy Bellamy wants to pay him a visit. The Straw Hats make it to the man's decked-out hype house, only to find out he's not as rich as he seems. They check around the place, and Nami comes across a book called Nolan the Liar, a popular children's story from the North Blue.
I was born in the North Blue territory.
Nolan the Liar is the 400-year-old story about a whimsical lad named Mont Blanc Noland. He'd always tell people crazy tales of his adventures that sounded like lies.
Sound familiar?
One day, he told the king about a city of gold he found on his last voyage. Intrigued, the king decided to go to this island with Nolan along with 200 men. With only 100 men left, they made it to the island, which we later came to know as Jaya, although what they saw was just a regular old island. No gold city, hell, not even a single penny. Enraged by Nolan's deceit, the king ordered Nolan to be executed immediately. Before his death, Nolan's final words were that he believed the island must have sunk to the bottom of the ocean and absolutely nowhere else. After another fun episode of Reading Rainbow, a strange fellow yoinks Luffy into the ocean. The battle comes to a halt as Cricket suffers from a disease known as Kason.
Kason these nuts! Oh!
Cricket explains how despite the bad reputation Nolan gave to the family, he still continues to check for the lost city of gold. Not because he cares whether Nolan was right or wrong, but because he feels it's his destiny to continue looking for closure.
Are you just about finished telling us your life story?
Man, Luffy really is just a huge asshole, isn't he? The two monkey boys, Shoujo and Mashita, are just huge fans of the story and want to help Cricket out.
I'm sure you could kick his ass.
He's right! I can kick Mashita's ass!
That's right, guys. You too can kick Mashita's ass if you just believe in yourself. Cricket, Mashita, and Shoujo, known as the Sariyama Alliance, decide to help the Straw Hats find Sky Island. Cricket explains his hypothesis to get to Sky Island, and Zoro is very intrigued. The Straw Hats must make it up the Cumula Regalis, a giant mass of many clouds. Above it is where Sky Island is said to be. The only way to get that high is to ride the Knock-Up Stream, a powerful water stream that shoots up into the sky 5 times a month. The Straw Hats only have till noon before the last Knock-Up Stream of the month hits. In order to know exactly where the Knock-Up Stream will be, they must first catch a special bird called a South Bird. As in the name, South Birds always point south, meaning they are the natural enemy of a nose pass, which always points north. And so, the Straw Hats go hunting for a South Bird, while the Sariyama Alliance works on modifying the Going Merry. Hey, you know what? This kinda reminds me of the bug hunting minigame in One Piece Unlimited Adventure for the Wii. Hey guys, DJ here. Just want to say that I've been streaming One Piece Unlimited Adventure for the Wii over on YouTube. Come stop by sometime. Alright, back to the video.
All we know is this thing's got a peculiar call.
We've been trying to reach you concerning your car's extended warranty. You should have received something in the mail about your car.
Hey, that sounded peculiar.
While everyone just has the worst time in the forest, Bellamy and his crew arrive at Cricket's hideout, looking for the gold he has stored. The Sariyama Alliance fends off Bellamy's men, but then Bellamy unveils his devil fruit power to take them out. Bellamy ate the spring fruit, allowing him to turn parts of his body into springs. One Piece really has the dumbest powers, huh? Bellamy takes down the Saruyama Alliance and steals the gold. The Straw Hats come back with the Southbird thanks to Robin's broken abilities, only to see everyone beaten and bloodied along with the Merry. Cricket tells them that Bellamy was the one behind this. Granted, they would have figured this out anyway since that narcissistic asshole left his signature. And so, Luffy goes back to Mocktown to pay back Bellamy. Back at the bar, a man comes in to show everyone Luffy and Zoro's ridiculous new bounties. Bellamy believes that they must be fake to stop other pirates from messing with them. Oh, Bellamy, you poor naive fool. Speak of the devil, Luffy calls for Bellamy. Help! I don't know how I got here, but I can't get down. Battle between Bellamy and Luffy begins. Bellamy shows off his cool devil fruit powers, constantly mocking Luffy and Cricket's dreams. When Bellamy goes for the kill, Luffy takes a second to show Bellamy his new favorite anime. Don't invite me to your party unless someone's getting knocked the fuck out. Sometime after Luffy leaves, Teach finds Luffy's new bounty, and he decides that he'll take his head to further his own goal. Then all the shady guys we met earlier gather around Teach. Jesus Burgess, a self-proclaimed champion, Von Ogre, the silent sniper, Doc Q, the Reaper, and their captain, Blackbeard, introducing the main antagonists of One Piece. Unless... Luffy makes it back with the gold, and just in time as the Going Merry is ready for battle. They say their goodbyes to Cricket, who has a severe smoking problem, and set sail with the Monkey Boys to find Sky Island. But Blackbeard is slowly closing in. With the help of the Southbird, they find the Knock-Up Stream. Before Blackbeard can attack the Straw Hats, the Knock-Up Stream sends Luffy and his crew flying straight up into the sky on their way to Sky Island. To be continued. Holy shit, guys, they did it! They've made it to Sky Island. Oh man, I can't wait to see what happens next. Skypiea is 43 episodes and 66 chapters. 43 episodes? Jai was only 9! This is literally 5 times as long! Speaking of Jaya, this arc starts right where we left off. The Straw Hats ride the Knock-Up Stream and basically confirm that heaven is real. This is the White Sea, an ocean of clouds filled with many dangerous balloon animals.
Do you know what this is? I think it's one of the skyfish Nolan described in his...
Chopper looks around the place and finds the friendly Sky Island tour guide.
What do you want? To destroy you!
Look, I don't mean to be disrespectful to the Sky Island customs or anything, but I personally would like to not be destroyed. Before our tourists receive their welcoming gifts, a knight swoops in on his noble steed to save the Straw Hats. This is Gonfall, the Sky Knight, and his bird Pierre. Pierre ate the horse fruit, turning him into a majestic, derpy Pegasus. Gonfall gives them an item called the One Whistle. If trouble ever arrives, all they have to do is blow on it, and he will come to the rescue. Once Gonfall leaves, the Straw Hats arrive at Heaven's Gate, the entrance into Skypiea in the White Sea. At the entrance, they meet Amazon, the Heaven's Gate inspector. She states that in order to get to Skypiea, they must pay the entrance fee of 1 billion Extol per person. Extol is the currency in Skypiea. Here's the exchange rate in berries.
This'll be very important later.
Listen, about the money. What if, we don't have it?
You may still pass.
What? Damn. I wish places would just let us go like that without having to pay sometimes. Hey there, tickets for Minions: The Rise of Gru, please? I can't afford it though. Oh, yeah, sure. No problem. Go right ahead.
The Straw Hats reach Skypiea, known as God's Land. They all enjoy the island's soft clouds and mysterious plant life. Speaking of mysterious, they hear the angelic sounds of a harp being played by one of the citizens from Skypiea. This is Conus and her cloud fox Sue.
This is the most beautiful creature I have ever laid my eyes on. I will protect you at all times. Under no circumstances will I ever let anyone harm this delicate being. I would go full John Wick 1, 2, 3, and coming soon 4 if they ever harmed you. Mark my words. Anyways, Conus's dad Pagaya comes along riding a waver, a small boat powered by Skypia's greatest invention, dials. Dials are seashells that can store and release energy. The Sky People use these dials for everyday activities. Breath dials release air, which is how the waver runs. Flame dials for heat, tone dials to record voices.
We've been trying to reach you concerning your car's extended warranty.
And much more.
Wait, so you're saying all our technology is powered by seashells? Well, shit. Time to get rich.
While the gang chill at Conus's house, Nami is riding the waver and finds an entire island in the middle of nowhere. This is known as Upper Yard, the place where God and his priests reside. Conus tells them not to explore Upper Yard or face God's wrath. Conus says that God can hear everything that goes on in the island. If someone steps out of line, then God will strike them with his holy judgment.
There's actually a god?
And so begins the story of how the Straw Hats become devoted Christian followers. Amen.
God, huh?
Wait, you mean you don't believe in God?
Fear not, my child. That man shall soon know my wrath. Also, why is there a raccoon dog talking? I don't remember doing that.
The Straw Hats realize that Nami has been gone for a while, and so they go out to look for her. Before they do, soldiers known as the White Berets come to arrest the Straw Hats for entering Skypiea illegally without paying the ridiculous entrance fee.
Hey, why are they crawling?
All right, honey, I'm heading off to work. I'll see you later. Let the kids know that I'll pick them up at 8, all right? Okay, love you, bye.
The captain of the White Berets tells them that they are currently 11th degree criminals and must pay 10 times the normal entrance fee. Nami finally arrives and Usopp explains the situation, but our reincarnated Mr. Krabs would rather die than spend money. So she commits attempted murder by attacking the captain. The soldiers attack the Straw Hats, but they easily take them down. The captain of the White Berets informs them that they have now become second-degree criminals and will face the wrath of God's holy priests in Upper Yard. Nami wants to leave the island before anything bad happens, but we still got like 41 episodes, so that's obviously not gonna happen. While the Straw Hats prepare to leave, Luffy, Sanji, and Usopp get supplies back at Pagya's house. Meanwhile, Conus explains to Nami of a much faster way to escape Skypiea. Conus seems a bit suspicious. Once Conus gets off the ship, a giant sea creature known as the White Sea Super Express Lobster, wow, that is a mouthful, brings the Going Merry to Upper Yard as offerings to God. You bitch! Luffy and the gang watch the shenanigans unfold below. They decide to go rescue them, and Conus agrees to help them out.
Oh, hell no!
Conus takes the boys through Lovely Street over to the harbor to pick out a boat. They notice, though, that all the citizens are keeping their distance from them. Before they head out, Conus falls to tears and admits that she's trying to lead the Straw Hats to Upper Yard. The people of Sky Island are forced to help bring criminals to God's judgment or face his wrath themselves. As soon as she tells the truth, God wastes no time raining down his judgment on Conus for failing in her task.
What can I say? Snitches be getting them stitches.
They manage to dodge the blast just in time thanks to Gonfall. Then the boys take their boat to Upper Yard to save their friends. Nami and her team find themselves on the sacrificial altar in the middle of Upper Yard.
Sacrifices? Nami, what's a sacrifice?
It's nothing, Chopper. Now get in the oven. You'll catch a cold.
They decide to go explore while Chopper guards the ship.
Hey guys, look at this. It's dirt.
This arc is gonna be rough.
Luffy's team arrives in Upper Yard and finds 4 gates. Each of these gates leads to an ordeal by one of the holy priests. The ordeal of swamp, iron, strings, and spheres. Oh, that last one doesn't sound too bad. The boys decide to go through the ordeal of spheres. As the name suggests, they're greeted with flying orbs floating all over the island, each one with a random object in the orb, from dangerous animals to explosives. The host of the ordeal shows themselves. This is Satori, one of God's 4 holy priests. The boys begin to fight him, but through some unknown power called mantra, Satori is able to read their movements and dodge their attacks. Further into the fight, Satori unleashes his ultimate Dragon Sphere technique at the gang. Luffy manages to redirect the attack back at Satori. Once the smoke clears, Luffy uses the confusion to get behind and hold him down, while Sanji gives the priest severe brain damage. This truly is
Ordeal of Love.
Also, I just want to say that Satori's scream literally sounds like the VA was murdered in the sound booth.
You know what? It's been a minute. Let's check in on Chopper real fast. Yep, that sounds about right. Shoulda, the priest who holds the ordeal of strings, came by the sacrificial altar to kill the Straw Hats, as this area is free game. Chopper immediately calls for Gonfall, but he's tending to his pumpkin, so it'll be an episode or 2. Shoulda uses his spear to burn the ship, while Chopper tries everything to stop him, but to no avail. Before Shoulda eventually kills Chopper, Gonfall arrives way too late to save him and fight Shoulda. What the fuck is going on right now? The fight ends with Sky Knight Gonfalling into the ocean. Chopper goes in to save him, despite the fact he can't swim because of, you know, the whole devil fruit thing. I'm sure he'll be fine. Deep in Upper Yard, we're introduced to the Shandian tribe, a group of warriors who plan to dethrone God and his priests to take back their homeland. This is Wiper, their leader. Literally the angriest character in One Piece by far. Also, we have Isa, a small girl with the same power of mantra like this guy. The Shandians head to Upper Yard to fight the holy priests. While Luffy's team keeps on moving, Chopper and Gonfall manage to get out of the water thanks to a bunch of giant Southbirds. Nami's team keeps exploring around the island, and then they make a shocking discovery. They find half a house facing the end of the island, similar to Cricket's place. Nami realizes that Upper Yard is the missing piece of Jaya that's been lost for 400 years. The city of gold that Cricket has been searching for wasn't in the ocean like Nolan predicted. It was in the sky. You'd think after so many attempts he would have tried something different though. The battle between the Shandorians and holy priests rage on, with the priests having the upper hand despite few numbers. The Straw Hats finally meet up with one another while Chopper is very traumatized. They gather up and explain what happened in the respective groups. The gang decide that they'll find the lost city of gold and take all its treasure. Before they call it a night, Nami befriends some local wolves and everyone starts party rockin' in the house tonight. Fun fact, this is one of Oda's favorite panels that he's drawn. The next morning, Usopp wakes up to take a fat shit the size of Chopper. When Usopp goes over to the Merry, he hears the sounds of a hammer hitting on wood, only to find someone working on the ship in the foggy night. Alright, so either Casper truly is a friendly ghost, or Usopp took one too many shrooms. A bit later, the Straw Hats set sail on their quest by splitting into 2 teams. Luffy's team will look for the City of Gold, while Nami's team takes the Going Merry around the island so they can escape. Elsewhere, the 3 remaining priests are summoned to God's shrine to talk about the upcoming battle. All bow down to the might of Lord Enel.
That doesn't seem quite right. Hold on. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Alright.
This is Enel, the god of Skypiea. He's your stereotypical I'm evil cause fuck you kind of guy. Basically a less charismatic crocodile. He tells his priests about the completion of the Arc Maxim, his ultimate plan to rule over all. During this, Wiper prepares for the final battle against Enel. This time, he swears he'll take his head to reclaim their land. The Gold team are on the move, but like every turn-based JRPG, they get into a random encounter with a giant serpent that causes all of them to be separated. Back on the Merry, Gonfall eventually wakes up and explains a bit of the history between Upper Yard and Skypiea.
Until 6 years ago, I was God.
Ah, so he's mentally insane. Sweet!
400 years ago, on the day when Jael was sent to Skypiea, the Sky People saw it as holy land. To them, dirt is a sacred item known as Verth. Bunch of idiots, I know. They fought the Shandians and took their homeland for themselves, starting the 400-year war between Skypiea and the Shandorians. 6 years ago, when Gonfall was still the ruler of Skypiea, Enel and his men, who came from another Sky Island, forcibly took Gonfall's position from him and have been tormenting the citizens of Skypiea since. The battle between the 20 Shandorians and 50 holy priests begin. During this battle, Enel believes that of the 81 people on Upper Yard, only 5 will survive in 3 hours. And shit, they don't waste time, as Wiper immediately takes out Shura with a reject dial. If used too many times, has the power to kill a man. Things only get more insane, as when Luffy is jamming out to the real Slim Shady, he encounters Wiper, and they begin to fight. Surprisingly, Wiper has the upper hand, but the fight ends in a draw. Before the fight can continue, Luffy gets eaten by the serpent from earlier, so we won't be seeing him for like 8 or 9 episodes. Next up, Zoro is walking around and encounters Braum, a Shandorian soldier who uses pistols.
He's using all 3?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Zoro wins the fight, and over by some ruins, Chopper encounters one of the holy priests. This is Geratsu, who holds the Ordeal of Swamp. He's really fucking stupid. Despite his stupidity, Gedatsu is ridiculously strong and uses clouds to suffocate people. It's a hard fight, but Chopper manages to win. And we've still got a lot more as Robin prepares to fight Yama, the commander of the Divine Soldiers, a raging bull with zero regard for what he does. Robin takes him down for carelessly destroying ancient history.
In all honesty, this was such a cool fight and really just shows Robin's versatility as a character. Like, I'm really looking forward to seeing her in more action.
Enel appears on the Going Merry, taking down Sanji and Usopp with a single bolt of lightning. That's right, Enel ate the Rumble fruit, which gives him the power of lightning. Literally one of like the strongest devil fruits in this show. And he has immunity to physical attacks like all Logia fruit users. Enel simply tells Gonfall that he's done with Skypiea and is in search of a bigger world to rule. He then summons his 2 lackeys to take care of them.
Time to avenge our brother!
Oh god, they're multiplying!
Nami and Gonfall take them out. Konus and her dad arrive on the island along with Isa, who is looking for Wiper. After 2 hours, 24 people remain in Upper Yard. Robin finds some ruins, only to discover that it's the lost city of gold from 400 years ago. I'm seeing a lot more rock than gold, though. Chopper also ends up in the Lost Ruins, only to meet up with Clifford's cousin, Holy the Large White Dog, who's also a boxing champion. Coming soon to PBS Kids. His owner is Ohm, the final priest who holds the Ordeal of Iron. Chopper tries to run away, but Ohm manages to catch up and makes a new fur coat. Not long after, Wiper, Gonfall, and even Zoro surround Ohm. The end is drawing near. But not near enough. And so begins the Battle Royale One Piece Smash Bros. Ripoff between Wiper, Gonfall, Zoro, Ohm, and even the giant snake. Nami and Isa arrive on the battlefield, but they, along with Gonfall and Pierre, are swallowed by the serpent. Zoro finds Chopper lying unconscious on the ground and locks his sights on Ohm. Now it's Zoro versus Ohm. Ohm creates a steel cage to trap everyone inside. Hold up. This cage looks oddly familiar. Almost like some kind of bird oh my god! Ohm uses a cloud sword that he can freely manipulate, but it's as tough as steel, giving Zoro a hard time. And yet, the battle comes to a close as Zoro wins with an even stronger version of his energy blast. Cause swords can apparently do that now. Robin encounters Enel in the ruins and accidentally spills the beans about the golden bell. Oopsie whoopsie, you fucked up, Robin. Back near the Going Merry, one of Enel's prisoners confronts Conus and her dad. He tells them about Enel's true objective. Once Enel finds the golden belfry, he plans to destroy Skypiea by sending it down to the Blue Sea, while he gets away on the Maxim, a giant flying ship that his prisoners were forced to build. Enel plans to find a place known as the Endless Verth and rule over it like a true god. Enel, of course, is such a nosy Nancy with his mantra, so he aimbots the dude. Pagaya pushes Conus out of the way, but unfortunately, Pagaya gets caught in the blast and dies. Conus heads to Angel Island to warn everyone of Enel's plan.
Holy shit. We really covered a lot, guys. Let's take like a 5-minute break or something.
Enel brings down everyone above him, causing Nami and Gonfall to escape the snake.
Could it be? Is this really our homeland?
Cause wow, this place sucks.
The animators must have been, pretty down bad that day.
Just as Enel almost predicted, the final 5 gather. Gonfall, Wiper, Robin, and Zoro all stare down the self-proclaimed god. The 4 warriors prepare to fight Enel. Get him, Gonfall! Ah, shit. Well, Robin can probably talk this out, right? Spoke too soon? Okay, Zoro, now we're talking. This man can do literally anything. Oh, come on! Thanks to the powers of a sea prism stone, Wiper is able to grab Enel and shoots him with a point-blank rejectile.
Hell yes, Enel is dead. Finally, we can get off this stupid island.
Oh, and he uses his lightning powers to restart his heartbeat.
Enel is way too powerful. If only we had like some rubber or something to insulate the lightning.
Once Enel takes out Wiper, all that remains is Nami. And I think we can all agree that she's definitely not winning this one.
I want to go with you. I've always wanted to go to Endless Verth.
Did we learn nothing?
Nami comes with Enel to the Arc Maxim, a giant golden ship that can fly in the sky powered by his lightning. Over at the ruins, after like 10 episodes, Luffy along with Isa make it out of the serpent. Luffy finds all his friends looking like burnt chicken. Robin wakes up to tell him about Enel's plan. And so, Luffy and Isa go to find and stop Enel. Before Enel takes off on the Arc Maxim, Luffy and Enel finally meet. Enel shows absolutely no mercy and starts throwing lightning bolt after lightning bolt at Luffy. Yet, for some reason, nothing seems to be happening. Wait a minute! So once Luffy realizes he has the type advantage, the fight can basically be summed up as hell yeah, Luffy did it!
Luffy falls!
Son of a bitch! Enel manages to trap Luffy's arm in a giant golden ball, and then throws Luffy off the ship like it's Smash Bros. Ultimate.
But one thing's more precious than gold. It's a treasure called friendship.
Bullshit! I'd sell out my friends for $50 each in a heartbeat.
Not all hope is lost though, as Sanji finally wakes up and thanks to his horny radar, spots Nami atop the Maxim. He wakes up Usopp and they board the Ark Maxim to rescue Nami. Sanji and Usopp make it to the Maxim. Meanwhile, Nami is struggling to survive until...
Bring it on, God!
God Usopp comes around to help out. Not by a lot, but he gives his best. They try to escape before Enel can finish them off. Sanji gets between them and takes a Kamehameha to the face so they can escape. Right when Sanji collapses, Enel realizes that the Maxim has been damaged from the inside. All thanks to our crispy Mr. Prince. Usopp grabs Sanji and they all meet back up with Robin. Luffy, Isa, and Pierre eventually show up, but not for long as Luffy climbs Giant Jack to finish Enel. Meanwhile, Nami follows him up. And so, Enel's plan of Death Pia begins. He releases a giant thundercloud into the sky that will significantly boost his power to destroy the island. As lightning rains down from the sky, destroying everything in the island, Viper gets up and thinks back to the story his village chief told him. The tale of the great warrior Kalgara and his best friend Noland from 400 years ago. On the Grand Line, in the middle of nowhere, a couple of explorers are lost at sea. Their captain is none other than Mont Blanc Noland. This is the story of how he was labeled a liar. During their voyage, they are led by the angelic sounds of a bell and reach what we now know as Jaya, home of the Shandorians. Noland and his crew encounter a boy with a disease known as tree fever. The Shandians, however, have no clue about it and believe it to be some curse from God. The Shandians offer up a girl to their god in hopes of getting rid of the disease. Noland comes in to stop the ceremony, and like your mom whenever you don't clean your room,
Leave me alone, Mom, I'm depressed.
Noland shares his disdain for unnecessary violence. He asks the Shandorians to give him some time to develop a cure. He has 24 hours or his crew dies. Kalgara, the Shandorian strongest warrior, watches over Noland and argues about their ideals and blind faith.
You can send an innocent girl to her death.
The innocent girl you speak of.
She was my daughter!
So you're telling me that you told your own daughter to kill herself? Oh, that daddy-daughter dance finna be awkward.
Eventually, Noland makes the cure and befriends the Shandorians. They even find a baby viper they call Nola. This is the same giant snake we see in Skypiea. The next morning, Kalgara shows the explorers the pride of Shandora. This is the City of Gold, and at the heart of it is the Golden Belfry. The sound of this bell is to tell the world that we are here, to show the ancestors back to their homeland. Weirdly enough, the bell isn't what they protect. What truly matters is the poneglyph inside the bell. The Shandians have been protecting it for many generations. The fun doesn't last long as these bipolar-ass people immediately hate Noland again and demand they leave the village or die. Moose, the daughter of Kalgara, explains that the trees they cut down are sacred. They're said to hold the souls of the dead as tombs.
So their ancestors' spirits are in those trees. I can't believe I didn't know.
How would you know? The doctor informs her that the trees had a virus in them and were the source of the tree fever. Moose runs to explain the tribe of their mistake.
Literally all of this could have been avoided if they just talked it out. Shandorians are so stubborn, holy shit!
Kalgara rushes over to Noland and his gang right as they leave. He apologizes for his ignorance and asks that they come back someday. Noland promises that he'll return soon, and so the Shandians ring the bell so Noland can find his way back again. 6 years later, back at Noland's hometown, Noland explains his adventures to the king and mentions the City of Gold. Filled with greed, the king demands Nolan take him and his men to see the City of Gold. Tragedy strikes on the Shandorians as a powerful knock-up stream sends a chunk of Jaya shooting straight into the sky, landing in Sky Island, with the golden bell being sent even further into the unknown abyss. Before the Shandorians can recover, divine warriors attack them with their leader wanting to claim the land as his own and become god. The Shandians fight to protect their homeland. Kagura promises to figure out what's going on and make sure to ring the golden belfry so Nolan can know that they're up in the sky. But not too long after, Kagura dies in battle. Back on the Blue Sea, the king sentences Nolan to death for lying about the Golden City. Nolan continues to plead that the island is real and maybe was sunk to the bottom of the ocean, but nobody believes him and dies forever labeled a liar. Nolan and Kagura never got to see one another ever again.
I absolutely love this flashback. Sure, it has nothing to do with what's currently going on with Enel and such, but it's just such a great standalone story to me. Plus, it really adds to the emotional weight and lore with all the Shandorians and Cricket wanting to find the Golden City. Alright, back to the present.
Enel finds the Golden Belfry. Now that he has all that he needs, the Lightning God will destroy Skypiea and ascend to the Endless Verth. Luffy continues riding up Giant Jack with one goal in mind: to ring the golden bell so Old Man Cricket can hear it and know the island is in the sky. Nami eventually reaches Luffy and they ride the waver together to catch up and stop Enel once and for all. With Giant Jack falling, Luffy and Nami make it close to the Maxim. Luffy shoots himself into the giant ball of lightning and destroys it, causing the island to once again be surrounded by a warm white light. Enel prepares for a final assault. Luffy uses probably the coolest move we've seen so far by launching the golden bell at Enel. And just like the phrase, kill two birds with one stone, Luffy uses the golden ball to slam Enel into the belfry and cause it to ring again. He yells as loud as he possibly can to Cricket that the City of Gold that his ancestors have been searching for has been in the sky for the last 400 years. The ringing of the Golden Bell marks the end of the 4-century-long war between the Shandorians and Skypieans.
Hey, I wonder if Pop's heard it.
Huh? Did you guys say something? Alright.
The sound of the bell is so strong that even Old Man Cricket, back in Jaya, looks up into the sky and listens. He thanks the Straw Hats for everything they've done. Luffy and Nami reunites with everyone and oh hey, Pagia's alive! Gotta love fake-out deaths. Then, the entire land of Sky Island party in the City of Gold for 3 nights in a row, celebrating the fire of Shandora. Of course, things aren't all sunshine and rainbows, as Enel is still alive and continues to head for the Endless Verth, known as the Moon. Morning hits, and the Straw Hats plan to steal the gold inside Nola and head out. Elsewhere, the Shandorians and Skypieans work together to grab the Golden Belfry. Robin comes along and reads the poneglyph inside the bell, which explains the location of an ancient weapon called Poseidon, similar to the poneglyph in Alabasta about Pluton. Then Robin notices a message carved next to the poneglyph left by Gold Roger, and Robin is absolutely shocked that he knows how to read and write. The Straw Hats come back with the gold while Usopp got a bunch of dials. They then pull an Irish goodbye and head back to the Going Merry. The Straw Hats reach the Going Merry and head for the exit of Skypiea. The Straw Hats finally land in the Blue Sea and can go back to their normal lives. Ah shit, it's the Marines.
And that's all for Skypiea and the Sky Island Saga. It's a lot shorter than I thought it was going to be. I can definitely understand people's criticisms for this arc. This is when the One Piece anime really starts to slow down a bit. Some episodes, nothing happens. Plus, a lot of this arc takes place in a jungle rather than in the clouds, which kinda makes it seem generic at first. Despite that, I loved Skypiea, and to me it's genuinely dumb that people skip it. Don't skip it.
Can we get much higher?
The One Piece is real!
Long Ring Long Land sucks! Long Ring Long Land is 19 chapters and 15 episodes too many. We start off with the Straw Hat Pirates atop the blue sea on the Flying Octopus. Usopp and Chopper work on the ship while everyone else just chills. But the octopus balloon finally drops the crew onto the ocean floor so they can continue their journey. After fleeing from the local sea monkeys, the crew come across a naked ship. The ship isn't damaged, but with a lack of sails, a navigator, or even a captain, Usopp wonders what they're doing out at sea. Not like it matters, since their mortal flesh is sacrificed to the sea monkey gods. All hail the sea monkeys! Let Davy Jones decide their fate. Later on, Robin informs everyone that the next island is in sight, and the crew heads on over.
I hope we can find a knowledgeable shipwright to join us.
Welcome everyone to Long Ring Long Land. Here, everything from our animals to the plant life is just really long for no fucking reason. Reminding us once again that God truly hates each and every one of you. The apples look like penises, dogs, cats, and birds have severe scoliosis, and if you thought that was a giraffe, you'd be wrong, you stupid twat. This is actually a horse. Her name is Shelly. Hi, Shelly. Luffy comes across an empty home, and near it are two long pieces of bamboo that start to attack the gang. Luffy breaks it to reveal an old man who is at the very top of the wooden stilts. This right here is Tonjit, a kooky stilt enthusiast who's been trying to break the Guinness World Record for the longest stilts. He only meant to be up high for a few days, but it turned into 10 years, and everyone in the village left to migrate to another part of the island and left Shelly alone by herself, searching for her owner. Tonjit and Shelly finally reunite, and they have a good time riding along together after 10 years. For once, can we have a peaceful arc? The one behind the attack was none other than the cunning, fit, fat, split-head Silver Fox Foxy of the Foxy Pirates, who came to take Shelly hostage.
Both of you step aside.
Are you crazy?
Hey, yo, Tonjit, calm down, man. Trust me, it ain't worth it. Foxy challenges Luffy to a Davy back fight, a 3-game sports match between pirate crews. The winner of each game can take one crew member from the losing team, which is what happened to the ship we saw earlier. Once the captains fire into the sky, the games begin. Well, that just sounds like a horrible idea. Why would you bet your entire crew, who you consider family, over some stupid game? That's way too risky. Luffy shouldn't.
Welcome one and all to the 921st Davy Back Fight! Introducing the reigning champs with 920 wins and 0 losses, the Foxy Pirates, who will be facing off against the new underdog rookies, the Straw Hat Pirates!
This Davy Back will consist of 3 games. Our first game, the Donut Race. First team to lap around the island wins. Representing the Foxy team is Portia and Caputi. Over on the Straw Hats team, we have
The entire Straw Hat crew!
Wait a minute, but the manga says it's just supposed to be Nami, Usopp, and Robin. Why is the announcer saying the entire Straw Hat crew? It's got to be some kind of mistranslation or something, right?
And they're off. Of course, the Foxy Pirates waste no time cheating, placing explosive barrels all over the place.
Go away!
Eventually, after some shenanigans, the only ones left are Nami, Usopp, and Robin. You know, how it should have been from the start. Foxy tries everything in his arsenal to try to sabotage them, but thankfully, Nami and Robin are literally the only ones with a functioning brain and can see through his dirty tricks. But there's one trick that they couldn't see coming. The gang are moments away from the finish line, but Foxy unveils his secret weapon, the power of the slow fruit. He shoots special beams known as slow-mo photons. Anything these photons hit causes the target to slow
slow down drastically for 30 seconds. Thanks to this, the Foxy Pirates have won the first game and a member of the Straw Hat crew.
Okay guys, which Straw Hat member do you think Foxy will choose? Could it be Luffy? But what about Nami? No, silly. What's that? Did you say Chopper? That's right, it is Chopper!
You know, I wouldn't rule out a fur fetish.
Not only did Foxy choose Chopper to fulfill his gross fantasies, but also to hinder the second game, the Groggy Ring, my favorite part of this entire arc. The Groggy Ring is soccer on steroids. A match between two teams of 3. The goal is to score the ball into the goal. The catch is that one teammate is the ball. Since Foxy took Chopper, Zoro and Sanji have to compete in the second game without a third member.
Oh, so Zoro and Sanji in this one? This'll be easy. I mean, sure, sometimes they argue a bunch, but I mean, they're mature enough to...
They must face off against the Groggy monsters, who've never lost in the Groggy Ring once. Despite Zoro and Sanji being incredible powerhouses on their own, their inability to work together becomes their biggest downfall, almost losing time and time again by the skin of their teeth.
One monster burger, please!
Sir, this is a Taco Cabana, but would you like to try our limited time only Hache Chile pork tacos?
But Sanji and Zoro get their heads out of their asses and decide to work together for 10 seconds.
Holy shit, they actually did it in 10 seconds. Maybe Frieza could learn a thing or two about how time works.
With the Straw Hats' first victory, they get to decide who they'll choose next.
Okay guys, who do you think is going to join?
It's obviously Chopper. You don't need to—
I hate this arc, waste of my time. Syrup Village was way better.
And now for our third and final match, the box.
The run, roll around, roller skating race.
What? No, it's supposed to be a boxing match next. Unless... No, that can't be right.
Our final match, the roller derby. 2 teams of 5 take turns racing each other. Whoever goes around the track the most in 5 minutes wins. This time it's Luffy, Nami, Robin, and Usopp against Foxy's ragtag filler fodder. The Foxy Pirates pull their usual tricks like always, but despite all that, the Straw Hats manage to win in the end and get Chopper back. Not feeling satisfied with the loss, Foxy wants another Davy back fight.
Hell no! 3 games, that's it. We got Chopper back, we are done. Arc's over. I'll see you guys next time.
God damn it!
So yeah, the reason a lot of people just don't like this arc is because the anime made it twice as long.
The manga only had 3 games: the Donut Race, Groggy Ring, and Combat Round. But the anime made it longer by adding 3 more games in between: the Roller Derby, Dodgeball, and Red Light, Green Light.
If anything, this arc should be like 10 episodes at most.
In the game Hit and Deadball, it's basically just dodgeball, but with the unnecessary competitive complexity of a children's card game.
You wouldn't expect it to be so thick.
Because of all the annoying rules and the Straw Hats' inability to read and write, the Foxy Pirates win. But this time, they take Nico Robin. The next waste of our time, game, is Red Light, Green Light. Pretty simple. If you've seen Squid Game, you get it. The Straw Hats are inches away from winning, but Zoro was actually a double agent from the beginning and sabotages the game, giving Foxy another win. This time, he takes back the fresh meat. With 2 Straw Hats gone and only 1 game left. Even if the Straw Hats do win the next game, Luffy can only take back 1 crew member.
Damn, Chopper or Robin? That's a really hard decision. Honestly, don't know who I would choose if I was in Luffy's situation.
Welcome to the final round of the Davy Back fight. We've entered the combat round, a simple 1v1 between Luffy and Foxy. To raise the stakes, Luffy and Foxy bet their entire crews. It's winner take all. Both fighters emerge ready to battle, but Luffy decides to get serious and reveals his final form this early into the series. Introducing Afro Luffy!
Now, everybody keeps hyping up later events to come in the anime, but it doesn't matter how strong Luffy becomes going forward, because this will forever be his ultimate form, and you cannot convince me otherwise.
The battle begins, and while we all know Afro Luffy's gonna win, it's surprisingly a tough fight for our funky boy of rubber, as Foxy is a master of tactics, lies, and deceit. Afro Luffy manages to use Foxy's powers against him, and with the softest love tap, the Straw Hats win the 921st Davy Back fight. Luffy takes back his crew and gives Tonjit the Foxy Pirates flag as payback for what they did to Shelly. Later on, the biggest Diglett enthusiast arrives, who turns out to be Tonjit's grandson. Reunited with his family, the Straw Hats continue their adventure. To be continued. Nope. After dealing with amnesia filler, the Straw Hats walk around a random island and come across a man whose justice is as cold as ice. Introducing Admiral Aokiji, one of the 3 strongest Marines in the world government.
Another very sexy lady with super big bazongas. Are you free tonight?
Aokiji has been traveling around looking for Nico Robin to see what she's been up to after the Alabasta incident. Before shit hits the fan, and trust me, it will, they come across some lost travelers who've been stuck on the island. Aokiji helps them get to the next island by, you guessed it, showing off his Devil Fruit powers. Aokiji ate the powerful Ice Logia fruit, able to freeze anything he touches instantly, and in a world that's like 85% water, that's really fucking broken. Aokiji decides that he will kill the Straw Hat Pirates before they become a much bigger threat.
And clutch!
Holy shit! I know One Piece can get violent sometimes, but that was just straight murder.
The Straw Hats fight Aokiji to protect Robin, but a simple brain freeze is just too much for them to handle. With Robin trembling in fear, Aokiji tries to console her, but forgets to turn off his ice powers and freezes her near death. Whoops! Luffy tells the gang to leave Aokiji to him while they save Robin. Just like the battle with Smoker, nothing Luffy does harms Aokiji, since he's literally made of ice. Despite his efforts, Aokiji is the victor. Aokiji spares Luffy's life for defeating Crocodile and saving Smoker. He leaves warning him to abandon Nico Robin while they still have a chance. The Straw Hats barely escape and start to realize just how dangerous the world truly is. To be continued. Water 7 is 35 episodes and 53 chapters. Right off the bat, the Straw Hats are up to some more wacky shenanigans as they follow Yokozuna, the 3-time gold medalist Olympic swimmer doing the front crawl. However, something stops them in the middle of the ocean. A bunch of red lights start flashing to warn them of a loud and angry iron snake fast approaching their direction and puffing smoke.
You mean a train? You know, that thing that we always use for traveling around? Are boats just like the only form of transportation in this world?
After dodging near death for the 33rd time this month, they meet Granny Kokodo, the station master of the sea train who drinks alcohol more often than you breathe.
My name's Luffy, and I'm gonna be king of the pirates.
Literally nobody asked, Luffy. I understand it's your passion and all, but chill the fuck out, dude. You're almost as bad as Naruto.
The Straw Hats ask if there's a town around as they want to fix the Going Merry. Kokodo tells them to go to Water 7, which has some of the best shipwrights in the world. The Straw Hats head to Water 7 with the goal of recruiting a shipwright.
Well, I'll get the hottest girl in town guaranteed.
What do I care if the shipwright's hot? I want a huge, manly dude.
¿Por qué no los dos?
Welcome to Water 7,
the capital of water. A paradise island clearly inspired by Venice, the citizens use seahorses known as bulls to travel around town. The people are so friendly that they'll even tell random criminals the proper way to traverse through the island. Luffy, Nami, and Usopp head into Water 7 to exchange the gold they got from Skypiea to use for ship repairs.
That's a big bag. Can I ask what's inside?
Boy Hancock feet pics.
As long as the Mary gets repaired, I'll be happy.
After Nami threatens the bank appraiser's entire family, the Straw Hats are living it up with 300 million berries.
Which, when you think about it, that's basically the equivalent of like 3 Luffys.
Luffy's team arrives at the heart of Water 7, Galactic, home of the best and strongest shipwrights in the world. They talk to one of the workers, Square Usopp, aka Kaku, about repairing the Going Merry. After playing way too much Sonic Generations 2, Kaku pulls off the Water 7 any% speedrun to check on the ship. Luffy meets Iceberg, the boss of Galactic and mayor of Water 7. Also his pet rat. His name's Tyrannosaurus. While Usopp is just walking around and casually carrying $200 million, he gets jumped by a gang called the Frankie family.
Usopp, I love you, man, but who the hell just casually strolls around with $200 million?
Kaku finally comes back with his analysis on the ship, and it's not looking good for the Straw Hats. Because the keel is badly damaged, Kaku says that the Going Merry can't be fixed. Meanwhile, Robin and Chopper are off shopping and notice a lot of people are wearing masks for what seems like an upcoming festival.
CP9.
Am I supposed to know what that means? Is that like a band or a movie? I don't know. What do you think, Chopper? Ah, right. You are a fucking reindeer. I seriously need to get off these meds.
When Chopper exits the bookstore, Robin is missing. I'm sure it's nothing. Because the Straw Hats can never have nice things, they finally realize that their 200 million is missing, and they go looking for it. Nami comes across Usopp doing what he always does, knocked out and bloodied, surrounded by a crowd of people in some alley.
What else is new? This literally happens like twice an arc at this point.
Usopp says that the Frankie family took the money and he feels ashamed for not being strong enough to stop them. But at the Frankie house, the family celebrates their new 200 million with their boss, Frankie.
Show yourself! What fool would dare to oppose the Frankie family?
Oh boy, the Frankie family is screwed now. Only Luffy would be dumb enough to dive just headfirst into enemy territory.
Damn it. Like a low-level character fighting the final boss at the beginning of the game, Usopp raids the Frankie family to get the money back. Receiving his second L of the arc, Usopp is unable to get the money back and Frankie leaves. The rest of the Straw Hats gather around to find Usopp doing the iconic Yamcha pose. Then they head over to Frankie's house to get revenge.
Now, only in One Piece can you just have characters walking in silence for a good 3 minutes with Overtaken just blasting in the background be like the coolest fucking thing ever.
Luffy's squad bullies the Frankie family and gives them the gift of being homeless. At this point, Luffy decides it's time to say goodbye to the Going Merry.
I mean, it sucks because we've been with the Going Merry since episode 17, but I mean, it's for the best. Hopefully everybody will understand, but even if they're kind of against it, they're all adult enough to come to a logical conclusion and talk things out as friends without any unnecessary drama, right?
Wrong. Back at the ship, Usopp wakes up and Luffy tells him the unfortunate news that the Going Merry can't be fixed and they need a new ship.
Ooh, maybe a lion this time.
Like playing League of Legends online, Usopp gets hella tilted, mad that they just get rid of the Going Merry and he's unwilling to listen to reason.
I can't believe that's the kind of captain you turned out to be!
Luffy felt
You stay out of there!
Hey guys, sorry I've been gone for so long. I ran into this CP9 guy and...
Usopp decides to leave the crew, as he felt he was only brought on out of pity. Then to top it off, he challenges Luffy to a duel. Sadly, no, not with convoluted card games, but with the good old fisticuffs. And whoever wins gets to keep the going merry. Night falls and the two prepare to fight. It's very obvious who's going to win, but what really matters is the emotional weight behind the fight. Now, this is a very shocking turn of events, because, I mean, the Straw Hats have had their arguments here and there, but majority of the time it's usually meant for comedy or just small things that really aren't a big deal. But this time, it's kind of a big deal. We've seen the Merry get damaged on many occasions, but it never seemed like a big deal, because they would just repair it and keep on sailing. The fact that there's actually consequences for their actions that develops through the story, since like Reverse Mountain, is a really cool detail to see finally take effect. And now, without further ado, the epic battle of Luffy versus Usopp. I told you it was extremely obvious who was gonna win. Luffy decides to let Usopp have the ship while they go get a new one. Usopp has now officially left the crew.
I'm fighting for my life! Breaking news at Water 7. The iconic ship known as the Titanic just got its revenge, as Mr. Iceberg was recently discovered to have just been shot. But as of now, it is unclear who done it. But we here at Water 7 News will keep you updated. Stay tuned for more.
The chaos continues as Frankie comes back after partying it up all night, only to find he doesn't have a house anymore. What the fuck? That's honestly one of the scariest things to find out after returning home. That there is no home. The boys let Frankie know that none other than the Straw Hats were responsible for all of this. And so the king of the underworld goes to pay Straw Hat Luffy a visit. With the news of Iceberg's attempted assassination, Luffy and Nami go to see him along with the rest of the town, assembling the perfect audience for...
Look, I really like Frankie, alright?
Frankie immediately starts throwing hands by unveiling his devil fruit powers. This is the Spice Fruit. He's able to shoot hot flames from his mouth. Oh, right. Duh, there's no Spice Fruit. Okay, so he must have eaten the Chain Fruit to, like, make his body shoot out chains, right? Because, I mean, you can't be able to do all that kind of stuff without some sort of devil fruit power.
I'm just a normal guy with some extra parts. A cyborg, you might say.
The cyborg fruit? Is that like some kind of zone or paramecia type? During all the commotion, Iceberg wakes up and starts snitching, saying how the ones who were responsible for the incident were a large man in a mask and Nico Robin. Since she's a member of the Straw Hat Pirates, Galley Law are ready to rumble with Monkey D. Luffy. Galley Law interrupts the fight to start a completely different fight. Whoa, wait, did we already start Enies Lobby? They take a 5-minute break from the fight for Paulie to tell Luffy that Robin was the one who shot Iceberg. The news quickly gets out, turning the Straw Hat Pirates into enemies of Water 7. Luffy and Nami leave the scene to try and figure things out. Over at Blue Nose Bar... I'm gonna ignore that. Frankie arrives at the bar to get some cola, as that's the secret to his cyborg powers. Frankie talks to Granny Kokoro, as they're apparently really good friends. She warns him that the secret government organization known as CP9 might be responsible for the attack on Iceberg. Elsewhere, Sanji and Chopper are on the hunt for Robin. They've looked all over but can't seem to find her. Then Chopper gets a familiar scent and follows it. Lo and behold, they find Robin. They try to talk to her, but she simply tells them that she is responsible for the attack on Iceberg and leaves the crew. A broken ship lost $200 million. You're wanted by the entire city, and now you just lost 2 crew members. Ugh, the Straw Hats are having a rough time this arc. Atop a random building, Chopper informs the gang about what Robin told them. In order to fully figure out this whole mess, the gang plan to talk to Iceberg tonight, as it's likely Robin will kill Iceberg.
Breaking Breaking news at Water 7. This year's Aqua Laguna is estimated to be one of the worst ones yet. For those unaware, Aqua Laguna is an annual storm that floods the city, causing it to sink to the bottom of the ocean little by little. So please, take the necessary precautions and make sure you and your family stay safe. We'll update you shortly.
Later at night, Galactic is armed to the teeth, all around the palace, ready for the Straw Hats to attack. What the fuck is going on this arc? CP9's operation begins, while one of the members fights off the entire Galactic Corporation. Robin and the Masked Man head on over to Iceberg's room to finish what they started. With the powers of the Door fruit, this CP9 agent is able to turn anything he touches into a door, allowing him to enter any room undetected.
No matter how thick it may be, I simply touch it and it opens for me.
He asks Iceberg where the blueprints are for a certain weapon. The ancient weapon Pluton that Crocodile has been looking for back in Alabasta. Iceberg and Robin whip out the nines and have a Mexican standoff. Iceberg knows all about Robin's dark past. She's been on the run from the world government for 2 decades since she was only 8 years old. All because she's the last survivor of the Ohara incident, and the only one who can read the ancient language of the poneglyphs.
Shall I give you an autograph?
Yes, please! All the members of CP9 gather around Iceberg's room, and what comes next is one of the biggest twists in the series. The members of CP9 were citizens of Water 7, Bluno from the bar, Khalifa the assistants, Kaku and Lucci the shipwrights. These are government assassins of CP9, who've been in hiding for the past 5 years, waiting for this one moment. I can just imagine how much of a crazy reveal this was at the time. Because, I mean, I knew about this going into this arc, but Oda did such a fantastic job of not revealing their identities and just having them be, you know, regular wacky side characters that we'd see in every other arc. Lucci uses his human lie detector to find out where Iceberg hid the blueprints for Pluton. Turns out our super cyborg, Frankie, originally known as Cuddy Flam, oh my god, his parents must have despised him to give him a name like that, is the one with the documents they need. Just then, the Straw Hats burst into the room to confront CP9. And Polly is also there having a major meltdown right now. Luffy tries to grab Robin, but Bluno stops him and shows off the 6 powers of Cypher Pole. Iron Body, your Metapod now. Paper Art, able to move like paper in the wind. Shave, you're faster than your dad going to get some milk. Moonwalk, able to jump up in the air. Tempest Kick, your legs are basically swords now. And finally, Finger Pistol. You just poke people like really hard. With these 6 techniques, Luffy and Zoro are no match for CP9. They call out to Robin, but she tells them that she won't be coming back to the crew as her final wish to accomplish her goals no matter what. Then Robin heads out.
Don't worry guys, she's fine.
And Lucci unveils his greatest secret of all.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, Rob Lucci is indeed a furry. The ultimate villain.
With the powers of the cat fruit, model a really fucking jacked leopard, he easily yeets Luffy and Zoro out the building. As CP9 leaves, Galactic goes up in flames, and they search for Frankie. Speaking of Frankie, he yoinks Usopp as an attempt to lure the Straw Hat crew. Frankie tries to spread the hocus-pocus pyramid scheme of a Klabautermon, the spirit of the ship that comes alive when its owners are good-hearted people.
Is that like some new sort of Digimon or...
Papa John.
Oh boy!
Get it!
Oh no, it's Pizza Hut!
While CP9 kicks Frankie's ass for the blueprints, we get a flashback of his master Tom, the jolly old shipwright who saved Water 7 with manly gusto. 22 years ago, small Frankie used to build crazy battleships. He lived together with Iceberg, Yokozuna, Kokoro, who used to be a 2 out of 10, and Tom, the greatest shipwright who once built Gold Roger's ship. Water 7 was a terrible town, heading towards poverty and destruction by Aqua Laguna. Tom is taken to trial by the Navy for his involvement with Gold Roger and is sentenced to death. Tom pleads with his new idea for an ingenious invention filled with manly gusto to help bring Water 7 back what it used to be by creating the Sea Train. In 10 years' time, he will build the Sea Train. One montage later, and the Sea Train is built. However, one government agent doesn't like happy endings, as he's aware of Tom's biggest secret. Spandam, the head of CP5, interrogates Tom about the blueprints for Pluton, but Tom denies this and just laughs it off. The word spreads about Tom's new sentence. Since he saved Water 7, his charges will be dropped. Finally, everything is back to normal. Welcome to One Piece, where nothing good ever happens. Medium Frankie sees his battleships attacking the judicial ship. Spandam ordered his men to attack Water 7 in order to place the blame on Tom so he can be executed.
Pirates. Or worse, the government.
You know, it says a lot about the world government when people would rather have to deal with actual criminals than the organization that's supposed to be on your side.
Tom and Iceberg try to stop the ships, but get ambushed by another fleet. Jesus, Medium Frankie, how many of these did you make?
This is one of the special harpoons I made. Once it pierces its target, you can't pull it out.
Frankie, what the fuck? Why would you make that?
Medium Frankie watches in horror the damage his creations cause to everyone. Tom is taken to the judicial ship for his judgment, and this time, I don't see it going too well. Over at the trial, Medium Frankie tells everyone that Spandam was responsible, but nobody believes him. Feeling guilty for building the ships, Medium Frankie denies that he created them, which triggers Tom, causing him to just lash out and start punching everybody. Tom asks the judge to use his pardon on the attack of the judicial ship while still keeping his initial charge of building Gold Roger's ship, as that's something he has great pride in. Then they take Tom onto the Sea Train to be executed at Ennis Lobby.
And now for one of my favorite moments in Water 7.
Medium Frankie stands right in front of the tracks and does everything he can to stop the Sea Train, but to no avail. So he pulls the chattest move ever by managing to stop a moving train for just 1 second. And before he gets Thanos-snapped by the Sea Train, he declares his dream of building a ship that can sail across the world.
I love this moment so much in Water 7. Just that image of Frankie stopping an entire train by himself, even for a split second, is probably the first thing I think about when I remember Water 7. And I feel like Frankie's entire flashback as a whole is super underrated.
We cut back to present day, and CP9 have a special visitor who'd like to see Frankie. Spandam has returned to seek his revenge and is now the boss of CP9. Kaku adds even more trauma to Usopp by letting the Merry fall to the bottom of the ocean. Then they take them onto the Sea Train to Ennis Lobby. Over at the Sea Train port, all the Navy and Cypherpole agents gather around, and waiting in the shadows is our shining Prince Sanji, on a mission to rescue his dark princess. Meanwhile, Chopper manages to save Iceberg and Polly from the burning building. Iceberg reveals the truth to Nami. Robin actually surrendered herself to the government in exchange for the Straw Hat's safety. Knowing that Robin actually cares for them, Nami and Chopper look for Luffy and Zoro. Eventually, they find the dweeb stuck yet again. Nami monologues for 5 minutes about friendship or whatever, and Luffy breaks free, ready to save Robin. Now that the boys are finally free, the gang are ready to save Robin. Granny Kokodo shows them the Sea Train prototype, Rocket Man. The Frankie family plead to join to save their bro, and Gallilaw wants payback. With this alliance formed, they take Rocket Man to Ennis Lobby. But their first obstacle is getting past the biggest Aqua Laguna in Water 7 history.
Not even making a dent.
It's
This water's one tough son of a bitch.
Fear not, Galileo. Watch as our saviors, who follow the words of God, part the seas just as Moses once did via a Beyblade. All is possible through the power of Christ. Amen. Over on the sea train, Sanji's basically in one of those side-scroller beat-em-ups, going cart to cart, fighting Cypherpole agents and the Navy.
Oh, shit!
At the checkpoint, Sanji finds the weird-nosed, boat-loving, lying, two-faced, traitorous bitch! And Frankie too. With 2 new party members, they continue walking along the sea train. However, Usopp doesn't want to get involved, but he understands the importance of saving Robin. So he calls in just the man for the job. Introducing... With their new companion, they continue along the sea train. Next is T-Bone, a powerful rear admiral. But he gets bamboozled by the boys, leaving his cart in the middle of the ocean. No need to fear, as Luffy's ship is here to pick him up. But then they encounter the rear admiral. It's now Zoro versus T-Bone. This is Zoro's toughest challenge yet. Truly a fight to remember.
Already forgot. What were we doing? Oh, right. Sanji's team.
In the next cart is the dangerous martial arts noodle chef, Wanzi.
Yeah, we're not doing with that.
Sanji and Frankie are now face to face with CP9. Meanwhile, the invincible Sniper King sneaks over to Robin's cart and tries to get her to escape. Creeped out by his antics, Robin reinforces that she doesn't want to be a part of the Straw Hats anymore. But fuck boundaries! Sanji's gang grabs Robin and skedaddle on out of there. But CP9 won't let them go so easily. They take down Sanji and Sniper King, then grab Robin. As a last-ditch effort, Frankie sacrifices himself so they can escape. Luckily, Luffy's gang comes across Sanji and picks him up. Meanwhile, day breaks as the white lights of justice shine down on the lowly criminals. They've arrived at Enies Lobby, moments away from judgment. To be continued.
Enies Lobby is 41 episodes and 56 chapters. Continuing from where we left off at Water 7, the Straw Hats have finally made it to Enies Lobby to save Robin. Sanji informs them of Robin's dark past and how the world government is using her childhood trauma to manipulate and endanger the people she cares about.
None of that matters! It's not her fault! Of course it is!
Hey Luffy, this has been really hard for me to talk about, but you're a really good friend that I can trust. So, 2 decades ago, the world government killed everyone I loved and destroyed everything I cared about. And now they're trying to do the same to you guys, unless I...
Damn, that's crazy. We tried just like getting over it.
Despite the danger, the Straw Hats always have time for drip and prepare for battle. While they come up with a strategic game plan to save Robin with as little casualties and unnecessary violence as possible, Luffy is out for blood, ignoring his friends and just starts wrecking the place.
Hey, there's just this random teenager running headfirst into a private government island. Oh, it's Monkey D. Luffy? Okay, cool. So, I quit.
While Luffy continues to traumatize an entire army for 5 episodes straight, CP9 gather at the Tower of Law with Frankie and Robin as hostages. We meet the final 3 members of Cypher Pole number 9. Fukuro, Kumadori, and Jabra.
So your power levels are... power level 4,000!
4,000?!
Over 4,000? That's... okay. Also, what is with this DBZ power levels bullshit? Please tell me this won't be relevant ever again. As thanks for their hard work, Spandam gives Caulifla and Kaku random devil fruits to make them stronger. And oh boy, are these powers definitely random. After getting the Kill 10K Marines achievement, Luffy makes it closer to the Tower of Law. However, the door of inevitable ass-beating opens as Bluno arrives to stop Luffy. This time around, Luffy is able to keep up with Bluno and even deals major damage to him.
How long do you plan to keep fighting?
Luffy decides to get serious. After their encounter with Aokiji, Luffy realizes just how weak he truly is. Thanks to Cypher Pole, he's found a new way to fight and protect his friends.
They're not all strong like me.
Wow, Luffy, way to just belittle your friends like that. Yeah, that guy over there with a huge dental insurance who trains like literally every single day while I just sit around and eat meat? Bro's mid as shit compared to me. Introducing the No Sun, we have Super Saiyan at Home Transformation Gear 2nd. Luffy uses his rubber body to pump up his blood, causing him to move so fast that the fight just ends immediately. But really, this was such a major moment for Luffy in the show. And Gear 2nd on its own is a really cool transformation, and I just love how the anime emphasized how fast he's moving with its crazy sound effects. Like, it almost gives me the vibes of when Goku went Super Saiyan for the first time. With one Cypher Pole agent defeated, Luffy stares down the Tower of Law and waits for his crew. Speaking of the Tower of Law, our prisoners, Robin and Frankie, are... Stuff like this makes me wonder why I like this series. Thick thighs truly do save lives as Frankie and Robin escape with the powers of a fat dumpy. Then Luffy and Robin finally reunite. Without hesitation, Luffy goes in to save her.
Stop it! How many times do I have to tell you? I just want to die! Sorry, but that sounds dumb to me.
Breaking news at Water 7. This just in, depression is no more, as world-renowned therapist Luffy D. Monkey has stated it to be stupid and a hassle. While not entirely wrong, it might not have been the best way to go about it. Coming up next... The fuck does Dedashi mean?
CP9 stare down Luffy, ready to engage in battle. But he's not alone, as the rest of the Straw Hats come along, all determined to save Robin no matter what.
Yeah! Fuck CP9!
However, Spandam has come prepared with the very thing that continues to haunt Robin. The Golden Transponder Snail can call forth the strongest military attack known as a Buster Call. 5 Vice Admirals command 10 battleships with an army of soldiers and destroy everything and everyone in sight until there is nothing left, all in the name of absolute justice. This very device caused Robin immense suffering 20 years ago on an island called Ohara. In the West Blue, Robin was born on the island of Ohara, home to the best scholars in the world. When she was only 2 years old, her mother went off to sea for research, leaving Robin all alone with her abusive aunt.
If you don't shut up, I'll hit you!
Because she ate a devil fruit, all the kids bully her, and the townspeople fear the demon child. The only people she can truly call family are the scholars at the Tree of Knowledge, who celebrate her success for passing the doctoral exam, becoming an archaeologist. Dang, Robin became an archaeologist at the age of 8? Meanwhile, I'm 24 and making videos about cartoons. Robin shares her interest in learning about the Void Century, 100 years of history that was mysteriously taken off the record. Clover forbids Robin from learning about the Void Century, as it's illegal and anyone trying to find out the information will become a criminal, condemned to death. The next day, Robin is chilling at the beach and comes across a giant who washed up to shore. This is Jagger D. Saul, a jolly old giant with the second best laugh in the franchise. Do I even need to say who number 1 is? Saul goes around building a ship to leave the island, while hanging out with the weird weird orphan girl, and they laugh a hearty delishi like there's no tomorrow. Which there won't be, as Chief Spondine of CP9 is headed towards Ohara to have a little chit-chat with the scholars and to find Robin's mom, Nico Olvia. Olvia warns the scholars that the government is headed towards Ohara to kill them all for trying to learn about the Void Century. CP9 arrives and heads off towards the Tree of Knowledge. Meanwhile, Olvia and Robin do that thing they always do in anime, where two characters who want to see each other just happen to pass by each other without even realizing it. All the scholars are gathered outside the Tree of Knowledge, and Spondine captures Olvia. Spondine speed dials the 5 Elder Stars, the biggest names in the world government, to talk to Clover about what he's done. Clover starts his 3-hour-long part 1 of 7 deep dive analysis YouTube series about One Piece lore. However, the 5 Elder Stars don't have that kind of attention span and shoot Clover for knowing too much. Rubbing a lot more salt into the wound, Spondine summons the Buster Call to destroy everything and everyone on the island. The Tree of Knowledge bursts into flames, and the scholars try everything they can to douse the flames and save the books. During all this commotion, Robin comes face to face with her mom, Olvia, who pretends like she has no idea who she is, so her daughter doesn't get wrapped up in the life of a criminal. Robin begs her mom to notice her and informs Olvia of all she's done to achieve her simple wish to see her after so long and spend time like a proper family. Saul kills the vibe and yoinks Robin to keep her safe, but he's immediately ambushed by the Navy. Robin makes it to the evacuation ship, but the townspeople refuse to let her on.
Go away! You're creepy!
Hey, now's not the time for that!
Don't let her on, guys. She knows how to read.
The evacuation ship was blown up!
Well, I bet Robin's lucky she's not on that ship. Robin goes back to Saul and sees him being attacked by Vanilla Ice's greatest rival, the former Vice Admiral Kuzan. Before Kuzan can kill the giant, Saul tells Robin to go out to sea and search for friends who will never abandon her.
No matter who you are, ain't no one born into this world to be alone!
Ah, I see you haven't met Spandam yet. With Saul dead, Robin is once again alone. She tries to run away, but comes across Kuzan, who has prepared a ship for her to escape. He has no intentions of being her ally. He simply wants to see what kind of person she'll become and warns her not to live a life of crime or he will come after her. Yeah, no, she didn't listen. And so, Robin slowly sails away from the island of Ohara, now burning down to the ground along with everyone she loved, as she silently lets out a dedashi just like Saul taught her. Now, for a while, I always believed Brooke's backstory was the saddest amongst the Straw Hats. But honestly, after rewatching this arc, Robin's flashback is definitely S-tier sad boy hours. This begins her life as an outlaw, wanted by the world government for 79 million berries at the age of 8. Anyone she'd come across would just try to use her for the money. She became corrupted and started working for criminal organizations in order to survive, eventually falling into the hands of Crocodile, leading us to this moment. Robin reinforces her unwillingness to join the Straw Hats due to her fear of being used and abandoned again and the people she cares about being hurt, given her dark past. Now knowing the depths of Robin's darkness, Luffy orders Sniper King to shoot down the flag of the world government. With this, the Straw Hats are prepared to crawl through hell in order to save their friend. Would you be willing to fight the entire world in order to save your friend? 'Cause I sure shit wouldn't.
Tell me you wanna live! I just want to die!
Robin finally admits her true feelings, begging the Straw Hats to save her. The battle between CP9 and the Straw Hats begins. As in extra fuck you, our super cyborg Frankie randomly pulls out the blueprints to Pluton and then burns them. Granny Kokodo uses Rocket Man to slam the Straw Hats along with Frankie right into the Tower of Law. Fukudo stops by to give the Straw Hats unnecessary exposition. In order to save Robin, they need the right key to unlock her cuffs, and each member of CP9 has one of the keys. So it's a race to beat CP9 for the right key before Robin is taken through the gates of justice. Luffy guns straight for Lucci, and the other Straw Hats head off to their battles. First is Nami versus Kumadori. Nope. Zontan, get the fuck out of here. Nami manages to escape and runs into Chopper, saying how she got one of the keys. Over on Zoro's end, he comes across Kaku, the conveniently greatest swordsman of Cypher Pole, who just so happens to be a master of 4-sword style. The other two being his legs, if you couldn't tell.
3 swords, 4 swords. You fools know absolutely nothing about what it means to be a true swordsman. Behold, this is what true power looks like. 6-sword style!
Meanwhile, Sanji comes across his opponent, Khalifa.
Oh, no.
Now, I know what you're thinking. Sanji's not gonna fight back because it's a woman. And normally, I'd agree, but I feel like this case is very different because Khalifa is an extremely powerful opponent who's trying to kill Sanji, and she's partially responsible for Robin's execution. So I feel like this is one of the rare occasions where he should fight back and defend himself. And I know it's going to be really, really hard for him to go against his moral code, but I believe in it. Ooh, that's gonna cause a heated argument in the community. But you know what? You at least gotta give Sanji credit for sticking to his morals no matter what. Nami and Chopper come across the defeated Sanji plushie, beaten and bloody. Remembering that he's a loyal tier 3 sub, Nami tells them to leave Khalifa to her. Over by the kitchen, Frankie is looking for some cola to refuel, but encounters the loudmouth assassin Fukudo. During their battle of manliness and stupidity, Chopper and Kumadori stumble on over. Now, I really don't want to keep going back and forth between all these different fights, so we're just gonna put Kumadori in the fridge for a while and then come back to him a bit later. Frankie asks Chopper to give him some cola so he can finish this fight, but Chopper likes to do a bit of trolling around here.
Stop looking at me with that! I wonder what else might happen when I give him other drinks, face, you little bastard!
Here are a list of drinks I'd like to see Frankie use. Number 1, Mountain Dew. He'd either say something racist or just scream about V-Bucks and crave Doritos. Number 2, Red Bull. He'd either say something really racist or just grow wings. Number 3, Boba. It would make him not shut the fuck up about it. And lastly, just water. Frankie finally gets the cola he needs. He unleashes a mighty super loud enough for even the heavens themselves to hear. Frankie brings around the WWE SmackDown on Fukudo and wins the fight. This is such a great fight, and in all honesty, it's probably like my second or third favorite in this arc. And I just love the moment where after Frankie consumes the cola, he just yells super at the top of his lungs. Like, that just gives me goosebumps every single time. Kumadori comes out of the refrigerator feeling refreshed and ready to kill. Kumadori is strong, the strongest opponent Chopper has faced. Yet our raccoon dog is able to hold his own and deal major damage to Kumadori. However, this Kabuki warrior manages to be more than Chopper can handle. Ignoring the dare campaigns, Chopper overdoses on the Rumble Balls and unleashes his hidden transformation, Monster Point. A powerful beast, incapable of recognizing friend from foe. It one-shots Kumadori and even tries to attack Frankie. Then the monster climbs the tower. Our next match is Nami versus Khalifa. Nami casts Thundaga, but Khalifa uses her Devil Fruit powers to stop it. That's right, the power of soap can stop even thunder. It is scientifically proven that not only will soap keep you clean, but it is also resistant to thunder attacks. They should put that in Dove commercials. Now, if you thought Oda was down bad when he drew this, at least he wasn't nearly as horny as the creator of Dr. Stone, Boichi, who drew a way more suggestive version of this fight. Khalifa ate the bubble fruit. Dear Lord, Oda's running out of ideas. Basically a stronger version of Alvida's fruit. She makes her opponents so smooth and clean that they physically become weaker, making Nami unable to use the climb attack properly. Things look dire for Nami, but Monster Chopper stops by to share his beauty tips by throwing an entire bathtub onto the stinky Sanji. Although Nami realizes that the water is the key to getting her strength back, she plays God by creating a rain cloud, reverting her back to normal.
I'm done playing this game. I'm gonna fill you with more holes than...
Nami gives it everything she has to outsmart Khalifa and finally manages to land a thunder attack. Nami wins. Over the garden wall, Sniper King runs into Jabra, who's taking a fat nap. Our hero notices the key just out in the open and goes full-on Metal Gear to grab it. Unfortunately, the demonic Hell Beast cause a stir and wake up Jabra. Jabra continues the furry train by revealing his Yif Yif Devil Fruit ability. Man, I hope Kaku didn't get anything weird or stupid with his Devil Fruit power. Yes! Giraffes are fucking awesome! Woo! Don't you dare insult their majestic beauty. Watch as Kaku shows the powers of a giraffe.
Whoa, that was so cool! Also, fuck! Ow!
While Zoro and the greatest animal alive do battle, Usopp continues to get bullied by Jabra, but then the hunter comes to redeem himself. It's now Sanji versus Jabra. Sanji and Jabra are pretty equal in strength, causing a back and forth struggle between the two. However, Jabra unveils a dark secret. He is Robin's older brother. Years ago, Robin and Jabra were playing in the beach like any other day. Things were quiet yet peaceful. Then suddenly, Robin was taken by the evil world government, never to be seen by her brother ever again. And so, Jabra swore that he'd do everything he can to get his beloved sister back, even going so far as to join the very organization that threatens his sister's life. Could you imagine if Jabra was actually telling the truth? That'd be like the worst plot twist in One Piece. Sanji decides he wants a cool power-up too. He rolls around at the speed of sound, invoking the powers of the devil, Diablo Jamba. And what's more impressive is that he's not screaming in pain by his foot being on fire. Sanji reminds Jabra the childhood trauma of putting your hand on the stove and wins the fight.
If God created food, then the devil created spices. Ayy, mama frickin' mia.
Sanji's new technique is probably one of the coolest moves in this series. And like, yeah, it's true. It definitely isn't ass pull because it comes out of literally nowhere. But I mean, it's so badass, I kind of give it a pass. Just like this next one. Zoro decides to get serious. He whips out the do-rag and goes sicko mode, unleashing all the techniques at his disposal.
It's like when you cram dough through a little hole and it comes out as noodles. Like a pasta machine. Pasta machine!
I'm losing my mind right now. Zoro is no match for the majesty that is a giraffe and proceeds to also pull something out of his ass, the 9-sword style Ashura, and wins the fight. All these fights in Enies Lobby basically just feel like an episode of Oprah, where Oda is just out here giving every single Straw Hat a new power-up. All that's left is Luffy versus Lucci. And we are off to a terrible start. Luffy runs into Chimney, who tells him of a secret passageway that'll get them to Robin real quick. Speaking of Robin, her and Spandam are having an argument like they're in the middle of getting a divorce, and Spandam accidentally invokes the Buster Call. However, a giant door stands in their way. Luffy's strong, but this might be just a bit much for him. Good thing he's got another trick up his sleeve and manages to smash the door, although this new power comes with a small setback.
Don't mind if I do.
Luffy eventually catches up and runs into Rob Lucci, the final obstacle to save Robin. This is truly Luffy's toughest battle yet. Starting off equally matched, but Lucci quickly takes the advantage, even with Luffy's gear second. Luffy versus Lucci is probably one of the best fights in the series. I mean, we've seen our rubber boy in dire situations before, but he's never struggled this hard. Despite One Piece nowadays having insane high quality animation for a lot of its fights, this one still holds up pretty well to this day. Only thing that kind of sucks is the fact that this fight spans across 16 episodes. To give you an idea of just how ridiculous that is, this one fight is longer than all of Long Ring Long Land. Realizing Gear Second isn't doing the job, Luffy uses his newest technique, Gear Third. He inflates his bones to be as big as a giant and whacks Chester the Cheetah's cousin across the ocean into a Navy battleship. The Marines arrive at Enies Lobby and start their assault. The tragedy of Ohara strikes again. The battle becomes too much for Luffy as Lucci uses the hidden technique Six King Gun to damage Luffy's body beyond repair. Realizing the hopeless situation, Sniper King calls in Usopp to give Luffy a pep talk to get back in the fight. Luffy gets his second wind, determined to beat Lucci no matter what. Taking in all the hardship Robin has endured and wanting to do everything in his power to save her, Luffy overwhelms Rob Lucci with a barrage of fists like he's button mashing in a fighting game. And with that, Rob Lucci is defeated. And during all the commotion, Luffy screams as loud as he can to Robin that it's time to go home. What an insane finale to the fight. That scream that Luffy unleashes in both the sub and the dub is just so strong and so raw. Mayumi Takanaka and Colin Clinkenbeard are just phenomenal voice actors. They might have defeated CP9, but the last thing to stand in their way is the Buster Call. The Straw Hats are overwhelmed by the sheer numbers of the Marines. One of them even destroys Zoro's Yubashiri. Usopp starts to hear strange dolphin noises that get louder and louder, so loud that even the crew can hear them. The voices become clear enough that it asks for one simple favor.
Jump in the sea! Jump! It'll be okay!
Well, looks like Usopp is trying to form a suicide pact. The Straw Hats take Usopp's word for it and jump into the sea, and awaiting them is their scheduled Uber ride, the Going Merry. The gang run from the Marines while fending off their attacks as they head on back to Water 7. The crew eventually encounter Iceberg, who set out to sea in search for them. But then the inevitable happens. The Going Merry stops in its tracks and breaks in half. Iceberg tells them that the Klabautermon spirit asked him to rebuild her so she can sail with the Straw Hats one last time before it all ends. Realizing it's finally time to say goodbye, the Straw Hats hold a funeral for the Merry as Luffy burns the ship. The Straw Hats watch and recount the golden days aboard the ship. Then we just go into complete Toy Story shenanigans as the ship talks to the crew and apologizes for not being able to survive to the end. Half the crew breaks down into tears as Luffy apologizes for being so reckless to her and thanks her for everything she's done for them in the past 300 episodes. The Going Merry is no more. To be continued. Post Enies Lobby is 10 episodes and 11 chapters. So there's actually 13 episodes, but it's really obvious to tell which ones are filler when you have titles like Mothers Are Strong, Zoro's Hectic Household Chores, Sanji's Shock, Mysterious Old Man and His Super Yummy Cooking, or my personal fave, Nami's in Danger, The Great Tax Evasion Equation. They return to Water 7, where the citizens rebuild the island after the damage caused by Aqua Lagoon. Laguna. Zoro starts his sad boy hour since he can't put a sword in his mouth. Usopp is chilling with the giants, aka his only friends, and Nami's depression finally hits after 300 episodes. Frankie barges in style to tell the bedtime story of a special jewel tree known as Adam. The whole reason he stole the 200 million from the gang was to buy the wood in order to build his ship of dreams, which he plans to give to the Straw Hats, just like Tom did for Roger. That's cool and all, Frankie, but I mean, you stole 200 million, you beat Usopp to a bloody pulp, and in a way you started all that drama regarding the ship. Kinda hard to just let that go. Things aren't all sunshine and rainbows as the Marines show up at Water 7 to pay Straw Hat Luffy a visit. And for this Marine, it's personal.
All right, you two, wait here.
Yes, sir.
Excuse me, sir. There's a door just right over there. You literally passed it. It's unlocked too. You don't need to peep through the window.
Oh, yeah, sure, that's fine. Not like we've been trying to rebuild the whole island for the past 2 weeks or anything.
The Vice Admiral charges through and gives Luffy the strongest bonk known to mankind. This is the Navy hero, Monkey D. Garp, Luffy's grandpa. Garp is a man who's all about tough love, putting Luffy in danger as a kid and traumatizing the poor boy in order to toughen him up to join the Marines. And yeah, that didn't work.
If you don't show your grandpa some respect, I'll have to beat it out of you.
There's just a lot to unpack there, but I mean, it kind of makes me wonder what the series would be like if Luffy joined the Marines. And then you realize that probably all his crewmates would be dead. Garp then goes on a random, uncomfortable political tangent your parents would say at the dinner table. He brings up that Shanks, Luffy's idol, is one of the 4 emperors of the sea, the rulers of the second half of the Grand Line. And this last one is extremely different from what he actually looks like. Okay, so we just had the 7 warlords of the sea, and now you're telling me there's 4 emperors too? Oh my God, no wonder why this series is taking forever. I mean, like, what's next? The 23 monarchs, or fuck it, the 15 queens? Fun fact though, originally Oda planned to just have the 4 emperors of the sea, and then he added on the 7 warlords because he felt like they were too cool not to put into the series. Zoro comes barging in all trigger happy and fights the Marines. Luffy goes to help, and after things settle, we come across a familiar face.
Drop it.
That's right, our little shimp, all the way back from episode 1, has climbed his way up to becoming a Marine. God damn, Kobe must have gone through some sort of like hyperbolic time chamber, because I mean, he went from looking like a 10-year-old to a 23-year-old within a month. And what's even crazier is that this didn't happen out of nowhere. The manga had a cover story of Kobe's training at the Navy base and then him joining under Garp, which the anime then adapted during the Little Garden arc. Oh yeah, and Helmeppo's there too. Anyway, while the Marines start rebuilding, Garp just keeps spilling the beans and tells them that the dude they met back in Logtown who saved the captain was Monkey D. Dragon, Luffy's father and the leader of the Revolutionary Army. This is just another reason why I love One Piece. All these things you see throughout the story that happened like a long time ago come back to become super relevant later down in the plot. And the cover stories help to highlight just how big the world really is by focusing just a little bit on what some of the other characters are up to, and then their stories becoming much more relevant later down the line in the story. Garp says his goodbyes to Luffy, and before Kobe leaves, he talks about the second half of the Grand Line known as the New World. The one who can conquer those seas will become the king of the pirates.
That one of these days, you and I will meet on those waters. I'll be even stronger. Strong enough to capture you.
Imagine just how fucked up that'd be if your friend talks about his dreams of one day becoming a police officer just so he can send your ass to jail. Thanks, bud. Afterwards, the Straw Hats start grilling. Then everyone from Water 7 joins in and they party all night long while blasting Sniper King's latest album. However, a party pooper is amongst the crowd. Aokiji stops by to talk to Robin about everything that's happened and asks if she's happy with the life and people she's chosen.
After that, I still felt responsible for your life. But when 20 years had passed and you still hadn't found...
You know what's really hard to hear you whispering over the really loud music and the extremely thick wall?
With everything said and done, Robin has finally found the place she can call home, all thanks to the Straw Hats. The next morning, Frankie starts working on the ship with Iceberg and the rest of Galilaw's help. Back at Galilaw, the Straw Hats hear word of their assault on Ennis Lobby.
I guarantee our bounties are gonna go through the roof after this one.
Oh my gosh, does that mean I'll finally get a bounty?
Screw being a celebrity, fuck being a YouTuber. That one I am dead serious about. And why would you want to make a positive difference in society? I'm trying to be wanted by the world government. The Frankie family comes barging in to deliver some subjectively good news. Every single member of the Straw Hats are now wanted by the world government. Luffy, 300 million. Zoro, 120 million. Nami, 16 million. And Robin, 80 million. Really? Robin only gets an extra mil on her bounty? I mean, I feel like if anything, she's a lot more dangerous now than when she was as an 8-year-old. I mean, who knows? Maybe it was just some random error, and hopefully this is just the only issue. Chopper with a sad 50 berries. And last but not least, our crowning prince, Blackfoot Sun. Worst of all, Cyborg Frankie is now wanted by the world government for 44 million berries. With this news, the Frankie family begged the Straw Hats to take their big bro with them to sea. Around the world, the news flies about what the Straw Hats have done. We get to see the families of the crew celebrating their success. Smoker and Tashigi swear they'll capture the Straw Hats in the new world. The chefs at Baratier just laugh their asses off. All the towns of our beloved Straw Hats are just happy to see them doing well. From Kokoyashi Village all the way to Alabasta. Man, I honestly kind of miss these bits in the story. It's really nice to just see how the other characters are doing while the Straw Hats have gone along on their journey and just how far they've come in their day-to-day lives. We entered the Revolutionary Army HQ. Dragon looks at Luffy's bounty, happy with how far he's come since Logtown.
That day you and I meet will come soon enough, I'm sure.
So that was a fucking lie.
The Straw Hats arrive at the shipyard to see Frankie's new invention. Introducing the Thousand Sunny. With their new ship, the Straw Hats are ready to set sail, but not without their shipwrights. Otherwise, we'd have to go through this crap all over again. Knowing Frankie's tsundere tendencies, the boys use force, stealing the one thing stopping this series from being a hentai. The amount of diseases Chopper just got from putting that in his mouth is something he will never be able to cure. With his cheeks out in the air, cause Frankie sure as shit doesn't care, he wreaks havoc and arrives at the Thousand Sunny to confront the Straw Hats. Knowing that Frankie is a freak in the sheets, Robin uses the forbidden technique. She grabs his balls.
Oh no, Luffy, I would love to join your crew, but I'm so busy with all these other little things that if you want me to join, you're gonna have to use force. Is Robin around by chance?
Also, in the game One Piece Odyssey, Robin uses this move and it does a shit ton of damage to your enemies. But I kind of find it funny how, for some creatures, it just straight up doesn't work, like a banana gator, basically confirming they have no balls. Frankie screams in both pain and pleasure, thinking back to what he said as a kid. His dream to set sail and see his ship of dreams cross around the world. Frankie caves and decides to join the crew. The Straw Hats now have a shipwright. Awesome, we got a new crew member and now we're just ready to set sail. Wait. Actually, something isn't right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, fuck, we forgot Usopp. A few days ago, Sanji tells the gang how he saw Usopp planning out his return speech to join the crew. But Mr. Buzzkill decides to act like a mature adult, saying how Usopp needs to be the one to apologize first out of respect. Otherwise, Zoro will leave the crew next. This is such a good life lesson for Luffy, especially as a leader. I mean, it's great that both sides want to work things out and be friends again, but you can't just let people walk all over you, making all these excuses. Like, this one speech from Zoro just shows how serious he is about being a pirate and a man. As the crew sail, Garp comes back with some bad news for Luffy.
Truth of the matter is, I'm sending you to a watery grave.
We all like to show our love in many different ways. For some, it's literally murdering your grandchild and their friends. Garp starts chucking cannonballs at the Straw Hats like it's a game of dodgeball. While the Straw Hats fight them off and sail away, Usopp finally arrives to rejoin the crew. At first, he pulls off his lame excuses, pretending like things were perfectly fine and he wasn't at fault. As the crew sail further and further away, Usopp realizes just how serious the situation is. Afraid that he's about to lose the people he holds dear, he finally apologizes for everything he's done. Crying, sweating, and shitting, he begs the crew to let him back on.
Please let me join the crew!
Luffy lets out his hand for Usopp and accepts his apology. The Straw Hats are now back and better than ever. This made me wonder just how far the Straw Hats would have gotten if Usopp never joined back with the crew. And then I realized that they probably wouldn't have made it past the next island. Frankie's got a super idea. He tells the crew to brace themselves as the Thousand Sunny unleashes a big old fart, sending them flying high in the sky, escaping the Marines and leaving Water 7. After finally escaping his abusive family, Luffy celebrates the Straw Hats' comeback with old and new friends. Then they set sail to the next island. Speaking of family, an important person in Luffy's life is about to be engulfed in a pit of darkness. At Navy HQ, the Marines get word that red-haired Shanks is about to make contact with Whitebeard. They prepare for potential war to break out between two of the strongest pirate crews. As Shanks comes aboard the Moby Dick, penis, all the red-haired fanboys fall to the ground, unable to handle the third-time sexiest man in One Piece. Shanks talks to Whitebeard about a certain traitorous pirate, Marshall D. Teach, aka Blackbeard. Originally a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, he betrayed the crew in order to gain what he needed. Shanks asks Whitebeard to stay away from Teach and stop Ace from making a big mistake. The See Now Newgate can't quite understand what he's saying and just starts fighting. The two clash, causing the clouds to form a butthole in the sky. Now it sounds a lot more badass than how I'm making it sound about right now. Speaking of Blackbeard, 3 days ago on Bonero Island, him and his crew learned the news about the Straw Hats on Ennis Lobby. Teach wants to go and collect his bounty to rise up in the pirate ranks. Although Water Girl's boyfriend isn't too happy about that news, Ace finally meets up with Blackbeard, wanting revenge for killing a crew member.
First, I'm headed off to Water 7 to kill Straw Hat Luffy as a special gift to the world government.
You're out of your mind. I'm not gonna let you kill my little brother.
Oh boy, that's gotta be like the worst coincidence of all time. The battle begins. The Blackbeard pirates are no match for Logia Fruit user, although Blackbeard has a devil fruit power of his own, said to be one of the strongest. Blackbeard ate the dark fruit. Like a black hole, he can absorb anything and everything. The only downside is he's unable to become intangible like all other Logia fruits. Blackbeard killed Thatch to nab the very fruit he's been searching for.
And yes, I killed 4th Division Commander Thatcher with my own hands. But there wasn't any other choice.
Well, I mean, you could have just literally asked him, like, hey, Thatch, I've been looking for that devil fruit for years. Is it cool if I can have it? You know, instead of just straight up murdering him right off the gate. With this fruit, Blackbeard is able to nullify Ace's powers, making all fruit users just a normal human, punishing them for being so dependent on their powers. The two cause major destruction across the lands. However, Ace is the one suffering the most. Blackbeard asks one more time for Ace to join the crew. Sticking to his ideals, Ace tries to act like it's Dragon Ball Z and conjures a spirit bomb. They both launch one final attack that shakes the island to its very core. And at the very end of it all, nothing is left besides Ace's hat. The winner is undecided, but one thing's for sure. The outcome of this duel will lead to a great war with a tragic end. To be continued. Okay, so you're telling me some fat vampire and his Hot Topic employees want to rule the world with an army of zombies allergic to salt? But one perverted talking skeleton stands in their way. With the power of music, he will one day serenade a whale. God, this anime is getting weird. I mean, I should be done by now, right? What do you mean I've only covered 30% of this anime? Oh my god. Thriller Bark is 45 episodes and 48 chapters. Our story starts off with the crew having fun while sailing aboard their new ship. They find a barrel floating in the middle of the ocean. Thinking it might have alcohol and food, they open it right up.
So, hey, God, we're still in your booze.
Too bad for our greedy alcoholics, as this barrel actually contained a suspicious signal flare that launches up in the sky. Not long after, a storm rages in the wind.
Oh, you thought it was dumb enough to just drop my alcohol and let you have it? Here's a storm, you rubber bitch. I'm not just God. I'm the prank god.
It's paddle time!
From one thing to another, after escaping the storm, the crew find themselves deep inside the Devil's Steam. Those who enter are doomed to never return, as countless ghost ships pass by our travelers. One such ship begins to sing, and when they look up, the funkiest skeleton you'll ever meet looks right back at them. While everybody screams in fear, Luffy is absolutely pumped for adventure. Along with Sanji and Nami, they hop aboard the ghost ship. Waiting for them is the optimistic Dead Bones Brook, the singing swordsman. He might not be alive, but that will never stop the drip.
Do skeletons poop?
Luffy's curiosity doesn't stop there, as he asks the walkin' talkin' skeletal system to join his crew. Over on the Sunny, our captain introduces their new crewmate.
What is this thing and why is it on our ship?
I've been saying that literally every fucking episode. After eating, Brook explains his freakish existence. 5 decades ago, Brook's pirate crew died in battle. Thanks to the Revive Devil Fruit, he was given another chance at life. Afterwards, everyone notices that Brook doesn't have a reflection. This human-sized femur informs the gang that his shadow was stolen 5 years ago. Anyone whose shadow is taken from them will burn in the sunlight. Until Brook can get his shadow back, he must stay in the thick fogs of the Florian Triangle. Their conversation is cut short, as this cute little marshmallow stops by to say hello. A loud crash shakes the ship. Wondering what's going on, everyone runs outside to see that they found themselves in danger. That'll take about 43 episodes to resolve. That barrel from earlier was definitely a trap. Those dumb enough to set it off become the primary target of the Ghost Island Thriller Bark. Jesus walked so Brook could run. He heads off to Thriller Bark in search of his shadow. While the gang figure out a game plan, Nami, Usopp, and Chopper hop aboard Frankie's new invention, the Mini Mary, one of the Thousand Sunny's many secrets. The fun doesn't last long, as all of a sudden, the weakling trio are gone. Then a bunch of strange things begin happening on the ship.
Something is grabbing me.
Oh, Casper, how far you've fallen. The weakling trio find themselves in a hole. As they try to piece things together, the horrors of the island rear their ugly heads. Discount Cerberus, chubby vampires, zombies, and all other kinds of hideous abominations reside in this nightmare wonderland. Many heart attacks later, and the weakling trio end up in some castle greeted by the Frankenstein butler, Shindri, who hates plates just as much as she hates men. Pop off, sis. The owner of the mansion welcomes these oblivious guests. Chopper's idol, the infamous Dr. Hogback. This totally not evil doctor explains his perfectly rational research on how to bring people back to life.
Rest assured, I'm always quite adamant about keeping the tablecloth clean.
Okay, I'll eat then.
Oh man, I'm starving.
Nami takes a bath while the other two stand guard. They discuss that maybe Dr. Hogback isn't as kind as he appears to be. They plan to leave, but Nami begins to notice that someone has been listening in.
What? Usopp, Chopper, what did you say?
We didn't say anything. But my butt just did.
Give this man a hand, everyone. The award for the funniest man alive goes to Usopp. In fact, 2 awards. You can have 2.
Nope. Casper, you horny ghost. You're not getting me demonetized this time. Moving on. Afterwards, the weakling trio run away from Da Vinci's rejected paintings. They find themselves in a room dedicated to Shindri, only to realize that she was a famous actress and singer who died from a stage accident 10 years ago. Nami's team find Dr. Hogback, who's working on another zombie. Before they can get a good look, another zombie with a familiar laugh stops them from eavesdropping. Dr. Hogback tells them that this was once a famous samurai born from the land of Wano, the Dragon Slayer Ryuma. Yup, this is the same guy from the one-shot manga Monster. Your mind blown yet? Ryuma does that thing they do in every anime. He calmly walks behind the gang, and when he sheathes his sword, you're already dead.
Wait, what happened? I thought he was going to cut us.
The competent portion of the crew explore the island. They encounter the same horrors as Nami's team, but find it to be more of a fun surprise than a scary situation.
Turn back now. You'll never be the Pirate King. Buggy will!
Further in the forest, Luffy's team find the marshmallow ghosts from earlier. They might look happy, but one touch from them and you'll be needing a therapist, as these ghosts spread nothing but negativity. Afterwards, Luffy's team comes across an old man who's also had his shadow stolen just like Brooks. Seeing how well they took out the zombies, he begs them to help defeat the one responsible for this all. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, Gecko Moria, the ruler of the shadows. Speaking of which, once the clock strikes 12, the shadow games begin. The mysterious 4 make their move. Casper, the horny ghost, was actually Absalom of the Graveyard, leader of the undead. He wakes up their strongest forces, the zombie generals. All the marshmallow ghosts gather to everyone's favorite e-girl, the ghost princess Perona. The mastermind behind it all wakes up. The king of shadows, Gecko Moria, announces his plan. Those who stay in Thriller Bark past midnight are doomed to suffer the horrors of the island. The night hunt has begun. Luffy's team encounter the paintings, but they're no threat. As they walk on, they notice that Sanji and Zoro have gone missing. Further along, they encounter a horde of the zombie generals. For some reason, one of them has the same fighting style as Zoro. Oh no, the weebs are multiplying! Over on Nami's side, the Risky brothers are on the run to present them to Moria. They manage to get out, but are greeted by Perona's zombie animals.
I'll hunt you down wherever you go.
Things look dicey, but they're saved by a zombie penguin who's got a familiar chivalrous attitude. Back to Luffy's team, Frankie and Robin manage to escape, and notice the captain is gone too. When they look up, they see a coffin screaming to be free. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji were captured and are being taken to Moria. Before they can rescue him, Peter Parker's pet comes to play. You can tell Frankie's least favorite song is the Itsy Bitsy Spider, as he refuses to let this freak of nature run up the spout again. The spider monkeys take Robin hostage, truly in a sticky situation. However, with a yardy yo, Brook comes through. He instantly takes out the spider monkey using the same move as Ryuma. He reveals that the zombie's weakness is salt. Why salt? Cause fuck it, why not? Oda's rules, not mine. The weakling trio find a place to hide from all the zombies, only to realize they're inside Perona's pet servant Kumasi, who are all going to see the birth of the 900th zombie. In Moria's room, Luffy is locked in a cage struggling to break free. Giant lights illuminate over as Moria rips Luffy's shadow from the ground. With comically large scissors, he cuts the shadow, knocking him out. Spider Mice take the unconscious captain back to the ship. The mysterious four enter the vault to awaken the special zombie. Introducing the revival of the ultimate monster. Years ago, this legendary Pokemon was said to have pulled entire continents with ropes. Then using the elements of nature, it created— oh wait, sorry guys. I confused myself with Regigigas. This is Oars, the continent puller. With this powerful zombie, combined with Luffy's strength, will make Moria unstoppable. Despite having an amazing powerhouse, Oars is disobedient, acting just like Luffy, demanding large portions of food and wanting to go off on his own 1,000 episode adventure. However, Moria isn't worried, as he knows sooner or later, Oars will obey him, as do all. The weakling trio escape, but it doesn't last long, as Absalom yoinks Nami to go out and have a totally consensual wedding, not one-sided or a literal crime in any way.
I hate this character.
Usopp and Chopper wind up being hunted by zombies, but Frankie and Robin come to the rescue packed with sodium. Back on the ship, they see that a lot of their stuff was taken. However, in the kitchen, they see Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji knocked out in the room. Essentially just another Friday night for the gang. Managing to wake them up, Frankie explains everything, including Brook's resolve. Over 50 years ago, Brook's pirate group left an old friend behind. Still hoping he's alive, Brook wants to see him again. That man's name is Laboon the Whale from Reverse Mountain. Oda, you are a god! This right here is prime One Piece blow your mind world building at play. This whale that seemingly wasn't gonna be a big deal and just some small one-off story that really didn't matter. And then bam! 300 episodes later and that same story comes back in full effect. I love stuff like this. I mean, hell, I wouldn't be surprised if one day we just learned that Akainu is like Gaimon's younger brother or something.
Write that down, write that down!
Realizing the man's romance, the gang are more determined than ever to help Brook and defeat Moria. The counterattack starts now. The gang head out. Luffy sets his sights on Moria. Zoro and Frankie go to find Brook while the rest are on a rescue mission for Nami. On the way, they demolish a bunch of zombies, but then Oars comes rushing in with the WWE Smackdown, which ends up separating the crew. Oars dips and Zoro's team heads inside the Mansion of Ghosts. The first obstacle is Perona. Knowing they can't run from the negativity, the crew run for their lives, but it's all pointless. You can't run from your dark thoughts forever. Although one man has known fear and darkness his whole life. An absolute chad of pessimism and a glass half empty grind set takes center stage.
I just naturally have a negative personality!
Depression wins! Usopp tells the gang to leave Perona to him.
Not anyone in this entire world who can defeat me in negativity!
No, I'm good. I mean, yeah, I get sad sometimes, but I can't complain. DJ?
The cops are outside. You need to leave.
Zoro, Sanji, and Frankie are on the move. Yet our Dark Prince smells some unsolicited romance and goes on his own White Knight Chronicles. Sanji barges into Absalom's wedding. It's a battle of the down Yeah, I don't like Absalom, and this fight just completely ruins Sanji's image. Moving on, back over to Usopp and Perona. She runs away since her only gimmick isn't working. After dealing with Kumasi, he finds Perona floating high up in the sky. Things have changed. No matter what Usopp does, he can't hurt Perona. All his attacks just pass through the Ghost Princess, who's all of a sudden able to change the size of her body at will, from small to mommy. Even her ghosts have become dangerous, able to explode on command. All things seem hopeless for our warrior. Kumasi comes back for revenge. Usopp's many regrets start to cloud his thoughts as his consciousness starts to fade. But then Sniper King comes to the rescue!
Stand back, evildoer, or you'll face the wrath of Sniper King!
You think you can stop me with your dumb tricks? Take this, negative hollow! I have many regrets in life. This is one of them.
Thanks to Sniper King, Usopp gains his second win. The battle may still be tough, but he's figured out Perona's strategy. Perona hid her real body and detached her spirit to roam around. Usopp pulls out all the stops, giving Perona a taste of her own medicine. Then he proceeds to just end her existence. Usopp wins. Alright, let's see how Zoro's doing. It's really hard being a Zoro fan. Over on Brook's end, he's off to reclaim his shadow from the master swordsman Ryuma. 5 years ago, they dueled, but Brook was absolutely no match for the samurai. Brook gives it everything he's got for Laboon's sake. Even after 5 years of relentless training and solid ambition, Brook is simply no match. Before Ryuma can end it all, Frankie and Zoro come to the rescue. Intrigued by the Black Blade Shusui, Zoro plans to beat Ryuma and take his sword. The two do battle. It's crystal clear to Brook that since the beginning, Ryuma has been holding back, unleashing crazy moves that haven't been seen before. Both fighters are equally matched, and with one last attack, it seems like Ryuma has won. Yet the samurai knows best, claiming Zoro as the victor and awarding him his legendary Black Blade, along with Brook's shadow.
But let's pretend like this fight never happened.
Lastly, Luffy's team run into Dr. Hogback and Shinri. Wanting all the smoke for himself, Chopper tells Luffy to leave this fight to him. Dr. Hogback calls in Sanji and Zoro's zombies to join the fight, although this time they're completely obedient to the Doctor's orders and become much more than Chopper and Robin can handle. Dr. Hogback goes on about how he never once cared for the pleas of others, considered a burden to his high IQ as all he cared about was the money and Shinri. Chopper and Robin, being sick of it all, use the zombies' weakness against them, getting Dr. Hogback to order them to jump out the building. Then Chopper uses the power of friendship to make the dead Shinri's heart beat once more. With Robin's help, Chopper prepares the world's longest German suplex on Dr. Hogback. But before he can do it, Oars pops out of nowhere to see what all the fuss is about, causing a ruckus and accidentally stomps on Dr. Hogback. Chopper and Robin technically win. Luffy finally finds the mastermind Gekko Moria, who's just chillin' waiting for Oars to come to Papa. Luffy starts swinging, but thanks to Moria's Shadow Fruit, none of Luffy's attacks land. Moria claims that with his powers and the zombies, he will become the Pirate King without lifting a finger. That dream doesn't last long, as Luffy's able to put the smack down on Moria, but not long after, Oars appears before his master, completely obedient and awaiting his orders. Moria gives Oars one simple mission: to destroy the Straw Hat Pirates. Oars bursts outside the castle and calls out the Straw Hats for a fight. Standing right in front is Sanji for his scheduled beating. The rest of the gang aren't much help as they just kinda watch. Eventually, they stop trolling the poor cook and join in on the battle. They pull out every trick in the book they have to defeat the demon. From Frankie's Fortnite skills to Zoro and Robin's combo, but not even the great Tactic 15 can save them this time. The worst part is it turns out Oars was a giant robot all along, as Moria appears from inside his belly. Battle really kicks off as Oars manages to take out Frankie. Before he can finish him off, Nami joins the fight, although thanks to Moria, Oars has some new tricks up his sleeve.
Oars Ball!
Now available at your local retail. Buy now! Not all hope is lost. Brook comes with just the solution: a giant bag of salt to put a stop to Oars, but he gets taken out real quick too. Robin does what she should have done right from the start. She breaks Moria's neck, but it turns out to be his shadow. Appearing right behind her, Moria takes Robin's shadow, knocking her out. Their numbers dwindle even more as Oars wastes no time taking out Sanji and Chopper. With only 3 fighters left, their goal is to give Oars the salt as quickly as possible. Zoro distracts Oars while Usopp prepares the salt, but even he manages to fall too. Usopp shoots the salt and defeats Oars! Their plan failed, and all the crewmates have been defeated. The Straw Hat Pirates have lost.
You looking for these two? 'Cause you're not even close. The name's Monkey D. Luffy.
Whoa, hold up. How is Luffy already at Gear 4th? I could have sworn that's like not till Dressrosa. A while back, Luffy was chasing Moria, but lost him in the forest. He runs into the Rolling Pirates, led by Captain Lola, who've all had the shadow stolen 3 years ago. The Rolling Pirates found the perfect solution to defeat Moria. Just like how he can put shadows into zombies, the same can be done to humans, as they just shove 100 shadows into Luffy, basically making him as strong as he will be during the time skip. With this new power, Nightmare Luffy completely curb stomps Oars, although the power eventually goes away and Oars is still in the fight. The rest of the Straw Hats wake up and prepare one final attack. With the power of teamwork, they manage to finally beat Oars, but the job's not done just yet. Moria wakes up and gives Luffy a piece of advice. He's not ready for the new world. Moria understands firsthand just how terrible those seas can be after having been utterly defeated by Kaido of the Four Emperors. Moria believes that a human crew is a weakness, but with an army of shadows, he doesn't need to worry about the death of his men ever again. Since Luffy consumed 100 shadows, Moria will do even more. Not 200, not even 500 is enough. Moria consumes 1,000 shadows. The final battle commences as the sun begins to rise. I just want to mention how much I love this moment, especially knowing what we know now. Moria's words to Luffy about the new world, which caused him to act the way that he does, is bone chilling. And then just the scene of him consuming all 1,000 chapters, like literally always gives me goosebumps. With just a few minutes left on the clock, Luffy rushes in to finish things for good. At first, Moria tries his hardest to hold in the shadows, but with a good old headbutt, Moria is forced to release all 1,000 shadows. The Straw Hats have won. Oh, thank God this saga is over. Alright guys, well, that's about it for this arc video. Kinda long, but overall, pretty solid. Anyway, see you next time.
DJ, what are you doing? You can't stop the video. The arc's not over yet.
So it would seem.
Excuse me, what? Beat one warlord and get another free. The tyrant, Bartholomew Kuma, appears before everyone after being given the order to destroy the Straw Hats. The Rolling Pirates take up arms, but their efforts are in vain as Kuma slaps them with the powers of the Paw Paw Fruit. With the Paw Paw Fruit, Kuma has the perfect offense and defense, as he can repel anything his hands touch, including the air itself, allowing him to throw crazy projectiles or even travel at ridiculous speeds, knocking out Frankie and giving Zoro a hard time. However, being smarter than the average bear, Kuma has many more hidden tricks up his sleeve. Not even Sanji can leave a dent on his face. The Straw Hats are no match for this warlord. As Bartholomew prepares his ultimate attack, he gives the Straw Hats an ultimatum.
I will spare your lives. In exchange for this act of magnanimity, you give me the head of Straw Hat Luffy.
Wait ahead of you, bud. I'm tired, I'm hungry, and I just want to go home because I am beyond sick of this shit.
The Straw Hats refuse, giving Kuma no choice but to wipe them out with the Ursurus Shock. A giant bomb of condensed air annihilates everything in its path. The smoke clears, and with no one in sight, Kuma grabs Luffy. Although cool, Zoro's attack was pointless. With the help of the world's greatest scientist, Dr. Vegapunk, Kuma has become an even stronger cyborg than Frankie. The man starts shooting laser beams too. Kuma states his offer one more time for the head of Straw Hat Luffy. Not wanting to betray his captain, Zoro offers his head instead, as he truly believes in Luffy's goal to become king of the pirates.
Stop trying to show me up. Don't bother with Mosshead here. If you're taking a head, take mine.
Ha! Don't waste your time on these chumps, Kuma. Take my head instead. I'm Mushroom Man, and I make slightly funny videos on the internet.
Wanting the character development for himself, Zoro knocks out Sanji. Impressed with his determination, Kuma agrees to Zoro's plea. He grabs Luffy and repels all of his pain into one giant red bubble. Zoro must take in all of Luffy's suffering on top of his already near-death injuries. Without hesitation, Zoro accepts. A while later, everyone wakes up to find Kuma gone. Being the only one aware of the situation, Sanji goes to look for Zoro. When he finds him, we all bear witness to the key moment in the Thriller Bark saga.
What in the hell happened here?
What happened here? Nothing at all.
Oh, alright. Cool, we're gonna be throwing a party to celebrate Brook joining the crew. So whenever you're done doing what it is that you're doing, make sure you hurry up and join us, but clean yourself up first. You look nasty.
While Zoro recuperates, everyone on the island parties it up for an entire week, basking in the sunlight once again. Brook plays the One Piece national anthem, Bink Sake. Luffy mentions to Brook that he's met Laboon and lets him know that he's still alive, doing well, and stronger than ever. Brook stops playing for a second. While he might be dead on the outside, he's completely thankful to be alive on the inside. He reminisces about the old days aboard the Rumbar Pirates. 50 years ago in the West Blue, the upcoming Rumbar Pirates, kings of music, sail the seas. During their journey, they stumble upon a baby Laboon who got separated from his parents. Absolutely in love with the music and Brook's afro, he becomes their mascot, sailing the seas and joining in their battles. As the danger increases, Captain Yorkie states they need to leave Laboon before he gets hurt on the Grand Line. They leave Laboon in the middle of the West Blue and cross the Twin Capes onto Reverse Mountain and meet up with Crocus. Oh, and Laboon's there too. Yorkie and Brook tell Laboon to wait at the Twin Capes with Crocus. Once they explore the rest of the world, they'll come back for him in about 2 to 3 years. Whoops! Looks like you're off about 48 years. Not long after the crew step in the Grand Line, Yorkie succumbs to an incurable disease. The captain tells the crew to go alone without them so nobody else gets infected. Brook is now the acting captain of the Rumbar Pirates. What?
Take off that mask. Let me see your face.
What are you doing? Did we just forget that this man has like an incurable disease or something? 10 days later, the Rumbar Pirates meet their finale on the Florian Triangle. After losing to a pirate ship with poisonous weapons, all their crew can think about is Laboon. Before they die, the crew muster up their strength for one last song, the Rumbar Pirates Requiem of Bink Sake. Brook slowly loses his composure as bodies begin to drop in the middle of the song. Eventually, all that's left is an unwelcomed instrumental, and not long after, Brook dies as well. The Rumbar Pirates have fallen. It's a good thing Brook packed a phoenix down, as he's revived thanks to his devil fruit. Although, for the next 50 years, Brook sails the endless sea of the Florian Triangle, picking up the bones of his fellow crewmates and thinking back to all the fun times they've had. Brook does everything he can to keep his sanity, goofing around, playing songs, and just laughing for no reason. The one thing keeping him together is the promise he made to Laboon. It's really hard for me to fully express just how tragic Brook. It's really difficult for me to fully express just how tragic Brook's backstory is and what it means for a lot of other people, including myself. But I think what's most impressive is just Brook's unbreakable optimism. I mean, like, his backstory is the perfect Villagen origin story. Yet when we meet him after he's gone through like this 50-year ordeal, he's just the most kind person you'll ever meet. And I love Brook for that. With his shadow back and knowing that Laboon is safe, Brook, with a 33 million bounty, has officially joined the Straw Hat Pirates. The crew sail out of the Nightmare Island into the bright sea and continue on their journey to be continued.
Nintendo, One Piece, and YouTube. Roger D. Luigi, the king of the One Piece community, obtained this and everything else the world had to offer, and his dying words grow countless weebs to the sea.
You want my content? You can have it. I've left everything I've gathered together in one place. Now you just have to find it.
Are you sure we're watching the right anime? I don't remember the intro being like that.
No, hold on. Let's keep it going. This Roger guy is speaking facts.
Sabaody Archipelago is 21 episodes and 24 chapters. Over at Mirijois, Kuma gives Sengoku a brief rundown of what happened at Thriller Bark by watching my video. He's a big fan. Thanks, Doug. Meanwhile, the Straw Hats are sailing towards Fishman Island when just then, a strange phenomenon occurs.
Breaking news at Water 7.
Welcome everyone to Water 7 News. Our top story tonight. Multiple whirlpools were found near Sabaody Archipelago. Reports say this was caused by a man with burn scars in a black ship carrying a large red stone. Many in the community are saying this might be the work of Monkey D. Dragon, leader of the Revolutionary Army. Now, while that may be the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life, we cannot ignore the possibilities. Stay safe, and we'll update you all very shortly.
The Straw Hats manage to escape the strange weather and come across a familiar location. They've once again reached the red line, marking their journey at the halfway point. My ass, we're halfway done.
I'm still too weak.
Oh, okay. How else do you expect me to compete with someone who considers lifting truck-sized weights weak?
Give me a break, Fishman Island. Where are you?
You're not gonna believe this!
Just then, the crew is attacked by a sea king. Luffy reminds the creature that tricks are for kids, and two objects emerge from the beast's belly. A starfish named Papagoo. What the fuck? And the mermaid, Kami.
So I gotta know, how do you poop?
Hey, what's going on everybody? Rogersbase here, and today we have to talk about one of the biggest plot holes in One Piece to date. How does Kami poop? This is honestly something that could make or break the series for me. We have to talk about it.
After the formalities, Kami gets a call from a couple of fishmen thugs who kidnapped her friend and sent him off to the Flying Fish Riders, a group of bandits who are in the slave trading business.
Slave trading or something? Pretty sick stuff.
The Straw Hats agree to help Kami save her 8-armed friend who totally never traumatized a girl with orange hair and her entire village for 10 years. The Straw Hats land at the Mackerel Gang base, and just in the middle is Kami's friend Hacha. Oda, you are so lucky that's a fish man. That's right, Hachi, way back from Arlong Park, has returned. I remember the good old times of that arc. Good times, good times. He even had his own cover story called Hachan's Seafloor Stroll, which explains how he met Kami and then eventually opened up his own restaurant. Everyone in the crew understandably want nothing to do with Hachi. Kami, feeling betrayed, goes to help Hachan herself, only for her to immediately get captured.
This will not be the last time this happens.
Nami decides to let go of her grudge to help Kami and Hachan. Although one guy holds an even greater grudge against our beloved Sanji. It's so bad you'd think he's your average Zoro fan. Duval, the leader of the Mackerel Gang, wants to kill Sanji for ruining his life. Duval calls for the Flying Fish Riders to attack the Straw Hats, but that was a mistake. Duval takes matters into his own hands. He bursts into the scene on his trusty steed and calls out Sanji for a fight. Luffy attacks Duval, revealing a dark tragedy that makes Berserk look like a children's coloring book. Duval has the exact same face as Sanji's wanted poster.
Duval was nothing more than a simple mountain bandit, terrorizing the local town and stealing from civilians, putting many lives in financial ruin. He lived a nice, quiet life, but one day, the Big Bad Navy attacked Duval, mistaking him for Blackleg Sanji of the notorious Straw Hat Pirates. Days to weeks to months went by as Duval became a wanted man on the run. He feared for his life until one day he decided enough was enough. He'll have his revenge on Sanji for ruining his peace.
You hear that, Sanji? Because of you, this once blessed angel has now turned to a life of crime. What do you have to say for yourself?
Who cares?
And just as an extra fuck you, Frankie unveils the hidden technique of the Thousand Sunny Hyper Beam.
Say what you will about the series. Yeah, it has its problems, but this is objectively cool as fuck.
After a job well done, they celebrate by eating Hachi's special takoyaki balls. Man, those look really good. I wonder what it's made of. Hachi, what have you done? Sanji may be a great chef, but he's also a world-renowned plastic surgeon, giving Duval a spiffy new look. Thanks to that, Duval turns a new leaf and wants to repay the Straw Hats. The gang mentioned that they plan on going to Fishman Island, but have no idea how to get there. Both Papagu and Kami mentioned the two most common ways to get to Fishman Island. The safest is to abandon one ship and take an elevator up the red line and buy a new ship on the other side. The second way, common for pirates, is to go 20,000 meters below the red line straight to Fishman Island. Hotchan says he knows a mechanic living on Sabaody who can help. The gang arrive at the dreamland paradise of Sabaody Archipelago. Just like how Logtown was the end of the East Blue, Sabaody marks the end for the first half of the Grand Line, known as Paradise.
Ugh, it's really sticky.
That is one of Oda's favorite scenes he's ever drawn. Like, you've drawn so many iconic moments that have moved all kinds of people all over the world, and this is in your top 3. Go to at it again. Frankie, Usopp, and Sanji stay on the ship. Nami and Robin go shopping, and while Zoro's off to find the meaning of life, the rest of the gang explore the archipelago. However, it doesn't take long for them to learn just how horrible this island can be. A pirate captain, wearing a strange collar, begs the citizens to help him escape.
Please, I've got a wife and kid back home. My little boy, I left when he was just a baby. He doesn't even know what I look like.
Dad?
Luffy arrives at the scene only to witness the pirate's collar explode. To make matters worse, the Celestial Dragons arrive. Descendants of the founders for the world government, they see themselves as gods among men, wearing crazy suits to avoid breathing the same air as common folk, making people slaves like they're buying toys at the toy store, and killing anyone who even so much as blinks weird without a second thought. Due to their high status, they can get away with just about anything. Anyone who dares to hurt a celestial dragon will be bombarded by a fleet of marines led by an admiral. That's so stupid to me. Why should the celestial dragons be given such godlike praise and treatment just because they're barely related to the founders? That would be like if I got special treatment just because I'm somewhat related to important world figures like Thomas Jefferson, Martin Luther King, or Selena Gomez. The Straw Hats arrive at Shaki's Ripoff Bar in Grove 13, home of Hotchan's friend who will help them get to Fishman Island. They meet the owner of the bar, Shaki, the queen of extortion. She's an old friend of Hachi's. Shaki tells them the mechanic they're looking for hasn't been around for about 6 months and is probably in the lawless area. She also mentions the existence of 9 other rookie pirates who've entered the archipelago not too long ago. These are the Supernova, powerful pirates with bounties all exceeding 100 million berries. A woman who could give Luffy a run for his money in a food eating competition, Jewelry Bonnie, worth 140 million. A guy who is obsessed with the Godfather movies, Capone Gang Beige, worth 138 million. That one friend who's really into tarot and zodiacs, Basil Hawkins, worth 249 million. The worst of the bunch, just wait till Wano, Scratchman Apu, worth 198 million. The man who sure hates dudes with red hair, Eustace Captain Mid, Kid, worth 315 million. Whose hometown was destroyed by Eminem's twin brother and has a hobby of lovemaking? Well, that's none other than Mad Monk Arouge himself, worth 108 million. He's in the middle of fighting Kid's bestie, a well-mannered assassin with the goofiest laugh you'll ever hear, Killer, worth 162 million. Their fight is interrupted by a dude who can't stick to one occupation, X-Drake, worth 222 million. After the fight, X-Drake comes across the fan-favorite Surgeon of Death, Trafalgar Law, worth 200 million berries. Here's my favorite fact about this arc. Just the fact that, like, originally Oda had 0 plans to include all these supernovas in this story. Because when Oda was originally looking at Sabaody, he was kind of just like, it's a little bare bones just having the Straw Hats in it. So he included 9 brand new characters on the spot who've all just become, like, well-beloved mainstays in the story that everyone cares and adores for. They all have their own backstories and are really fleshed out. Like, you honestly can't go wrong with any of the characters. Like, they're all pretty amazing, honestly. Like, you can't go wrong with loving any of them. But I don't know. Like, Roger, who's your favorite?
Ah, man, that's a tough one, DJ. Honestly, I feel like I have to give it up to Basil Hawkins, though. He's just such a well-rounded character that honestly I feel like not a lot of people truly understand.
Luffy's team gives up on finding the mechanic and just play at the amusement park. However, no matter where you go, Freddy will always be there. Over on the other side of Shit City, St. Charlos, a celestial dragon and contender for the worst character in the franchise, is taking a casual stroll with his latest slaves.
It's settled. I'm making you my new wife.
What are you doing? She's my fiance. You can't just come here and...
Men, watch out. St. Charlos is the real Mr. Steal Your Girl. On the account, he will literally shoot you and then take your girl prisoner. While everyone fears the celestial dragon, our clueless Giga Chad pulls up to St. Charlos. Feeling threatened by the Sigma, the sniveling beta lashes out. However, Zoro is stopped from speedrunning the arc. Back over at the Sunny, Sanji's team gets a call from Chopper. Kami has been kidnapped and will be sold into slavery. The Straw Hats scramble to find Kami. Sanji calls up the new and improved Rosy Life Riders to help speed up the search. Over at the auction house, Kami is being prepared as the main event for tonight's Twisted game, as she's forced to wear one of the explosive collars like the pirate from earlier. The abusive men are stopped due to a strange power. The one responsible is the man the Straw Hats have been searching for this whole time. A true demon among men. Introducing... I don't know what the fuck that says. Nami's team arrived to bear witness to the atrocities of the world. One by one, the unfortunate souls are sold off to the wealthy for their own petty desires. For these people, playing with the lives of the less fortunate is seen as a fun little game to kill time. Nami decides to play their Twisted game. She'll wager all 200 million berries they got from Thriller Bark to save Kami. Finally, the main event begins as it's Kami's turn to be sold. The crowd goes cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, hoping to add a rare delicacy to their collection. St. Charlos loses his goddamn mind and blows the competition out of the park.
I bid 500 million!
Oh shit, the Straw Hats need our help. Here, I got like a 5. How much do you have?
DJ, I'm a YouTuber. You think I got money?
Nami's team, completely at a loss, weigh their options. But just then, the big guns arrive as Luffy and Zoro burst into the scene and rush to Kami's safety.
That's enough! Stop all that annoying babbling, Vic!
Jokes aside, this is one of the most iconic and well-beloved scenes in One Piece. Back in Arlong Park, the fishmen were just seen as these ruthless, brutal, violent creatures who just hated humans because they were deemed inferior physically. However, here we get to learn more a bit about where that hatred and fear of humans comes from with the unfair slavery and racism of the fishmen race. Hachi's speech to Luffy is honestly very heartbreaking, and just him talking about how much he hates himself and regrets what he did to Nami 10 years ago and how much he wants to redeem himself for that. Then Luffy just saying, fuck it. He knows the consequences, not to its fullest extent, but he'll beat the shit out of anybody who dares hurts his friends. Spoiler alert for future events in the story, but St. Charlos does get his ass beat a lot more often, and I'm hoping that someday somebody just makes a compilation of all the times St. Charlos got his ass kicked. I would love to see that. Million views guaranteed.
Navy headquarters. A celestial dragon was struck? I'll send an admiral right away. Oh, it was St. Charlos? I mean, he probably deserved it, but sure. All right, we'll send a fleet over.
The auction house goes crazy. The nobles rush out the door as the Straw Hats fend off the guards. The auctioneer threatens to kill Kami, but before he can pull the trigger, everyone in the room suddenly collapses as the mechanic makes his grand entrance. This is the Dark King Rayleigh, the ship mechanic of Sabaody and former first mate of Gold D. Roger, King of the Pirates. Rayleigh removes the collar using some fancy technique that'll be relevant in 500 episodes, and says they need to leave, but they realize the entire crew is surrounded by Marines. Marines. Luffy goes off to fight the Marines so the rest of the gang can escape, but he's not alone, as Kid and Law were in the auction house this whole time and join in on the battle. Standing before an army of Marines are the 3 pirate captains who represent the new pirate era. Trafalgar Law is up first. Demonstrating his ridiculously overpowered fruit, he summons a circle known as a name. Within that space, he can cut anything without damaging it and rearrange the parts to his liking. We have Eustace Kid. He's basically a bootleg Magneto with the magnet fruit, able to control any metal object, but he uses it to just make a giant fist and punch people. The combination of these 3 powerful individuals make it easy for them to escape the Marines. However, things aren't looking so good for Kid, as his crew encounters the tyrant warlord of the sea, Bartholomew Kuma. Thankfully, Kid isn't alone as the Heart Pirates join in on the battle. It's a tough fight and everyone gives it their all to defeat this powerful foe. Kid and Law, completely exhausted, get the jump on Kuma and they actually beat the tyrant.
Round 2.
I don't think that's how that works. The gang make it to Shocky's bar. After patching up Hachi, Rayleigh confirms his status as Gold Roger's first mate. Rayleigh reveals that Gold D. Roger wasn't captured by the Marines before his execution. He let himself be captured, as he had a fatal disease. 4 years before his death, they went around the world one last time. On the way, they recruited Crocus from Reverse Mountain. He mentions that our god among men, Buggy D. Cloud, was an apprentice within the crew, along with the red-haired stallion.
As comrades, we risked our lives together, but I know next to nothing about where they are or what they're doing now.
Well, I mean, a lot of people are saying that one of them has a bunch of burn scars and is just roaming around the seas in a black ship carrying a large red stone, but I don't know, sounds dumb as hell to me.
The treasure Roger talked about! The legendary One Piece! Tell me, is it really?
That's enough! I don't want to know where the One Piece is hidden.
What? Why?
I don't even want to know if it exists.
Then what are we doing? We're 400 episodes deep and you're telling me the main character has the chance to figure out what the treasure is from the people who found it, and he doesn't want to know where it is or if it's even real. One Piece fans, what the fuck are we doing with our lives? Oda has confirmed that the One Piece won't be something like, it's all about the journey, not the destination kind of bullshit. Because if it were, then for me, this honestly would be my least favorite anime of all time instantly. However, though, for Luffy, that is what this is. Him already knowing what the treasure is and where it's located would completely ruin the point of this journey for him. Because he cares more about, going on this grand adventure and discovering new places with his friends. And the treasure is just a cool bonus. While Riley goes to get the Sunny ready for Fishman Island, the gang head off for some supplies. Unknown to them are the consequences of their actions, as the Marines make their assault on Sabaody. Leading the front lines is one of the 3 admirals, the Yellow Monkey Borsalino. That's what Kizaru means, I am not racist. Just like Aokiji, Kizaru is an unstoppable monster, with his own Logia Devil Fruit known as the Glint Glint Fruit, giving him the broken power and speed of light. At first, he runs into Hawkins, who shows off his lukewarm Straw Fruit, able to make dolls representing his men who take the damage instead of him. However, it's not enough. Joining the fray is Mad Monkarouge, who's having his own struggles as he's in the middle of fighting.
Round 3.
Alright, either Kuma just murked Law and Captain Mid, or he's got like multiple brothers. Okay, let's just see what the Straw Hats are up to. Can we go back to the East Blue, please? It's a tough battle for the crew, especially for Zoro, as he's still hurt from Thriller Bark. The gang work together, using everything in their arsenal to beat the warlord. For some reason, Kuma isn't using his Devil Fruit abilities. Just then, a little round Boy Scout named Sentamaru drops down with another Kuma. The truth is, this isn't Kuma. These are androids known as pacifistas, war machines created by the genius Vegapunk, based off Kuma with the laser powers of Kizaru. The Straw Hats split up in teams of 3, but Senamaru won't let them go so easily as he blocks Luffy's squad. Sanji's group is dealing with the Pacifista, and Zoro's team has it the worst as they come face to face with Kizaru, who's seconds away from killing Zoro. No need to fear, the God tier is here to save the day. Not sure how Rayleigh can just kick light though. Must be an animation error. Luffy reiterates that they need to retreat, but the real Kuma doesn't like that idea.
Surprise, motherfucker!
In a hopeless situation, Chopper lets his emotions take center stage as he once again becomes an uncontrollable monster. Meanwhile, the real Kuma says he's come to finish what he started. With a single slap, Zoro is gone. Kuma doesn't stop. Brook, Usopp, and Sanji disappear in seconds. What really sucks is that Brook just joined the crew. And now he's gone. The worst part is, it's gonna be a minute before we see him again. Now Frankie, Nami, and Chopper are gone too. Trying to prevent Enies Lobby 2.0, Luffy rushes to save Robin, but even she is taken from him. For the first time in his life, Luffy feels utter despair. A boy with big dreams has his entire world shattered in a day. Unable to save his crew, the big frog in the small pond comes face to face with reality as Monkey D. Luffy, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, is no more. To be continued. Well, my depression is at an all-time high.
Don't sweat it, DJ, cause Amazon Lily is next.
The island of the strongest female warriors, huh?
A new warlord makes her debut, the second most beautiful woman in the world. Could this be Luffy's real mother?
Sorry, Krakow Mom, you've been replaced.
On the next One Piece, a comedic review of Amazon Lily in about, 9 months at this rate.
It won't take that long, I swear. Amazon Lily is 10 episodes and 11 chapters. Just like always, the Straw Hats are out sailing. Oh, that's right. Thanks to Kuma's tomfoolery, Luffy and the Straw Hats are each sent flying for 3 days and nights. Luffy calls out to his crew as he apologizes for his weakness. Eventually, our monkey man lands on an unknown island jungle. Wanting to save his friends ASAP, Luffy doesn't waste time as he uses Rayleigh's Vivre card to head back to Sabaody.
Perfect! This is just what I need right now!
It doesn't take long for conflict to arise as 3 warriors from a nearby village investigate the noise.
Huh?
Every year, 1 in 5 pirate captains succumb to mushroom overdose.
Monkey D. Luffy used to be a bright kid with an amazing social circle and just endless potential for his future. However, after a traumatic experience with a robotic Christian bear, things got tough for our rubber freak.
If you or anyone you know is suffering from similar symptoms, then please call 1-800-SAVE-THAT-PIRATE. Thank you, and be the change.
Margaret, Sweet Pea, and Afalandra bring Straw Hat to their village for treatment. As told by the doctor, they take off all the mushrooms before our master of medicine uses a method known to cure all diseases. Are you feeling a bit under the weather? Can't seem to shake off that cough or the fear of inevitable death? Well, just light yourself on fire. They tend to Luffy's wounds, but notice that something isn't quite right.
Hold on! What is this?
Whoa, what are you doing?
There's one between her legs that we failed to catch. How careless of us.
Please stop!
It appears to be some sort of sack mushroom. Better pull it.
Stop! During all the commotion, Granny Neon, a former pirate empress of Amazon Lily, checks in on all the commotion. When she sees Luffy, Gloriosa warns everyone that Luffy is a man! Amazon Lily, located within the Calm Belt, is known as the Island of Women, a place where strength is beauty, as everyone is a warrior in their own right, a place sisters can feel safe. The only rule is, no men allowed. Because he was born with a penis, Luffy is sent to prison for execution. Honestly, yeah, fair. Luffy's manliness gets him into trouble as the Kushin warriors prepare to kill.
We are incompatible. With him and every man.
Excuse me, madam, but not all men are as bad as you say. I am one of the chosen few, destined to protect my fair, beautiful maidens. Hard to come by, I know, but don't worry. I'll love you just the same.
As the Kushins attack, Luffy manages to escape and grabs Margaret to get his stuff back.
I've heard it said that all men have some sort of dangerous cootie virus.
No, girls have cooties. Men have the cheese touch. Luffy asks if he could get a ship to sail back to his friends. Margaret says that the only ship on the island belongs to the current warlord and empress of Amazon Lily, the Snake Princess, Boa Hancock. Speak of the devil! The Kushin pirates return from their long voyage, although the Marines stop them as Vice Admiral Momonga has come with an ultimatum. Ace's execution at Marineford will be held in 1 week. All warlords are summoned to prepare for the final battle with Whitebeard. If Hancock refuses, then she'll lose her title as warlord, endangering the lives of everyone on the island. With nowhere to turn, she emerges from her chambers, crowned as the most beautiful in the world. Even a diamond looks like cheap bronze in comparison, able to make any man falter from her 1,000-yard gaze. Respected and loved by all women, this is the Pirate Empress and Warlord of the Sea, Boa Hancock.
Hancock! It's not safe! The simps are here!
Hancock provides a third option, to do as she pleases, and with the help of her devil fruits, anything is hers for the taking. With the love fruit combined with her natural beauty, Hancock can turn anyone with intrusive thoughts to stone.
Why, even if I were to commit murder, the world would forgive me, and that is because, yes, it is because I am beautiful.
Officer, I need your help. They stole all of my belongings, took my money, killed everyone I love, and then they doxed me to their millions of followers.
Oh my god, that's horrible. Who did this?
It was Boa Hancock.
Oh, well, I mean, probably deserved it then, because she's beautiful.
And so the Pirate Empress makes her return. Everyone on the island celebrates their queen. Granny Neon reminds Hancock of her duty as a warlord and how she needs to accept the request of Vice Admiral Momonga to keep Amazon Lily safe, although Hancock can't stand the thought of anyone with lesser beauty giving her orders. She looks so far down on you, she's looking up.
Hey, Boa. Look, you know, it's been really nice getting to know you, and I feel like we just got a really good vibe going on between the two of us, you know? And honestly, I honestly think you're really cute, and I was just wondering if you'd like to go out sometime.
The worst she could say is no, huh? After she eats the elderly, Hancock prepares a bath. When she bathes, the entire island is on lockdown as nobody may step 1 foot near the castle. Legend has it that anyone down bad enough to stare at the back of the Gorgon sisters will be turned to stone. Luffy didn't get the memo though. Luffy does what most incels could only dream of, witnessing the majestic elegance of a 2D woman in person. He notices something very familiar on the woman. Hancock uses her powers to turn Luffy into stone for seeing her back. Nobody can resist the temptations of the Empress. You know, I think we can all learn a thing or two from Luffy. Abandon the horny thoughts, achieve your dreams, make long-lasting friends, and eat more meat. Luffy's stupidity comes in clutch, as he thought the Love beam worked exactly like Foxy's slow beam. So what's Hancock's plan B? Execution! The inhabitants of Amazon Lily all gather in anticipation as Luffy is put on trial. Boa asks the man what he's doing on the island.
I don't know, I'm just as confused as you. I got sent flying through the sky, and the next thing I knew, I landed.
I was on Sabaody and I struck a celestial dragon for attempting to murder my friend. The Marines attacked us and then Kuma sent all of us flying across the world. I feel like this arc could be over by now if Luffy literally just said what happened. Margaret proves she's a real one and takes the blame for allowing Luffy onto the island. Sweet Pea and Ophalandra back up their sister. The Pirate Empress congratulates Margaret for her sincerity by showering them with love and affection. Hancock has heard enough. Luffy will die. She summons forth Bakura, the official executioner of Amazon Lily, a giant, powerful beast with an unlimited appetite and thirst for torture, pounces at Luffy.
Oh shit! Really thought that'd work. Senator Sonia, Marigold. Go get him.
With the King Cobra and Anaconda Devil Fruits, the Gorgon sisters are the strongest warriors on Amazon Lily, using strange powers that Luffy has seen back on Skypiea and Sabaody, although here, they call it Haki. During the battle, Sandor Sodia threatens to kill Margaret. Luffy's anger unleashes a power said to belong to only the chosen few, including Hancock herself, the Conqueror's spirit. The unstoppable force blows away the movable objects as they can't compete with Luffy's unshakable will. The man goes all out and eventually manages to defeat the Gorgon sisters. Hancock and Marigold realize Sandor Sonia's back is exposed to the public. While Luffy doesn't know the full context, he understands it's important to the sisters as he blocks everyone from seeing her back. Hancock, confused by Luffy's actions, commands everyone to leave the arena. The Pirate Empress begins to cry as she once again recalls her horrible past. With everything said and done, Luffy asks Boa Hancock to turn the girls back to normal. However, the Empress has a different idea. To prove that all men are trash, Hancock gives Luffy two choices like it's heavy rain. Either take the ship and save your friends, or stay on the island and save the Kushin warriors. Luffy doesn't hesitate to prioritize the safety of Margaret and the others. Shocked by Luffy's pure heart, she takes him into his chambers to explain the secret burned on her back.
Here I come! Hey, where's the food? And how come you took your clothes off?
Boa Hancock musters all her courage to show the mark to Luffy and see if he really recognizes it.
I need to know. Take a closer look.
Oy, oof. Bad tattoo. 17 years ago, Hancock, Sandor Sonia, and Marigold were marked as slaves from the brand of the Celestial Dragons. The girls suffered all kinds of abuse from the first men they've ever encountered, even being force-fed the powers they currently possess. 4 years later, a savior came to the rescue. A fisherman known as Fisher Tiger climbed the Red Line and freed all the slaves, becoming a hero. But we'll get to him a bit later.
I suppose you find me repulsive now that you know I was a slave?
Yeah, a little.
It ain't One Piece without an end of arc party.
There are a lot of people here who want to touch you just once. Look! It's taking forever. I want to touch him now. Me too, me too. Get it?
Alright, look. I'm not proud of it, but I mean, like, who wouldn't want to know?
Hancock looks at the moonlight sky. Realizing Luffy will be gone tomorrow morning, she collapses. The Pirate Empress has contracted a disease known to have killed many poor, innocent souls. To this day, nobody knows the exact cure to this fatal illness. Boa Hancock has caught feelings. I would rather have hepatitis. Luffy runs into Granite Neon, who tells him about the upcoming execution of Port Gas D Ace. Just then, Straw Hat checks Ace's Vivre card for the horrible truth. A Vivre card represents the owner's life force. The less paper, the worse their condition. Oh, you know what? That does remind me. I did make my own Vivre card to give out to people in case they need me. So, let me just take care of that. Oh. Luffy talks to Hancock about wanting to save Ace from execution. For most, that would be out of the question. Although, thanks to the power of one-sided love, Hancock agrees to take Luffy to Impel Down in order to save his brother. Leaving the island, they head back over to Vice Admiral Momonga, and she finally accepts his offer as long as they make a pit stop at Impel Down. Speaking of Impel Down, our story ends with Garp walking through the prison to talk to a certain grandson of his. To be continued. Call my lawyer, I'm innocent! Impel Down, home to the world's greatest criminals to ever live. Not even the invincible Captain Buggy can escape so easily. Luffy's gonna need a brand new team if he wants to save his brother. Next time on One Piece, the great prison escape of Impel Down. Hannibal deserves a raise. Impel Down is 27 episodes and 25 chapters. Thanks to Boa Hancock's undying love for an underaged monkey, they managed to sneak into Impel Down, a government stronghold where the most dangerous prisoners reside. From jaywalking to smoking weed, the sinful criminals of society are rightfully punished by justice.
Man, I love my job. Just another day in the office, brother. Yes, yeah.
Boa arrives at the front gates, but is told before she can enter, she must take a mandatory body check.
Luffy, they're doing a body check. We'll figure something out.
Yeah, Bo, we can easily figure something out. It'll be fine. We totally got this, man. Oh, what the heck?
Hey, yo, man, let me get up there. It's real cramped down here.
Yeah, sure, it's fine. Yeah.
Inside the prison, we're introduced to the Vice Admiral Hannibal, a man who feels he's way underqualified and should be the warden of the prison. In order to prevent a prison break, she's forced to strip. To avoid giving the horny weeb some Rule 34 content, she turns the guards and camera to stone. Sorry, freaks, the titties ain't free. Boa tells Luffy that he needs to go all the way down to level 6 if he wants to save Ace. While Boa is chained up, Luffy finds himself all alone in the 6 levels of hell.
Impel Down is divided into 6 parts. The further you go down, the more dangerous the prisoners and their punishments. Level 1 is the Crimson Hell. Low-level prisoners are forced to walk through literal blades of grass as far as the eye can see. Along with a bunch of dangerous traps, it's a place that's impossible for any human to escape.
Except for our Lord and Savior, Captain Buggy. As thanks to the Chop Chop fruit, he managed to sneak out of his cell and is on a mission to return to his crew. Unfortunately, our clown is spotted, and the Blue Gory are sent to take care of the mess. But let's be real, guys, it's Buggy. There's no way a couple of overgrown gorillas can do anything to him. Oh, yeah, okay. That's right. And so an unlikely duo is formed. The future king of the pirates and his associate Monkey D. Luffy work together. At first, Buggy isn't sold on the idea of going further into the prison as he just wants to leave. But Luffy bribes him with some treasure. To show his gratitude, Buggy shows Luffy the way to level 2.
What the hell is going on in here?
Damn it, we only get 30 minutes!
Thanks to Buggy's Chop Chop fruit, he can fly through the Crimson Hell all the way to level 2, the Wild Beast Hell. Meanwhile, on level 6 of the prison, we're introduced to some of the most heinous prisoners of the One Piece world. Among them is Port Gas D. Ace, who's scheduled to be executed at Marine HQ. But he's not alone as he's got his roommate to keep him company. Introducing the first son of the sea and ex-warlord, Jinbei.
Strike me!
Uber Eats for Jinbei?
We enter level 2, known as the Wild Beast Hell of Impel Down. Prisoners worth more than 15 million are forced to be chased and fed to the dangerous monsters of the prison.
Luffy and Buggy are immediately bombarded with the grotesque creatures of level 2. A hippo who answers the age-old question of what that mouth do, a praying mantis who clearly lied on his resume, and a literal basilisk from European mythology. What the fuck? Surprisingly, the basilisk was actually super weak. Buggy finds some keys and frees the prisoners of level 2 to start some chaos. Among the crowd is a familiar face all the way back from Little Garden. Introducing Galdino, aka Mr. 3.
Okay. Who cares?
And so the Neo Straw Hats are formed. With the help of Mr. 3, they easily defeat the many creatures of level 2. But before they can get into level 3, they have to get past the most dangerous creature, the Sphinx, a gluttonous beast who can only talk in noodles. The Sphinx may be dangerous, but thanks to Mr. 3's quick wit, they use the beast's strength to break a hole into level 3, the Starvation Hell.
Welcome to the Desert Prison. Impel Down's level 3 hosts criminals with bounties above 50 million as they are forced to endure the dry climates with little food, turning these hardened criminals into pathetic shells of their former selves.
The Neo Straw Hats walk around the desert hoping to find someone who can help. However, it doesn't take long for the guards to intercept their tactics. Leading the assault is Soldeath, the chibi demon, which, fun fact, after the time skip, he grows to 7'1". Ladies. Thankfully, Luffy's luck hasn't run out yet. The hungry, horny Sphinx from earlier wakes up, breaking the cage and causing a distraction for the gang to escape. Separated from the Rubber Boy Wonder, Buggy and Mr. 3 try to think of a game plan to escape from the prison. However, they keep hearing strange noises, almost as if someone is happily dancing. When they go to check it out, we reunite with a fan favorite of the One Piece series, the MVP of friendship and Mr. 3's old co-worker, Bentham, aka Mr. 2. Back on Luffy's end, he finds himself being the Sphinx's next dinner. Fear not, Luffy, for you are not alone. Here to save the day is a man known for getting lost. It's Zoro! Oh shit, Zoro's here? Well, actually, knowing him, that does make sense, but I mean, like, at least now Luffy has somebody on his side that he actually knows. Although, I don't remember seeing Zoro this upbeat and, like, him dancing just like Banco. Wait a minute!
That is not Zoro, but he does sound familiar.
Been a while, Straw Boy!
I love you, Bon Clay, but I'd rather have Zoro. And now, with a true ally on his side, Luffy and Bon Clay work together to reach level 4 of the prison as Mr. 2 is looking for the legendary Beauty Queen. As Luffy and Bon Clay run through the Starvation Hell, they encounter Minotaurus, one of the 4 jailer beasts, a zone user whose powers awakened and caused him to become a wild animal. Luffy and Bon Clay struggle, but with some teamwork, they beat the beast and head straight for level 4.
Up next is the Blazing Hell. Remember the blood pond from Dragon Ball? It's basically that, but boiling, with heat levels strong enough to burn flesh as prisoners are thrown into the boiling pot while the rest throw logs to keep the flames going. Level 4 is also where Warden Magellan stays.
Speaking of, Hannibal brings Hancock to see the Warden before going to level 5. A man who only works 4 hours a day and shits the remaining 20 thanks to his devil fruit. Introducing the head of Impel Down, Warden Magellan, the poo-poo pee-pee demon. They arrive at level 6 to see Ace, and when Boa Hancock arrives, all the male prisoners act like One Piece fans whenever Oda introduces a new female character.
So she's the Snake Princess of Kuja. Hey, move a little closer.
Turn around, Hancock!
Yeah, that is some choice meat. Oh man, I want to lick her everywhere.
David, what the fuck? That was not in the script.
What is it? What do you want from me?
Men ain't shit. Whitebeard ain't shit. You definitely ain't shit. Bet you couldn't even beat Akainu with your sissy little flames.
White Knight Magellan decides enough is enough. He will protect his queen no matter what. as he unleashes the very power that causes him terrible diarrhea, the Venom fruit. A paramecia fruit so strong, it's often mistaken for a Logia type. Magellan kills a few of the prisoners as a reminder of the authority he wields. After Boa Hancock is done traumatizing Ace, Magellan prepares to stop Buggy, those meddling kids, and that dumb dog on level 4. Back to Luffy's never-ending shitstorm as Minotaurus is still alive, but at least Buggy and Mr. 3 were kind enough to tag along. The Neo Straw Hats work together to defeat Minotaurus and continue on their quest. And this is where it ends. Magellan is done playing games. He plans to make Impel Down the grave of Straw Hat Luffy. Bon Clay begs and pleads with Luffy to run away from this impossible obstacle. However, our Rubber Boy Wonder has faced many seemingly impossible obstacles. Magellan is powerful, but Luffy will be victorious.
Ooh! You owe me $20.
Luffy makes it to level 5, but not the way he intended.
Level 5 is the Freezing Hell, a complete opposite to level 4, as prisoners with bounties over 100 million are trapped in their cells and forced to freeze to death with food that's borderline inedible and wolves scattered all over the place. To make matters worse, it's said that prisoners may have known to mysteriously vanish.
Come on, this is messed up. Do we really have to sit here and just watch this kid die?
I don't know about y'all, but I'm having a great time.
It seems Luffy won't be alone for long, however, as unfortunately the Great Buggy and his lackey, Mr. 3, have been caught by Hannibal, and they will be taken to level 5. Psych, it was Bon Clay, baby! Bon Clay is angry with himself for turning back on Straw Boy, and wants to make it right by going to level 5 in order to save him. If Bon Clay does not become a Straw Hat by the end of this arc, I will be mad. Disguised as Hannibal, they manage to make it down to level 5, and things immediately go wrong as they're ambushed by wolves. In any normal circumstance, Bon Clay could take out these wolves no problem, but because of the hellish blizzard, he's unable to fight. Even though Luffy is seconds away from death, he still tries his best to muster up the strength to save Ace. Before this becomes the final episode of the series, our majestic swan of Bon Clay comes to the rescue. All alone in the freezing hell, Bon Clay carries his comrade, asking around for the miracle worker who can save Luffy, but to no avail. To make matters worse, Bentham is once again surrounded by an army of wolves. Bon Clay becomes overwhelmed by the white beasts. Before they can kill our comrade, Luffy musters up the strength to call upon the weird power he used back on Amazon Lily to take down the wolves. Both of them begin to accept their fate in the freezing cold, but are saved by a strange individual who's just casually enjoying a stroll and some wine. Bon Clay wakes up and finds himself in a cave. Bandaged up and alone, he walks through the hallway to figure out what happened. He opens the door and finds the closest thing to paradise. This is the prisoner-made level 5.5 New Kama Land, a place for Okama to live freely inside the prison. Most of these prisoners are the people who mysteriously went missing, and the one behind it all is the person Bon Clay has been searching for. Introducing the miracle worker and queen of New Kama Land, Emporio Ivankov, a founder for the Revolutionary Army. Bon Clay is more shocked than excited to see the queen in such a place. He becomes even more frightened by the power he wields when a man brimming with toxic masculinity comes to ruin the party. Eva ate the hormone fruit, allowing him to inject people with special hormones that alters the user's body however they see fit. Bon Clay asks Eva if he can help Straw Hat from the brink of death, but Ivankov says they've already started the treatment. Ivankov used a high-risk healing serum. It takes about 10 years off Luffy's life, giving him a 2 to 3% survival rate. So now it's all up to Luffy's will if he wants to survive. With the power of friendship, Bon Clay cheers for Luffy's recovery. After several grueling hours, the bonds of brotherhood manage to give Luffy the strength he needs to survive.
Keep it coming! This way! It doesn't matter if it's cooked or not, just pile it on!
Grab the cheese balls. Why was the cake in the oven? I don't know. Okay. How many plates do you eat? Like 8 or 9? Okay, I'm just grab one. Okay, where's this one? Okay, we're good.
After stuffing his belly, Luffy is ready for round 2. Ivankov injects Luffy with some steroids and is ready for round 3. With help from the Okamas, Luffy bulldozes his way straight to level 6 to grab Ace.
We enter the Eternal Hell. Only the strongest of prisoners, whose mere existence is a threat to the world government, reside here. From jaywalking to smoking weed, these grotesque crimes are punishable by death.
Luffy and his team finally reach level 6, but naturally they get blue-balled as the literal blue ball tells them that Ace was taken to be executed. To make matters worse, the prison has trapped them with poisonous gas. Thanks to Inazuma's snip fruit, he's able to stop the gas from spreading, but they still can't escape. Just then, an old pal laughs in the distance. Luffy looks around to see the man who gave Luffy defeat, the former warlord of the sea and leader of Baroque Works, Crocodile. Of course, Luffy doesn't want anything to do with Crocodile after what happened in Alabasta. However, Ivankov understands they need powerful allies, regardless of their morals. He promises Luffy that he'll keep Croco Boy in check as they apparently have some history together. They also grab the former warlord Jinbei. With this all-star team, they rush out the prison to save Ace before he's executed. Making it to level 4, Crocodile makes a small pit stop to grab his good pal, Mr. 1. Luffy's team isn't the only one making a big scene, as Buggy and Mr. 3 manage to go all the way back to level 2. They free all the prisoners who've now swear their allegiance to the mighty Buggy and cause a ruckus. It gets even worse as Blackbeard has just arrived at Impel Down as well and is taking out prison guards. Magellan and Hannibal are gonna need a long vacation after this. Thankfully, the only competent character, Magellan, stops the prison riot on level 2 and locks Buggy inside.
You doing okay there?
Nope, gotta piss, that's all.
Realizing they're running thin on power, Magellan has no other choice than to release Shiryu of the Rain from level 6. Shiryu used to be the head jailer of Impel Down, but because of his violent tendencies, he was forced to become the very prisoner he detested. Magellan has given Shiryu the chance at redemption as long as he kills Blackbeard. And this is the exact moment where Magellan fucked up. Back on level 4, Luffy's team continue their charge up the prison. After taking out the other 3 demon guards, they're ready for level 3. But waiting right outside the gate is the main man himself, Hannibal. For most of this arc, Hannibal was just the goofball character who always complained about not being the warden. But realizing the severity of the situation, Hannibal locks in and is ready to take on Luffy. No surprises there. Blackbeard drops by to say hey to his old buddy back in Jaya. Teach mocks Luffy for the upcoming death of Ace. Luffy doesn't hesitate to lay the smackdown on Blackbeard. Jinbei interrupts the final battle of the series to remind Luffy they need to save Ace. From one battle to another, Blackbeard runs into Magellan. Once again, Magellan comes in clutch by taking out the main antagonist of the series with relative ease as he goes on to face Luffy. Can I just say that Magellan is truly the definition of an underrated character in One Piece? Like, this dude easily defeated powerful main characters like Luffy and Blackbeard. When this dude ain't shitting, he's catching bodies left and right. The Neo Straw Hats make it up to level 3, but Magellan is right on their tail. To stall for as much as they can, Ivankov holds him off. I feel like Magellan should be promoted to Admiral at this rate. Thanks to Ivankov's sacrifice, everyone makes it up to level 1, and Luffy reunites with Buggy and Mr. 3. Can't forget about their good pal Magellan. Oh shit. Not wanting to get his cheeks clapped twice in one arc, Luffy and the team run away. But Magellan isn't taking any prisoners, as he sicks his Venom Hydra on the Sinners. Weirdly enough, the only person who can fend off Magellan is Mr. 3. I wouldn't be surprised if the power scalers are losing their fucking minds right now. Luffy and Mr. 3 work together to fight Magellan. With Mr. 3's wax armor, Luffy is protected from the poison and can now fight Magellan on equal footing. Meanwhile, Buggy's team makes it to the front gate. All they need to do now is steal an enemy ship and they're free!
What the hell? Is this some kind of sick joke? There's not a single Navy ship in sight!
Once again, Magellan just proves he's the GOAT, as he's had the Marines take the ships far away from Impel Down so the prisoners can't escape. Along with Jinbei, Crocodile, Mr. 1, and Buggy swim all the way to the Marine ship so they can steal one. Back on level 1, Luffy lays the smackdown on Magellan. Realizing he's more of a threat than he thought, Magellan takes his poison to the next level. Enter the Venom Demon. With his Devil Fruit awakened, Magellan's poison has reached instant death. With toxins so lethal, they even start to melt through Mr. 3's wax. As they run away from this impossible foe, Luffy finds Bon Clay and Ivankov, who managed to survive with his hormones. Via transponder snail, Jinbei tells them all to jump into the ocean. Luffy and Mr. 3 work together to hold off Magellan one last time. And with Ivankov's deadly winks, they manage to escape Impel Down on a couple of whale sharks. That is the most Disney-esque ending I've ever seen. With Magellan now out of a job, Luffy and the gang escape Impel Down and head straight for Marine HQ to save Ace. Of course, things never go that smoothly in One Piece, as the gates of justice refuse to open, as told by Magellan. However, a few minutes later, the doors begin to open. Wow, I guess Magellan had a change of heart. Wait, if Magellan is at the front gate, then how is he also in the control room? And now that I think about it, where the hell is Bongo? Just like in Alabasta, our beautiful swan of friendship, Bon Clay, decided to stay behind so he can help Luffy and the gang escape. He begs Luffy to not worry about him and focus on saving his friends. Bon Clay stands his ground against the entire prison, as he promises Luffy that someday they will meet again. Swans never die and never say goodbye. Godspeed, Bon Clay. Now here's the thing. If you're an anime only, then you would just assume that Bon Clay is dead. Because as of episode, he has never appeared since. However, in the manga, they did have a cover page confirming that Bon Clay is alive. So our king is now the new queen of Okama Land at level 5.5 of the Impel Down prison. Staying in the prison, Blackbeard and his crew managed to survive Magellan's attack, all because Shiryu brought them an antidote. As thanks for his help, Blackbeard asks the evil motherfucker to join his crew, and Shiryu agrees. The Neo Straw Hats reluctantly sail to Marine HQ as they mourn the loss of Brother Bon. They stop crying for a second as they get a call from Marine HQ. The Marines finally recognize Buggy's infinite potential as they uncover the fact he was a member of Gold Roger's crew and an ally of red-haired Shanks.
Hey, wait! Navy!
Huh?
I'm gonna rescue Ace no matter what!
Who's gonna tell him? War! Huh! Yeah! What is it good for?
The Marines prepare for the battle of the best against the Emperor Whitebeard.
Absolutely nothing. Say it again, y'all.
In order to save Ace, Luffy throws himself against the toughest opponents he's ever faced.
War! I despise.
Next time on One Piece, a comedic review of Marineford, the battle that made history.
East Blue, Alabasta, Sky Island, Water 7, Thriller Bark, The Summit War.
Greetings, One Piece fans. The year is 2010, and you've entered one of the greatest arcs in the series. Welcome to Marineford.
Hello everyone, and welcome to my review for each arc in One Piece. The time has come for the climax of the Summit War Saga. No! The climax for the first half of One Piece itself. Each arc and every saga has been leading up to this moment. Marineford is a staple of One Piece history. Like, it's in everyone's top 5, and you are lying if you say it's not. When new fans start the series, we all look forward to when they reach this arc. Cause nobody's like, "Aw, man, can't wait till you reach Whiskey Peak." A non-stop war between the entire Navy and the Whitebeard pirates for the fate of Port Gas D Ace. New and old faces gather together for a battle that will reshape the series we once knew. Marineford is amazing. Like, even to this day, I still get goosebumps from rewatching the arc. But it's not perfect. The biggest issue with Marineford's anime adaptation are the horrible pacing issues. Most episodes of Marineford could easily be summed up as somebody does a thing, everybody reacts to that thing, Ace screams a bunch, the prisoners worship Buggy for 3 minutes, to be continued. Despite that, Marineford's pretty good. Today, I want to remind us all how Marineford changed One Piece. So watch out for earthquakes, stay away from volcanoes, and get ready to cry a lot as we witness Marineford, the war of the best. Marineford is 31 episodes and 31 chapters. As the Neo Straw Hats set sail towards Navy HQ, Ace prepares for the worst day of his life. He puts on his fresh pair of J's and begins to walk to his death. Meanwhile, the rest of the world gossips about the upcoming war between Whitebeard and the Navy, discussing who'd win and what the outcome could mean for them all. Over at the Sabaody Archipelago, the entire island watches Moist Critical's livestream of the whole event. Marineford, a town once welcome to families of Navy soldiers, has been turned into a war zone. With 50 battleships and an army of Marines 100,000 strong, the entire Navy prepares for the biggest battle of their lives against one of the 4 emperors.
I was told this was an unpaid internship. Guys, I work at Dairy Queen. I can't do this.
Aiding them are the 5 out of 7 warlords of the sea, the government dogs. Standing above are the strongest Marines in the world. Introducing the power of justice, the 3 admirals. Which, fun fact, the admirals are designed after famous Japanese actors. See, this is what's so wild to me. They did all of this for one of the 4 emperors of the sea. So hypothetically, if another emperor showed up, the Navy would be screwed. Ace sits on top the execution platform, ready to clock out from reality. But Sengoku decides to troll the kid before his death. Like an episode of Mori, Sengoku reveals the truth about who Ace's father really is. Afraid that Gold Roger wasn't a virgin, the Navy scoped out any woman who might potentially carry his child. Months to years went by, and no matter how many families they'd broken up, they couldn't find any trace of Roger's legacy. However, one woman tricked the entire world government. To protect the safety of her child, a woman named Port Gas D Rouge pulled off a feat that could solo the verse. An iconic moment so tremendous, even Goku would struggle. For 20 months, she held on to her child.
This? Yeah, I just ate a lot of burritos. Sex? Never heard of it. I'm too busy eating burritos to have a baby.
Once the Navy finally gave up their search, she gave birth to the next generation. Before her death, a boy initially called Gold-D Ace was born. Way to immediately put a target on your son's back, Rouge. Monkey D. Garp comes into the hospital fully aware that Rouge had a child, as he's come to fulfill a promise from his greatest rival. That's right, Whitebeard!
You are not the father.
Until Monkey D. Dragon was confirmed to be Luffy's father, I could easily see how someone would think that Gold Roger was the son of Luffy. But Oda likes to do things a little bit different. After Sengoku gave Ace one last fuck you before his death, the Navy's worst nightmare comes to reality. In the shadows emerge the many pirates who support Whitebeard, ready to attack. Then making their grand entrance, the flagship known as the Moby Dick breaks through the heart of Marineford. Emerging from the ship are a group of warriors proud to call themselves sons to their captains. Introducing the Whitebeard Pirates' 14 division commanders, and leading this group is the strongest man in the One Piece world. A proud warrior and an even greater 21-foot-tall father who wields a weapon on the same level as Hawkeye Mihawks, and was once a terrifying rival to Gold D. Roger. This is one of the 4 Emperors of the Sea, Edward Newgate.
We've got plenty to talk about. Like you not killing my son.
That's literally not your son.
It's no secret I like the dub. However, for me, the biggest atrocity is the fact that Whitebeard's voice actor doesn't do the laugh. We truly live in the dark timeline. And right away, Whitebeard rings the gong of war as he immediately shows off his devil fruit. Wielding one of the strongest paramecia types, the world bears witness to the Quake fruit, a reality-bending power that allows Whitebeard to call forth tremors that can shake and destroy islands. Just then, Ace recounts his journey as a pirate, setting off to sea on a quest to make a name for himself as the leader of the Spade Pirates. During his journey, he even meets Shanks, and once Ace brings up Luffy, they have a party.
And what's your plan?
I'm gonna defeat the most powerful man in the world, of course.
So Kaido then. After an intense battle with Jinbei, Ace comes face to face with the man he's been searching for. Whitebeard smacks some sense into Ace. Realizing his potential, Whitebeard offers to spare the Spade Pirates in exchange for making them his sons. Moments later, Ace wakes up aboard the Moby Dick, and since then, time after time, Ace tries and fails miserably to kill Whitebeard. Eventually, Ace comes around to understand the love Whitebeard has given and proudly wears the mark of Whitebeard on his back as the 2nd Division Commander. Just then, on a seemingly normal day, the perfect family of the Whitebeard Pirates began to break apart.
Ace, take a look at what I found.
Whoa, is that a devil fruit?
I think so, but I don't know what type it is yet.
For those that don't know, there's actually a 2-part light novel series recounting the events of Ace's pirate journey before becoming a member of Whitebeard's crew. And then later, Boichi actually made a manga adaptation of that light novel with his really striking, amazing art. So, definitely worth a read if you haven't checked it out yet. Back to present day, Whitebeard's powers causes a giant tsunami, hoping to speedrun the war, but for our boy Aokiji, water is his playground as he turns the waves to ice. However, the Whitebeard pirates use the ice to their advantage as terrain for the battle and begin to charge. The war has officially begun. Normally, Hawkeye has no interest in small squabbles, but he realizes the perfect opportunity to test his abilities. Just how does the world's greatest swordsman compare to the world's strongest man? With a simple swing of his sword, he instantly outperforms every feat Zoro has done in this show so far as the blast rushes towards Whitebeard. Whitebeard may be the strongest pirate in the world, but his crew aren't a bunch of pushovers either. Introducing the 3rd Division Commander, Diamond Jozu, who ate the terribly named Twinkle Twinkle Devil Fruit, allowing him to turn his body into diamonds. So basically, he's just Mr. One, but better. After the Fraudhawk's terrible display, we move over to Kizaru, who follows the method of taking out the leader straight away. He goes guns a-blazing at Whitebeard. However, Kizaru forgot about the one thing that can beat light: a pineapple. Introducing the 1st Division Commander and right-hand man of the Whitebeard Pirates, Marco the Phoenix. Just like his name suggests, Marco ate the bird fruit model Phoenix. While Logia fruits are indeed powerful and rare, just like a card game, mythical fruits are like a limited edition, ultra rare, PSA grade 10, signed by the author worth $1,600,000. Why is the One Piece TCG so expensive? Also, I just gotta say that every time we see Marco, he gets a major glow up. Alright, so Ice and Light. We've seen the ridiculous powers of Aokiji and Kizaru respectively, but what could this flower boy possibly do?
Great eruption!
Ah, magma. Yeah, they're fucked. Sakazuki, the Navy's loyal red dog, ate the magma fruit, said to be one of the strongest pure offensive fruits in the world. For Whitebeard, it's just a fun little candle to blow out for his birthday. The battle continues on as the other Whitebeard pirates show off their insane skills, but the Marines won't budge either. Oh, Kobe and Helmeppo are here too, for some reason. I thought this was the War of the Best.
The pirates, my enemy. This isn't a training exercise. This is war.
This is not people.
Hancock joins the battle, but not only is she fighting the Whitebeard pirates, she's also attacking the Marines too.
Allies or foes, all men are equally worthless.
Boa Hancock 101. If you have a penis, then you're the enemy. As the battle rages on, the biggest ally of the Whitebeard pirates charges forth. A beast said to be 3 times the size of a regular giant, whose sword can cut through battleships like pancakes. Introducing the captain of the little pirates, Oars Jr., the ancestor of the original Oars. And of course, Moria is absolutely excited to start Thriller Bark 2. Oars Jr. rushes through the battlefield. The once towering giant unit of the Marines look like babies in comparison, as they are easily taken out. However, Little Oars finds himself against the government dogs, as Kuma the Tyrant uses the same move that destroyed Thriller Bark to deal serious damage to our demon dude. Oars Jr. manages to survive, only for him to make the horrible mistake of attacking Don Quixote Doflamingo, who cuts off his leg. Then Moria finishes the job by stabbing the giant straight through the neck. Yeah, so that didn't work out too well. During the war, Garp questions his morals. While he believes criminals deserve their punishment, the fact that his own family have become the very danger he swore to fight shakes him to his core. He's unsure of what to do as he thinks back to the teachings he tried to drill into Ace and Luffy.
Who are you to say I can't? It's not like you're my father.
Do you want me to show you how much I love you with another punch?
Okay, there's a lot to unpack there. The thing is, Garp may be harsh on Ace and Luffy, but he does care about them and wants them to join the Marines solely for their protection. And I feel like in this scenario, Ace finally understands why Garp tried so hard for them to give up the life of a pirate. 'Cause you know, it's a literal fucking crime. Speaking of Garp's family, the Whitebeard pirates get some unexpected reinforcements as out of nowhere, Luffy and the Neo Straw Hats fall straight from the sky into Marineford. Garp's not very good at raising kids. And so the Neo Straw Hats enter the war. Luffy takes a second to soak everything in, and at the top of his rubbery lungs, he screams to Ace, declaring that he will save him.
Hey, Garp! Your family's messing things up again!
Luffy, no!
While Luffy is here to save a life, Crocodile wants to do the opposite, as he plans to kill Whitebeard. But he's immediately reminded about the ass whooping he got in Alabasta and Chills. Knowing that they both want to save Ace, Luffy and Whitebeard form an alliance. And so now Luffy is on the run to save his brother. However, it won't be so easy, as he's reunited with his old pals Kizaru and Kuma, who looking to make up for what happened at Sabaody. Ivankov holds off Kuma while Luffy takes a trip down memory lane to see old Django from Syrup Village and Iron Fist Full Body from Baratier. Fun fact, there's a cover story called Django's Dance Paradise about how Django became a Marine and his rivalry with Full Body for the love of their Vice Admiral Hina. The reunions don't stop there, as Moria has the misfortune of seeing the rubber freak that ruined his dreams. Luffy is a lot stronger than most Marines, but their numbers start to overwhelm the monkey. Thankfully, he's got Jinbei to help him out and fend off Moria. And the fun facts keep on coming, cause in the Japanese dub, Jinbei and Gekko Moria are both voiced by Katsuhisa Haoki. Even with his allies, Luffy can't catch a break from his past, as now Smoker wants the smoke. Also, Tashiga's there too, I guess. Luffy has definitely gotten stronger since their last encounter, but he still can't hurt Smoker. Although with the power of love, Boa Hancock can defy logic as she defends her beloved and gives him the key to uncuff Ace. Ivankov is confused why his best buddy Kuma is attacking him and not explaining anything. The sadistic pink boy Doflamingo explains that thanks to Dr. Vegapunk's gradual experiments, Kuma has now become the perfect killing machine for the Navy, the latest and greatest PX-0. Damn that Vegapunk, he better have a good explanation for what he did to Kuma. Because that's going to be really hard to explain. Wanting a piece of the rubbery pie is the Fraud Hawk himself, hoping to make up for his blunder with Jozu. Thinking he's no match for Hawkeye, Luffy grabs the perfect meat shield of Buggy, who thanks to the Chop Chop fruit is immune to any sword attacks, allowing Luffy to escape. You failed to kill some small-time rookie, and now you can't even cut a guy? It's not looking good for Fraudhawk. I mean, homeboy can't even beat 5th Division Commander Vista. Dude, just take your black paint and go home. You're embarrassing yourself. Things aren't looking too good for the Navy, but luckily they have their own reinforcements. Led by Sentomaru, the pacifistas march onto the battlefield and blow right past the weaker enemies. Meanwhile, Squard, one of Whitebeard's trusted allies, talks to Pops about the war and their goal of saving Ace. Although Marco gets a weird vibe about their conversation, then the unthinkable happens. Squard stabs his father. Feeling betrayed by the man he was proud to call his father, Squard declares that Whitebeard sold out his allies to the Navy in exchange for Ace's safety, and is angry Pops never told him Ace was the son of Gold Roger, the man who killed his former crew. Wanna know who told him that? Akainu! The guy who will murder his own men for not wanting to fight and die in a meaningless war. He's very trustworthy. Normally, Whitebeard would have no trouble with some sneak attack, but no matter how strong you are, you can't beat old age. How does Whitebeard, the strongest and one of the most feared pirates in the world, handle such betrayal from his own men? He hugs Squard and assures him that his father loves all his children equally and that he'd never sell out the people most precious to him. We'll talk about this further into the video, but Whitebeard's undying loyalty to his family is one of the main reasons why he's such a well-beloved character in the franchise. And the other reason is because this dude is strong as hell. And after 15 episodes of bloodshed, Whitebeard has had the last straw. He jumps off the Moby Dick and prepares for battle. The world's strongest man makes his move. While Squard has a meltdown from just being a dumbass, Whitebeard reminds us all why he's him, easily overpowering giants and causing the entire island and nearby sea to tilt. Something I really didn't take into consideration the first time I watched this arc was just how this shows us a glimpse at the pinnacle of the One Piece world. Like, if Luffy wants to be king of the pirates, he's gonna need to be able to do crazy shit like this. The Marines attempt to trap the pirates with unbreakable steel walls, and use Akainu's power to rain hellfire on them, and even destroy the Moby Dick, causing Luffy to fall into the ocean. All seems lost, but nobody accounted for the dead 60-meter giant to block one of the walls. The Whitebeard pirates climb onto Oars Jr. and continue their Google Maps route to Ace. Speaking of Oars Jr., he wakes up! Hooray! Now they can save Ace. Oh wait, Kizaru's still around and is about to kill Oars Jr. Well, fuck. Just then, we get one of the coolest entrances in One Piece, as with Jinbei's help, he shoots an ocean current right in front of the 3 admirals. When the water calms down, Monkey D. Luffy makes his grand entrance.
I see. So you found a way up. You've done quite well, son of dragon.
Youth. So much fire.
Dude, yo, that was awesome! Right, Kizaru? Aokiji? You are enemy. You are enemy, that's right.
Luffy knows full well he stands no chance against a single admiral, let alone all 3, but nothing will stop him from saving his brother. He uses the log to cause a distraction and run towards the execution platform. You can do it, Luffy! He's not gonna save him, is he? The executioners swing their swords, but it looks like they didn't account for the sandstorm as Crocodile unexpectedly saves Ace. While he hates Luffy and Whitebeard, Crocodile loathes the Navy even more and refuses to see them win. As Luffy gets closer to Ace, the challenges become more than he can handle, as he's bombarded with admirals left and right, and Kizaru has this dude on lockdown. The admirals are seriously no joke. Even Akainu is able to give the old man a bit of trouble. Then to make matters even worse, Garp finally locks in and joins the fight. Knowing what happens later down the line in the manga, rewatching this arc, I can say without a doubt that without Whitebeard, Garp solos Marineford. Luffy, completely exhausted, but still beyond determined, asks Ivankov for one final favor. To inject him with some more special hormones so he can keep going. Respecting his rubbery balls of steel, Ivankov gives Luffy another injection of his special hormones. Luffy gives another powerful scream and is ready for round 2. Full on crack, cocaine, and a sprinkle of lean, Luffy blitzes through the crowd of Marines and runs into Kobe. Kobe thinks back to the time Luffy helped gave him the strength to work towards his dreams of becoming a Marine Admiral. He musters up all his courage and prepares to fight Luffy to the death.
Go home, Kobe!
All the Marines bum rush Whitebeard. However, they forgot one thing. One crucial flaw in their plan. No matter how many times they attack, the overwhelming odds or clever strategies, the one and only simple reason they could never win is because they faced Whitebeard. With just a simple swing of his blade, Edward Newgate turns the tide of battle. This is the power of the strongest in the world. Luffy, struggling to reach Ace and seeing the swords inching closer to his neck, makes a desperate call, just like the times of Amazon Lily and Impel Down. When Luffy screams, multiple Marines and the executioners fall unconscious. The other high-level fighters stand in awe as they realize Luffy has the Conqueror's spirit.
Damn! Why didn't I think of that?
So I understand Haki wasn't a fully fleshed out system and Oda was still tinkering with it at the time. But now that we know how it works, looking back at Marineford, a lot of problems could have easily been solved with Haki. Closing in on the finish line, Luffy's allies make sure he gets to Ace. Inazuma comes in clutch as he uses his powers to make a path for Luffy to follow. Before Luffy can save the day, he's got one more huge obstacle. Monkey D. Garp has come to stop Luffy, not as his grandfather to scold the boy like always, but as a vice admiral of the Navy to deal justice on lowly criminals. Neither side wants this to happen, but this is the reality of the world. Both of them reminisce on the good times, but only one of them follows through as Luffy reluctantly punches his way through Garp and reaches Ace. Luffy grabs the key he got from Hancock, but Kizaru personally hates this kid and breaks the key. Then, to make matters worse, Fleet Admiral Sengoku makes his move, introducing the powers of the human fruit Model Buddha, a rare mythical zone-type fruit, turning Sengoku into a giant golden Buddha. One of the executioners wakes up to this horrible mess, and guess what? It was Mr. 3! Wait, so that means earlier Mr. 3 attempted to kill Ace. Sengoku decides to execute Ace himself, but Luffy's big belly can stop any attack. In the confusion, Mr. 3 makes a key to free Ace as a thank you for Bon Clay's sacrifice. The Marines shoot them all in the sky. At first, it seems like the Navy has won, but with one look at the flames, the answer is clear. Ace has been saved, meaning the war is just about over. Or is it? Many years ago, when Ace was a child, he knew nothing of his family and the role he played in the world. He'd go around asking random citizens and crooks about Gold Roger and whether he had a kid. Every single one laughed at him, saying what a horrible person Roger was and celebrating his death. Unaware of who Ace truly is, they'd all proudly claim that the child of Roger should die, simply for being born with his blood. Garp comes around to check on Ace, who'd come home bruised and bandaged after fighting with all the cronies.
Tell me the truth. Did I deserve to be born or what?
Definitely not. Condoms exist for a reason. A real fumble. I will unbirth him myself. Not Luffy, not caring. I'm more of a Sabo kind of guy, to be honest.
Thanks to Whitebeard, his crew, and Luffy, Ace remembers his purpose as he fights to live on with his family. With a smile on their faces, the brothers fight together like the old days as they race back to their comrades. But Whitebeard has different plans. Aware that his era is coming to an end, Whitebeard makes his final order: protect Ace and run away. They've basically won the war. Whitebeard will stay and destroy Marineford as much as he can. Naturally, the sons of Pops don't want to leave their father, but they come around and listen to their captain. Beforehand, Ace gives Whitebeard one last thank you for everything. And now, I present to you the dumbest and most tragic event in One Piece history. Sakazuki decides to pull some Yo Daddy jokes in hopes of angering the Whitebeard pirates. Unfortunately, one hot-blooded idiot known as Port Gas D Ace falls for the obvious bait. Everyone warns him to stop, but Ace won't tolerate anyone bad-mouthing the man he's proud to call his father. Ace versus Akainu is a battle of hot versus really hot, as Ace's flames can't handle the heat of Sakazuki's magma. Akainu makes it his mission to end the new age of pirates. He targets Luffy, and before Luffy can react, he's hit with the biggest reality check of his life. Ace has fallen. All the Whitebeard pirates throw their entire arsenal at Akainu, but there's nothing that can stop this mountain of absolute justice. The three admirals are monsters in the One Piece world, but Akainu is in a league of his own. This is someone who puts justice above all else and will do anything it takes to maintain the agenda. The Straw Hats were lucky that it was Kizaru who showed up at Sabaody, cause if it was Sakazuki, the series would be over by now. While everyone holds off Akainu as much as they can, Ace and Luffy share their final goodbyes. Ace thanks Luffy for caring enough to risk his life for a good-for-nothing older brother who can't handle a Yo Daddy joke. Before he goes, he asks Luffy to tell everyone, "Thank you for loving me." Limp and unresponsive, Port Gas D Ace falls to the ground and dies with a smile on his face, proud to have been born the way he was. Monkey D. Luffy, overwhelmed by the physical and mental pain of this entire saga, from losing his crew, Bon Clay, and now his older brother, crumbles as he's become an empty husk. Don't worry, guys, it's One Piece. I mean, like, Oda never kills off his characters, cause if Pell can survive a point-blank nuke, then Ace could easily survive this, right? Right? With Ace dead and Luffy frozen in trauma, the Whitebeard pirates stand in cold shock, realizing this entire war and the deaths of everyone were in vain. Akainu doesn't know how to read the room and goes in to kill Luffy. Marco pushes off Akainu and commands everyone to get their shit together and fight on for Ace to keep his little brother safe. However, Akainu learns real fast just how badly he fucked up, as Whitebeard shows no mercy and teaches Sakazuki what real power is like. With the might of Zeus, he throws the lava brat into the sky and bitch smacks him like he's late on rent. Marineford is a very bloody arc. Like, it's so gory that the anime actually had to make some censorship changes to it. One of the biggest examples being how during Whitebeard versus Akainu, Akainu actually tears off a chunk of Whitebeard's face. Whereas in the anime, it was just a little bit of his beard. Arguably worse. Things go from terrible to downright horrific, as lurking in the shadows is the man responsible for this whole mess. Whitebeard's former child and crewmate, Marshall D. Teach, aka Blackbeard, appears. And with him are 5 new crew members he grabbed from level 6 of Impel Down. The largest creature in history, San Juan Wolf. The corrupt king, Avalo Pizarro. Oh, fuck! The heavy drinker, Vasco Shot. Crescent Moon Killer, Katarina Devon. And finally, the former jail manager of Impel Down, Shiryu of the Rain. Welcome to the new and improved Blackbeard Pirates. Whitebeard upholds Ace's mission to kill the traitor who destroyed the family. Blackbeard's darkness fruit is powerful, but no one is a match for Newgate as he quickly takes down Teach. Blackbeard attempts to plead for his life, but Whitebeard has made up his mind and goes in for the kill. But with a desperate sling of his gun, the battle has been decided. With zero hesitation, the Blackbeard pirates rush at the near-death Whitebeard. A barrage of gunshots and stab wounds leaves the island in awe as they watch Whitebeard's life slowly fade away. Why is nobody helping? Marco, what the fuck, dude? You can literally fly! After the bloodbath, Whitebeard still lives, but not for long. This mountain of power looks at Teach and simply says he's not the one chosen by Roger. The will of D, whatever the fuck that is, won't favor a freak like him. Whitebeard says that someone, someday, will carry on Roger's legacy and another for Ace. Knowing full well what he must do, just like Gold D. Roger once did, Whitebeard makes history.
The One Piece! The One Piece is real!
After announcing to the world that Roger's treasure does exist, Whitebeard thinks back on the history he has built. He's achieved many great things, but the one thing he will forever be grateful for is the family he has cultivated. Whitebeard was truly a man among men. He was insanely strong physically and emotionally, and he represented one of the core values of One Piece as a whole, being the idea of family, how you don't need to necessarily be related to someone by blood to truly matter to them like a family member. And we've seen that countless times over with characters like Bellemare to Nami or Dr. Heerlook to Chopper, and so many examples prior to that and further down the line as well. Closing his eyes and letting the tides carry his soul, we say goodbye to Edward Newgate. His legacy was a sight to behold. With 267 sword wounds, 152 gunshots, and 46 cannonball shots, not one time in this battle or throughout his whole life did Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, ever run away. In the eyes of the general public, the deaths of Whitebeard and Ace are a proud moment to be celebrated. But around the world, to a certain few, they've lost someone very dear to them. Now that the Whitebeard pirates and Marines are beyond exhausted, nobody can stop Teach, as he uses this opportunity to show the world something that defies reasoning. After a few minutes, The time has come for the Navy's reckoning. With just his right hand, Blackbeard reminds us all the terrifying powers of the Darkness Fruit. But there's more, as on his left hand comes a power we're all familiar with. Marshall D. Teach has obtained the powers of the Quake Fruit. Since the beginning, we've known that if a Devil Fruit user attempts to consume more power, they will explode. However, mysteriously, even to this day, Blackbeard has found a way to nullify that setback, turning him into a true monster. Right now, Sengoku is forced to fight off Blackbeard. Meanwhile, Jinbei and the gang aren't out yet as Akainu crawls from the depths of hell to finish the job he started. Kobe wakes up to a multitude of noises. Somehow, in the cries of war, he can perfectly hear the voices of his fellow Marines thirsting for the deaths of the pirates. Right before Akainu can complete his goal, another Darude sandstorm comes just in time to send them flying right into the arms of our Lord and Savior Buggy. Blackbeard might now have 2 Devil Fruits, but Luffy's already had a second power known as the Plot Fruit, using it to conveniently summon Trafalgar Law, who's come to save Luffy. The Marines already have taken 2 major W's, but they're greedy for more, as they won't stop until every pirate on the island is captured or dead. For Kobe, this war went from a necessary evil to a dishonorable mess. It has now become killing for the sake of killing. Kobe demands Sakazuki stop this nonsense. The war is over and they've won. Playing with the lives of humans is wrong. Too bad for Kobe, as Akainu loves murder and attempts to squash our glass of pink lemonade. Although a certain one-armed, 3-scarred, red-haired man loves pink lemonade and a good speech, it's the mighty red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors of the sea.
Hey, bud. We need you to report some lines for Shanks.
Oh my god, really? Do you have a lot of lines? And screen time? Oh my god. Finally, I can live a good life and finally afford rent. I haven't seen my family in weeks.
I mean, you have like a page. That's about it.
With the red-haired pirate's arrival, the Marines feel ill-prepared for a second war. However, Shanks has come for a different reason, to put a stop to this senseless violence. The Marines got what they wanted: let the dead rest and tend to the wounded. Heeding his warning, the Blackbeard pirates dip and Sengoku announces the end of the war with the bitter victory of the Marines.
Okay, get back here! I agreed to fight Whitebeard and his allies, true, but Redhair is another matter entirely.
Further into the ocean, Trafalgar Law works on Jinbei and Luffy's injuries. With Luffy's thoughts deep in the depths of despair, it'll take a miracle to save this rubber lad. To be continued. The post-war arc is 26 episodes and 17 chapters. The War of the Best has finally come to an end. The Marines have won as they scream with pride over the deaths of Ace and Whitebeard. It doesn't take long for news to get out, as the rest of the world celebrates that the supposed villains have been vanquished by the heroic Marines. To most, the death of Whitebeard brings the ignorant peace of mind, but to those who understood his value comes the loss of their homes, as many pirates invade the islands under the late Newgate's protection. Wait, what?
Fucking Marines.
With the knowledge that the One Piece truly does exist, despite the fact we still haven't fucking seen it, a new wave of pirates take to the seas in search of wealth, fame, and power. While brand new Sho Sengoku, the Impel Down arc, Gekko Moria is attacked by a group of pacifistas, led by Doflamingo, who explains that he was ordered to take him out for being way too weak. Okay, Thriller Bark haters, you happy now? Back to Law and the traumatized rubber band. After surviving Kizaru's attack, they come up for some air, only to be greeted by the simp queen of Boa Hancock, who's come to check in on Luffy. Trafalgar Law explains that while he was able to fix Luffy's physical scars, no amount of surgery can fix the mental scars. Hancock brings everyone to Amazon Lily, a place the government wouldn't suspect Luffy and the boys to be hiding. However, the cock-block Granny Neon reminds the Empress about the main rule of Amazon Lily.
Death to Dick and Balls!
They make an exception for Luffy and have everyone stay on the outskirts of the island. Despite not being allowed on the island, the Heart Pirates still get to enjoy the luxuries as they are given delicious food from our Employee of the Month, Afalandra. You know what? Luffy has been through a lot. I think he deserves some food.
Oh, Luffy, we have meat to eat.
Haunted by the death of his brother, Luffy wakes up in a fit of rage and regret. Unaware of reality, he runs around the island screaming for his brother. All he can do is flail around, destroying the island in an attempt to silence the dark thoughts.
What is this place? Where am I? Maybe I dreamt the whole thing.
Oh yeah! Totally! Ace is, perfectly fine.
Jinbei comes in to calm Luffy down. After a few minutes, Luffy sheds somber tears as he looks back to the better times with his brothers. 10 years ago on Dawn Island, baby Luffy is spending some quality time with his grandpa, although Garp can't stand the kid and brings him to the Dodon family, led by Curly Head Dodon, the mountain bandit. Does your kid have rubber powers, dreams of being king of the sea terrorists, and is pretty stupid even for a child? Well, send them to the Dodon family, home to a group of hungry bandits who will force miners to kill large animals for food and threaten to murder said child for all their belongings. The Dodon family. We really hate kids.
I have a feeling that Garb won't see it that way.
Well, maybe the old jackass should have thought about that before he left him with a bunch of bandits in the woods.
Dodon kind of has a point. Like, Garp, I understand you're a busy guy, but leaving a kid with criminals in hopes that they don't become borderline terrorists is just as wild as leaving a kid with crack addicts in hopes that they don't end up smoking weed. Garp leaves and Luffy meets Ace. Hoping to make friends, he follows him around the forest, and so begins the tale of their great friendship and brotherly bond. I do not remember daycare being this wild. And for the next 3 months, failure after failure, Luffy relentlessly tries to become Ace's friend. Every attempt ended in some horrible incident, but not once would our ray of sunshine ever give up. One day on Luffy's never-ending journey, he runs into a huge silver garbage site known as Gray Terminal. Shrouded in a thick mist, Gray Terminal is the lawless area of Dawn Island, home to all kinds of crooks and the poor. Twice a day, trash dispenses from the Goa Kingdom into the trash dump. It becomes a free-for-all as the many residents look for treasure. Ace beats up some thugs for their money and then leaves Gray Terminal. On the way back, he meets up with his pal Sabo, the rich-looking poor kid. The both of them have been collecting money for the past 5 years in hopes of being able to afford a ship to set sail and become pirates. Unfortunately, Luffy heard the whole thing. Ace and Sabo attempt to kill Luffy before anyone can know about the treasure. But it looks like someone else is gonna take care of that as a group of pirates arrive at the scene. Because of Ace's previous shenanigans, he's made enemies of the Blue Jam Pirates, notorious villains of the East Blue. Horshimi grabs Luffy and asks where the money is. Ace and Sabo are afraid he'll talk, but our future king of the pirates ain't no snitch. Just like in D&D, we'll roll for deception and fool all of these boneheaded pirates.
I don't know. Sorry.
What a crappy lawyer!
God damn it! Horchimi brings Luffy to their hideout in Gray Terminal and begins torturing the kid for the information. Starting off with a karmically large hammer and then proceeds to just punch the shit out of a 7-year-old child. If this were realistic, Luffy would have died after that first punch.
Portrait me, stop it!
I don't think he's gonna talk. If he was gonna talk, he would have done it already. And to be honest, this is getting kind of hard to watch.
Yes! I'll beat you dead.
Was that too much?
While Ace and Sabo finish moving their treasure to a new spot, Sabo recognizes the fact that Luffy hasn't said anything about them. Sabo and Ace rush to Luffy's rescue. Ace and Sabo manage to take down Porchemy and save Luffy. Then the understanding, empathetic Blue Jam gives Porchemy a much-needed vacation. Permanently. The boys gather at the new hideout and decide their next course of action now that Blue Jam's on their tail. But first, Ace asks a very important question.
Do you think I deserve to live?
Personally, absolutely not, but I mean, that's a lot to ask of a 7-year-old.
Back at the Dodon family, the bandits wake up to triple the trouble as Sabo decides to stay with the family for his own safety. Rather than being functional members of society, the boys run around fighting monsters and training. Luffy even shows off the powers of the Gum Gum fruit. A while later, the boys pass through the great gates of Gray Terminal into Edgetown, the city of thugs and criminals. Then moving straight into Hightown, the shining jewel of Goa Kingdom. Not a hint of trash can be found in its streets. The boys pull a dine and dash, and in the middle of the confusion, they run into a father-sized man who calls out to Sabo. After some persuasion, Sabo admits that he's the son of a noble who ran away from home, and the person who called out to him was his father. From face value, the rich life sounds amazing, but for Sabo, it was a true hell. Manipulated into working hard for selfish parents, Sabo never once received love and attention from his family. Forced to study to make his dad proud, and made to be an obedient pushover to avoid embarrassing his mother. Eventually, Sabo had enough of the royal life and would constantly sneak out into Gray Terminal to hear the pirate stories about freedom and adventure. After hearing his tale, the boys shout out their goals. For Sabo to write a book of his wild adventures out on sea. For Ace to become the strongest and most feared pirate in the world. And the most ambitious of all, Luffy aims to be king of the pirates. Then the boys pour a glass of sake and officially declare themselves as brothers. United as one, the Monkey Brothers continue their usual routine of harassing anything that breathes. Eventually, Dodon becomes sick of their shit and wants to kick him out. But unfortunately for everyone, it's that time of the year. Old Man Garp comes in like a hurricane, beating up women and children, then leaving before the cops can arrive. A great role model and a perfect hero of the Marines. We salute you, soldier. And so the winter season has arrived, but that won't stop the boys from their usual training. But a giant-ass tiger will. The tiger proved to be way too much for the Monkey Brothers, and so they test their strengths with Evil Yogi. It might seem easier, but this creature is much stronger than the average bear. Realizing they are way in over their head, the Monkey Brothers run away from Evil Yogi, only to be saved by a strange old man who one-shots the monster. Introducing Nagari the filler. Moving along, Blue Jam gets a message from Sabo's father to capture the kid and kill the others. And they don't waste time as they immediately catch Sabo and the Monkey Brothers lacking in Gray Terminal. Outlook 3, yes, that is his actual name, arrives to demand Sabo come back to the Goa Kingdom. Begging for his friends' lives, Sabo promises to come back to Hightown and be an obedient son. Despite having messed with his operations, Blue Jam sees the potential in the Monkey Brothers and decides to put them to work, moving very flammable boxes across different points of the island. Back at Hightown, Sabo reunites with his family and meets his new adopted brother, Stelly.
Hey, do you know what I heard? You're dumb as a brick.
Who told you?
Stelly's fat mouth spills the beans about a crazy secret event to happen tomorrow. To prepare for the arrival of a celestial dragon, the nobles have decided to burn Grey Terminal without a care for any and all who reside there, so as not to upset the world government with its filth. Unable to believe the nobles would do something so inhumane, Sabo asks around town to make sure Stelly was just telling a bad joke. However, he comes to realize everyone is fully aware and acting like it's a harmless little activity. The nobles believe anyone who isn't of high status to be expendable. Further traumatized by Hightown, Sabo makes it his mission to warn and save his brothers. Don't worry, Sabo, Blue Jam explains the whole thing to Luffy and Ace. Outlook told Blue Jam that in exchange for setting up the bombs, Blue Jam and his crew would be promised they'd be safe from the fires and be made into nobles. Look, I'm not the smartest weeb in the tool shed, but even I know that's a load of baloney. Later that night, the Festival of Fire begins. The residents of Edgetown are confused about what's going on. The refugees of Grey Terminal try to reach for safety, but the guards refuse to let them through as they block the doors into the city. Blue Jam walks around the flames without a care in the world as he's excited to live the good life as a noble. He shows off his VIP badge to the guards only to realize it was a fake.
Hey! Why don't you guys let us in? I have the badge.
Oh. Well, shit.
Sabo rushes over to save his friends, but bumps into a mysterious man wearing a green cloak. Sabo explains his hatred for the nobles. Dragon looks at the boy in horror for what the nobles have done to him.
Say, Papa, how come we want to burn everybody in Grey Terminal? Aren't they people too, just like us?
Not exactly. They chose to live meaningless lives.
Yup, that's exactly how that works. Moments later, Dragon gives his Batman-style monologue about defeating the injustices in the world for the future of the children. He offers people safety aboard the ship as long as they're willing to fight alongside the Revolutionary Army. Luffy and Ace run around the fire looking for a way out, only to meet up with the twisted Blue Jam pirates. With nothing left to lose, the pirates simply laugh at their own misfortune and prepare to kill the Monkey Brothers. His will to live at its utmost peak, Ace unwillingly taps into the Conqueror's spirit and knocks out most of the pirates. Being the only survivor, Captain Blue Jam shoots Ace, but Mama Dadan and the Mountain Bandits arrive just in time to help the boys out. With the boys freed, everyone makes a break for it, but Ace's stupidity causes him to stay, as no matter what, he will fight his opponents. I swear this is gonna get him killed one of these days. Dadan might be afraid, but protecting the boys gives her the courage she needs to fight alongside Ace against Blue Jam. After the destruction of Grey Terminal, the nobles of Hightown walk around like any Thursday morning, completely unfazed by the deaths of those from Grey Terminal. Sabo finally caves and goes back to his prison of nobility. However, he still thinks about the promise he made to Ace and Luffy to set out to sea. The day has finally come. For the first time in Goa Kingdom history, a celestial dragon has arrived. Everyone forms a parade and shoots out fireworks in celebration. However, they notice something strange in the distance. Everyone sees a small ship sailing towards the celestial dragon. On further inspection, that ship belongs to Sabo. Sabo has decided to not give up on his dreams and sets out to sea. And so begins his pirate journey. Okay, to be fair, Sabo should know better. Like, he could have waited at least one more day. Although in all seriousness, this moment really shows just how heartless and cruel the One Piece world can be. Sabo was told how to live his life purely for the sake of others. And then when he decided to deny that and live his life independently, he was punished. He was killed for wanting to do his own thing. As mentioned, the nobles in this series are a bunch of cowards who hide behind walls of money, even when they know that what they're doing is wrong. As long as they have money, they're fine. A few days later, Ace and Dodon come back from their victory against Blue Jam, but with hope comes despair, as Dogata kills the good vibes to inform everyone about Sabo's death. While Luffy cries his heart out, Ace refuses to accept the truth. A day later, Dogata shows everyone a letter written by Sabo. Ace reads the note. Inside, Sabo tells the Monkey Brothers that he's setting out to sea, unsure of where he's going, but thankful as long as he's far away from the prison of nobility and free in the sea of dreams. He hopes to see them someday out on the Grand Line as pirates and brothers. Ace and Luffy recognize the fact they're way too weak, which makes sense because they are literal children. The Monkey Brothers make a vow to get stronger, to become the very strongest of all, planning to set out to sea at 17. 7 years for Ace and 10 years for Luffy.
You gotta make me a promise. Please don't die, Case!
Cut it out! Listen, and you listen up good. I'm never going to die! Sabo told me to take care of you. So I promise, I'm not gonna die, okay? Not ever.
Who's gonna tell him? And so, the Monkey Brothers continue business as usual, fighting bandits, monsters, surviving God, and just being silly. Eventually, 7 years pass in a blink of an eye. Now at 17 years old, Ace says goodbye to everyone and begins his pirate journey. All by himself, the 14-year-old Luffy has 3 more years to train. And in 3 years, Luffy sets sail from Windmill Village to pursue his own quest, and look who showed up to say his goodbyes. It's everyone's favorite Took D-Arm. And to prove he's ready for the world, Luffy, the weird kid with the rubber powers, has honed his skills so much that not even a Sea King is a match for him. Look out, world! The King of the Pirates is coming. Okay, maybe not yet. Back to present day. While Luffy is going through it, Shanks helps the Whitebeard pirates say goodbye to their brother and father. With a new wave of pirates roaming the seas, not even the quiet town of Windmill Village is safe. However, the terror doesn't last long as Garp takes down the crooks and claims Windmill Village as his territory to protect. Why he didn't do that sooner is beyond me. Most of the villagers praise Garp for the success at Marineford, but there's one mom who's absolutely furious. Curly-head Dodon rushes out of the bar and attacks Garp. Beating and yelling at him, she demands an explanation for why he let Ace die, hating Garp for putting work over the life of family. Makino tries to defuse the situation and assumes Garp is the one suffering the most. A mother knows best. The one who's really suffering is Luffy. Back on Amazon Lily, Jinbei watches Luffy become consumed by a world of despair. Jinbei attempts one more time to calm down Luffy, but with his negative emotions at an all-time high, Luffy attacks Jinbei. This time, using a bit of tough love, Jinbei subdues Luffy, telling him that while he might have lost someone important to him, to look forward and think of what else means just as much. Luffy's mind stops for a second, as he begins to remember the 8 things he treasures most. Zoro, Nami, Usopp, Sanji, Chopper, Robin, Frankie, and Brook. The one thing Luffy still has is his crew.
Luffy!
Luffy!
Me? Oh my god, Luffy, thanks! It feels great to be one of the crew members. You don't know how much this means to me. I love you guys.
Over on the shores of Amazon Lily, the Heart Pirates bear witness to a crazy sight. Out of nowhere, a Sea King rises dead in the water. The one responsible climbs onto shore. Dark King Rayleigh arrives on the island. Rayleigh's ship was destroyed, and so he swam all through the calm belt. Literal fucking Chad. News breaks out fairly quickly on Luffy's recovery, as all of the Kujin warriors are relieved he's okay.
I want to make those cheeks of his stretch and stretch and...
Sanji might be the most down bad character in One Piece. I can agree with that. But the Kuja pirates are fucking freaks. Luffy and Jinbei meet up with Rayleigh. The Boa sisters also arrive carrying a bunch of food. Luffy expresses to Rayleigh his desire to go back to Sabaody to see his friends. Rayleigh reminds Luffy about how his entire crew were neg-dipped by a bear and a pothead. Snapping him back to reality, Rayleigh gives Luffy an idea to help ensure that he can see his crew again. A few days later, as the Marines repair Marineford, one random ship goes rogue and starts attacking. The Marines take a closer look to see Luffy is aboard the ship, but he's not alone. Jinbei and Rayleigh have tagged along. Luffy rushes through the island and finds the Ox Bell. Everyone is confused on what the pirate wants, but before they can ask, Luffy rings the bell of Shandora, ending the 400-year war. Can you hear it, Crocus? The city of gold you've been searching for wasn't at the bottom of the sea. All this time, it was really... Oh wait. Wrong arc. My bad. Ringing the Ox Bell represents the passage of time. Ringing the bell 8 times is to give thanks for the past year, and to ring the bell 8 more times is to give thanks for the new year. So Luffy ringing the bell 16 times represents his way of saying goodbye to White Disease's age, and to say hello to the Rubber Monkey Age. All over the world, newspapers detailing Luffy's scandal confuses everyone, but the one group to get it is the Straw Hat Pirates. On Luffy's arm is a tattoo that looks similar to Ace's, a crossed out 3D with 2Y under it. The original plan to reunite at Sabaody in 3 days has changed. The Straw Hat Pirates must step back and train so they can reunite in 2 years. For the next 2 years, Luffy will reside on Rusukuina. I don't know. An island northwest of Amazon Lily. It's a harsh island with 48 seasons per year and all kinds of savage beasts that not even Luffy can put a dent on. Rayleigh uses this island as the perfect training ground for Luffy. He knows full well that Luffy already is a powerful fighter on his own, but to help him reach that next step, he must learn Haki. Basically, Haki is One Piece's equivalent to Ki, Nen, Chakra, spiritual pressure, and random bullshit. Haki comes in 3 forms. Observation, the 6th sense. Able to sense a person's power, presence, and emotion. It's mainly used for evasive maneuvers. This technique was used in Skypiea, but it was called Mantra. Kobe had just gained this power during Marineford. Next, the invisible armor, Armament Haki. Its biggest upside is the ability to bypass the seemingly impossible Devil Fruit powers, giving a person a fighting chance against the godlike powers of a Logia user. All skilled fighters have access to these 2 powers, but there's one ability that only 1 in every 7 million people have access to. Conqueror's Haki, the mark of a leader, granting the user the power to enforce your will onto others, causing those with a weaker will than yours to be rendered unconscious without even lifting a finger. This ability has been used way back since the beginning of One Piece, and a few times throughout the Summit War Saga, with Luffy unlocking it in Amazon Lily. For 1 year, Rayleigh will teach Luffy the basics of Haki. Then for another year, leave Luffy on his own to develop his techniques even further. And so, Luffy sets his straw hat down, thinks about his crew and the promise he made to Shanks, Ace, and Sabo. Monkey D. Luffy, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, will become king of the pirates. But first, him and his crew are gonna have to put their dreams on hold and get stronger. See you in 2 years. And that's the end of the post-war arc, the Summit War Saga, and the first half of One Piece. The post-war arc is a much-needed cooldown and serves as a stopping point for the Straw Hats. The Straw Hats have been going non-stop, going from island to island, world-ending fight after fight, and it's crazy to think about the fact that all 516 episodes took place in less than a year. I enjoy Luffy's flashback. It was silly, but also really sad with Sabo, because pretty much Sabo's whole character was to show that no matter who you are, the world is cruel. Although, I kinda wish we got this flashback before Ace's death, although I kinda understand it was probably meant to be used as dramatic irony though. But yeah, that's about it. Let me know what you thought for the first half of One Piece, the pre-Timeskip. Thank you guys very much for watching. Like, comment, subscribe, the whole YouTube shebang, and I'll see you in 2 years.
I don't mean that literally.